This is a question I get asked all the time, and my list from 2 years ago is very outdated, so I wanted to make an updated video going over each killer and why you might want to buy them, level them up, or play them first, depending on their perks, their strength, their complexity, their difficulty, and their playstyle. So this video should hopefully answer all of your questions to help you choose the right killers for you. Obviously, a lot of what I'm going to say in this video will be subjective based on my own experiences, but I'll try to explain everything as objectively as I can so that you can make an informed decision on who you may want to buy based on their criteria. For example, if I'm talking about how fun a certain killer is, I'm going to try to mention the fun that you can find based on their specific playstyle rather than my own opinions of the character. I may throw in some of my personal experiences with the killer, but in this video I'm not going to be like, oh, this character is so boring and cringe, don't buy them, etc, etc. For each of these categories, I will be giving them a score from 1 to 5, with 1 being the lowest and 5 being the highest, and then we'll place the killer on a tier list. The tier list will not be based on their average score from these categories because they're kind of unrelated. It's more going to be my personal overall opinion on the order in which you should unlock these killers. Since I am a human being and DBD makes balance changes so frequently, I do make mistakes sometimes, so if there are any mistakes I say in this video or some things that I say that may not be true anymore, feel free to comment it down below and I will try to put all corrections in the description. This obviously took an extremely long time to make, so if we could get to 12,000 likes on this video, that would be absolutely incredible. With that being said, let's get into the list. We're going to be going in order of release date, and I'll have all timestamps in the description below. All right, let's start off with the Trapper. For perks, I'm going to give him a 3. They're all pretty simple and average, but they get their job done. The first one is Unnerving Presence. This used to be considered one of the worst perks in the game, but recently there's been kind of a meta with another perk called Calorophobia, which basically makes it so that any survivors in your terror radius have an extremely slow heal speed, and also their healing skill checks are really fast. And what Unnerving Presence does is it makes the skill check success zones even smaller. So many killers recently have been pairing those two perks together to make it extremely difficult for survivors to heal if they're in their terror radius. But of course, I have to address the elephant in the room. Unnerving Presence is phenomenal on one particular build with Doctor, where if you run Unnerving Presence with some other perks like Huntress Lullaby and Merciless Storm, it makes it extremely hard to hit skill checks while you're playing as specifically the Doctor, because it makes the skill check success zones smaller, it makes them faster, and it makes the rotation go either clockwise or counterclockwise. So that's a pretty fun build if you like playing Doctor. His next perk is Brutal Strength, which is a very straightforward perk that makes you just break things a little bit faster, including pallets, breakable walls, and generators. It's really nice if you just want to have less downtime while breaking a pallet, or if you want to try to zone survivors into an unsafe part of the map and then break it so they have less distance to get to another loop. There are a lot of killers that this is just pretty decent on, especially killers with no mobility if you want the survivors to not get as much distance, but it's also really good on killers like Wesker, for example, who can break the pallet and then immediately use his 2 dashes to get to you before you can make it to another loop. And then his last perk is Agitation, which is probably my personal favorite of the 3. The main effect of this is that it increases movement speed while carrying survivors, and this is just a super nice way to save a few seconds hooking survivors, but it's also just really nice if you're playing killers that really thrive in the basement, so it's easier to take survivors to the basement, or if you're using certain perks like Scourge Hook perks that require you to bring survivors to the white hooks in particular, and Agitation just makes it much easier to get to those. It also has the effect of making your terror radius bigger while carrying a survivor, which does synergize with some other perks like Starstruck, but usually that's not why people use this perk. So overall, a pretty solid set of perks given this current meta. For Strength, I'm going to give him a 2. Usually I would give him a 1, but I feel like my mind has kind of changed on him since you could literally just run his best add-ons pretty much every single game because you get so many blood points nowadays. He has extremely strong add-ons that if you're not using them, he kind of is one of the weakest killers in the game. But he has stuff like Honing Stone, where if a survivor untraps themselves, they instantly go into the down state. Or he has Bloody Coil, where any healthy survivor that disarms a trap becomes injured. Or the other Iridescent that automatically resets traps. So he just has a ton of very, very good add-ons that can make him super oppressive, especially if you run him with a basement build, which is pretty much what every single trapper does, because that's kind of like the only way that he can win. If you're not running a basement build with stuff like Iron Grasp and Agitation to get people to the basement, and you're not running these really strong add-ons, then he is extremely weak. But if you manage to get people into the basement, which frankly isn't that difficult, and you're running these good add-ons, he's actually a lot stronger than you may think. For complexity, I'm giving him a 1. Obviously, being the first killer, he's extremely simple. You just pick up and place traps, and that's pretty much it. There's really not that much to his kit. For difficulty though, I am going to give him a 4 because I feel like the amount of map knowledge that you need to have to play this killer really, really well, to know like what are high traffic areas where you should put your traps, where do survivors tend to path while they're inside jungle gyms and inside loops, whether or not you should go out of your way to grab specific traps based on your macro knowledge of the game that's currently happening, plus the fact that he basically has no ability in chase, so you have to be really good in chase, which is a whole skill in itself makes him one of the harder killers to get success out of, at least for the first half of the game. As soon as you get people in basement, then he becomes a little brainless, but getting those initial downs and that initial setup to start snowballing in the basement later in the match is pretty difficult. I really don't think that he's a killer that you should play or level up first. I'd say the only reason you'd want to level him up is for his perks, and he is a strategy / control character. So if you are really into strategy and trying to figure out how to control an area with your traps and place traps in certain spots that'll catch survivors off guard, you can find a lot of fun in that, and it's very, very satisfying when you put a trap down that seems super, super dumb and then a survivor steps into it. But as soon as you go against people who know how to play against Trapper and follow you around and disarm your traps the whole time, he becomes just basically a killer with no power and is very frustrating to play. So overall, I'd probably put him in the C tier, mostly for that reason. The only reason he's not in D tier is because of his perks. I think his perks are solid enough that I would recommend leveling him up for them, but there's just so many other perks that do much better things out there that I don't think I can put him that high. Moving on to Wraith. For perks, I'm going to give him a 2. Pretty much all of his perks are bad except for Predator. Predator makes it so that if you ever lose a survivor in chase, their aura becomes revealed to you for 4 seconds and then goes on a cooldown. This is super nice on certain killers that can get hits through walls, such as Nurse or Pyramid Head or the new Vecna. It's a great way to still see the auras of survivors, especially if you're on an indoor map where you lose line of sight and you lose chase often. His other 2 perks are pretty useless though. Bloodhound just makes pools of blood last a couple seconds longer and then turns them bright red, but generally it's so easy to see blood that this doesn't really change much. And then Shadowborn makes it so that if you're blinded by any means, you become 10% faster for 10 seconds. Again, a just very, very situational and niche perk that doesn't really give you that great of an effect. A lot of survivors probably won't be running flashlights anyway, and they're probably not going to blind you unless you're stuck in an animation, and then you'll become fully blind and not know where they are anyway, so the 10% haste doesn't really do too much. Like, it can be nice to catch up to those survivors, and sometimes there's teams of survivors who are, you know, running towards the exit gate and they're trying to blind you at the exit gate to stop you from downing a specific person, but that haste might be able to make you catch up to them and then get a free kill. So there are some very, very situational moments in which this could be useful, but it's so situational that I just don't think it's really a perk that's worth running. However, for strength, I'm going to give him a 3. I actually think that Wraith is very underrated, and people who are good at Wraith can make your game feel absolutely miserable if you're playing Survivor. Wraith is a very strong killer in the sense that he doesn't really ever have to actually chase survivors because it's so easy to get that first hit because he can cloak and uncloak and get that speed boost. But then most good Wraith players will just completely abandon that chase and go for someone else and get another free hit. And then you can go back to that first person, and because they're injured, it's super easy to down them. And then of course, if you pair him with a bunch of anti-healing perks, which is pretty much what every Wraith does ever, such as things like Sloppy Butcher or things like Gift of Pain or things like Leverage, it makes it very difficult for survivors to keep up with the pressure that you can apply, and especially on regular pubs where there's a lot of players that might be solo queue, so it makes it harder for them to heal, you will absolutely obliterate teams. But of course, if there are survivors that are running really good healing perks or have med kits or are just generally good at avoiding that first hit by like body blocking you and pre-dropping pallets and stuff, it can be somewhat difficult to build that pressure. But as soon as you're able to really get in a good hit and run rhythm, he becomes surprisingly pretty strong. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 1. Again, he's an early killer, so he's just very simple. All he does is cloak and uncloak. He's faster speed while cloaking, and when you uncloak, you get a little speed boost, and that's literally all to his power. I guess he is fully invisible from like a certain distance away, but you don't really need to know that. And for difficulty, I'm going to give him a 2. I feel like he is just so simple to the fact that he's just so easy to use, and since you don't necessarily have to chase survivors, it's pretty easy to get free hits and free downs, so I really don't think he's that hard to use and is a great killer for beginners. And if you like the fun aspect of being able to move really quickly while stealthed, and if you like having a bunch of different playstyles within one character, this is the character for you because he has so many different add-ons that create so many different archetypes with this killer that you can play him in a different playstyle every match if you wanted to. Overall, I'm actually going to put him in the S tier because I think he is one of the best killers to start playing as a new killer because he's very straightforward to use while not being so overly frustrating that he's annoying. If you're just going for perks, I wouldn't recommend this guy because I don't think his perks are really worth getting before other killers. But if you want a killer that's just really simple and really easy to learn and play, just so you kind of get the hang of killer, this is the perfect killer to play as. Moving on to Hillbilly. For perks, I'm going to give him a 3. He has 2 really solid perks and 1 perk that is a complete noob trap and is actually very, very bad. His first perk, Enduring, just makes your stuns 50% faster. So if somebody hits you with a pallet, it's really not that big of a deal. And this is generally really nice because you don't have to respect pallets, meaning you don't have to worry about being stunned. And you could just like face tank every pallet you run into and it doesn't really affect you. But it's also super nice with another perk called Spirit Fury, where after you break 2 pallets, Spirit Fury activates, and then the next pallet you get stunned by instantly breaks. So yes, you still get stunned by it, but it instantly breaks. And with Enduring, your stun is so fast that you can basically double tap a survivor. It's a very, very popular and very, very good combination, especially on killers that can't really ignore pallets and don't break them super quickly to begin with. His second perk, Lightborn, is the one that is very much a noob trap perk, and running it is actually more detrimental than it is helpful. This perk basically just completely makes you immune to flashlights. And if you're a new killer, you probably get super annoyed with flashlights, and I'm sure it's very, very frustrating. So you may feel like it's necessary to run Lightborn, especially if you see a bunch of flashlights in the lobby. But the issue with Lightborn is people going for flashlight saves actually benefits you more than if they were not going for flashlight saves, because it's pretty easy to counter flashlights by just slugging or faking a pickup or looking at a wall if you're near a wall, or just generally looking toward the edges of the map where survivors most likely cannot be. But in general, the fact that survivors are going for flashlight saves means there's more survivors near you, which means you're pressuring more survivors, which means less survivors doing gens and more opportunities to slug or get hits or get free hooks. So if you're able to take advantage of these survivors using flashlights, you can completely snowball a game in your favor because they're just not doing their objective. But as soon as you throw Lightborn on, all of these survivors that were going for flashlight saves are just going to completely stop doing it because there's no point and just get on gens, which makes the game actually harder for you because it's less opportunities to down survivors, less opportunities to snowball, and more survivors doing their objective. So I would just really, really not recommend this perk, and I would recommend suffering through that initial period of learning how to counter flashlights, because after a while and after watching some videos on it and maybe watching some good killer players, you'll realize that flashlights are one of the weaker items in the game and are fairly easy to counter in most situations. And then his last perk is Tinkerer, which is a great information and stealth perk that makes you undetectable for 16 seconds as soon as any generator hits 70% progression. Unfortunately, they did nerf it so that this only works once per generator, but it's still great information and it's still a fantastic perk, especially on killers like Bubba, for example. Even though he doesn't really have mobility to get to gens, if he is near a gen that's really close, being undetectable as someone like Bubba who can insta-down survivors is very, very strong. But of course, it's also really good on killers with high mobility, such as Blight, or even someone like Freddy who can teleport to that gen. And it pairs extremely well with gen slowdown perks, such as Pop or Ruin, because obviously you can, get survivors off of those gens and be able to regress it. So 2 pretty solid perks. For his strength, I'm going to give him a 5. When the game came out, he was one of the strongest killers in the game, and then he got extremely nerfed to the point where he was one of the worst killers in the game, but then he got reworked again and became one of the strongest killers in the game again. People that know how to play Hillbilly extremely well will absolutely dominate survivors unless the survivors are just extremely good at the game and have thousands of hours. The fact that Hillbilly has so much mobility and can insta-down survivors with basically no repercussions, there's no overheating mechanic, there's no cooldowns, nothing like that. It's very easy to snowball as this killer and turn a game around extremely quickly. However, if you do get certain maps like indoor maps, it can be very, very difficult to use him, especially on maps like Larry's. A lot of really good Hillbillies actually think that Larry's isn't that bad, but if you're not a Hillbilly main and have hundreds if not thousands of hours on him, then it becomes very, very difficult, especially against good survivors. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 1. Again, another early killer that's very simple. He just has a chainsaw that can insta-down, and that's pretty much it. I'd say the most complex thing about him is understanding that your sensitivity rate for the first second or so of your curve is way higher, but I feel like that's pretty obvious as soon as you play him for one game. And for difficulty, I'm going to give him a 5. I do think that he is one of the most difficult killers in the game to learn because he's very clunky, and there's a lot of weird hitboxes on DBD maps, and learning how to deal with that increased sensitivity for the first bit of your chainsaw dash is kind of janky and very hard to get used to. But once you get used to it, you can do some crazy things and do some crazy curves that makes him very, very good. So if you like a killer that can insta-down and is very, very fast-paced, and you're willing to spend the time and the effort to get good at him, because I can guarantee you that you're not going to be very good at him when you start, unless survivors literally just don't know what they're doing, this is one of the strongest killers in the game. Overall, I'm going to put him in the B tier. I think he's a pretty middle ground killer that I would recommend and not recommend at the same time. He has decent perks, is really simple and straightforward, and is very strong, but I'd really recommend against him purely for the fact that he is so difficult to play. So if you're new to killer, I don't know if he'd be the right killer for you, unless you're a very high mechanically skilled person and you love learning very mechanically skillful killers. Moving on to the nurse. For perks, I'm going to give her a 2. Her perks are just extremely niche and only work with very, very specific killers. Like, for example, her first perk, Strider, just basically makes like the injured sounds and breathing sounds much louder, which is pretty much only good on killers like Spirit. But even a lot of good Spirit players can say that it makes it actually more confusing because it sounds like survivors are closer than they are. And there's basically no point in running this perk on pretty much 99% of the rest of the killers. Then her second perk is Thanatophobia, which got nerfed so heavily that it's just so bad. I'd say the only killer that it's good on is Plague. Thanat basically adds slowdown for cleansing, repairing, and sabotaging per injured survivor. So the more injured survivors you have, the bigger the slowdown. But for the first 3 survivors, it barely does anything until you get the 4th survivor injured. And if all 4 survivors are injured, then it gives a pretty solid penalty of 20%. However, Plague is the only one that can keep all 4 survivors injured. Like, a lot of people like to run it on Legion because Legion makes it so easy to injure survivors, but it's just so not worth it on Legion at all, because as soon as one survivor just heals once and everybody else stays injured, it's basically doing nothing. So Plague is pretty much the only killer that benefits from this perk, because survivors, if they want to heal, they have to cleanse, which obviously makes Plague stronger. So unless you are a super big Plague fanatic, there's no point in running this perk. And then her last perk, which is my favorite of the 3, is Nurse's Calling, which lets you see the auras of survivors that are healing nearby. And this is a great perk on a lot of different killers, especially killers that have stealth or can hit you through walls like Nurse or Artist or Stranger Things Vecna. It's just a really nice kind of quality of life aura reading perk in a sense that can give you a lot of information on the whereabouts of survivors and can get you a ton of free hits or free downs on certain characters. However, if survivors are pretty smart, they will realize that you have nurses very, very quickly, so try not to make it super obvious. For strength, obviously she's getting a 5. If you've been in the DBD community for any amount of time, you'll probably know that Nurse is the best killer in the game and has pretty much always been the best killer in the game. And that's most likely never going to change because she just completely ignores the rules of the game. She is very, very strong, very easy to snowball, very easy to get hits, very easy to get downs. It doesn't matter if there's multiple stories to buildings because she could just teleport to each story that she wants to. And she has decent mobility as well. For complexity, I'm going to give her a 2. She's simple in the sense that she only has really one ability per se, and that is to teleport. But there's a little bit of complexity in learning the timing of the teleports and how long to hold it for, and whether or not you should look down or up to go further or shorter, how to deal with things like being near the hill or being near the basement or being near any 2-story building, and how that can mess with your teleporting destination. So like, yes, her power is really simple, but there is a lot of stuff that you do need to learn about her, which is why I'm also giving her difficulty a 4. She has a semi-high skill floor, learning all of those little things with like the hitboxes and how long you need to hold it, all that stuff that I just mentioned. But as soon as you reach a certain point with Nurse where you understand all that, she just becomes the easiest killer in the game. Like she becomes a difficulty of 1 as soon as you actually get past that skill floor. So if you like killers where you have to make prediction shots and you aren't really in the mood for real chases with pallets and windows and stuff, then Nurse is the killer for you because she just completely ignores all of that and can teleport through walls. But overall, I'm actually going to put her in the C tier because A, her perks are pretty bad except for Nurse's. B, she has a fairly high skill floor, and a lot of new killers, when they try Nurse for the first time, they just absolutely despise her because she's pretty frustrating to play at first, and she's, you know, you have to use your ability to hit survivors because she's so slow that you can't catch up to survivors otherwise. So if you don't know how to use her ability, you're not going to get any hits. But also, the reason I put her so low is because playing her doesn't teach you the fundamental skills that you need to play every other killer in the game, basically. Because she ignores all pallets and windows, she ignores all of the general fundamentals of chasing survivors. So getting good at Nurse isn't going to transfer getting good at playing any other killer in the game because she's just in her own world, if that makes sense. So that's kind of why I wouldn't recommend playing her. Unless you literally just want to play like the strongest killer in the game and you don't care about learning other killers and you don't care about, you know, getting good at just killer in general, then go for it. I personally found it really enjoyable to learn how to play Nurse when I was pretty comfortable with killer and had a few hundred hours on it. So it's really up to you and whether or not you want to be good at all killers or just be good at one killer. Moving on, we have Michael Myers. Editing Kaido here. I forgot to mention that Myers is obviously out of the game now, so you can't actually buy him. So these perks are available in everybody's blood webs right now. For perks, I'm going to give him a 2. There are very specific cases that work really well with his perks, but I just don't think they're as good nowadays for them to be worth perk slots unless you're doing a very particular build. His first perk is probably his best one, which is Save the Best for Last, which basically makes it so that every time you hit a survivor that's not the obsession, your basic attack cooldown becomes increasingly faster, which is a quite strong effect, especially on certain killers where that quick cooldown synergizes with their kit very well. But as soon as you injure the obsession by any means, you start to lose that fast cooldown speed. So you basically just have to completely ignore one survivor, which can be very detrimental to you. So overall, this perk can be very useful in a lot of situations, but nowadays with the nerfs that it received, it's just really not as strong anymore. And I'd only really recommend running it on like maybe 5 killers. His next perk is Play with Your Food, which I've never personally liked except for on OG Bubba. But nowadays, like, you will see some use on some killers. Play with Your Food essentially makes it so that every time you leave the obsession, you gain 1 token up to 3 tokens, and each token gives you 5% haste. So if you leave the obsession 3 times, you have 15% faster speed, which is great on paper. But every single lethal action that you do as a killer, like anything that you can do as killer that has the potential to do damage, will remove one of your tokens. Like even if you just accidentally swing, you lose a token, which makes it just very hard to consistently keep this perk up. But there are some killers that can benefit pretty well with this. For example, one of the most popular killers that runs it is Clown, because he has his yellow bottles, which already gives him haste. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe the Clown bottles remove stacks from Play with Your Food because they can't actually injure survivors, so they don't count. So you can basically keep leaving the obsession and keep your really good haste on top of adding the haste from your yellow bottles to make it very easy to catch up and hit survivors in loops before you lose a stack of Play with Your Food. So there's a couple good killer synergies like that, but overall it's just very niche and really only works with very specific haste builds or haste killers. And lastly, Dying Light is generally considered one of the worst slowdown perks in the game. You'll pretty much never see this as survivor unless someone is trying to do like a unique build or don't really have that many perks. But essentially how it works is every time you hook someone that's not the obsession, you gain a token, and each token gives you a 3% stackable speed penalty for repairing gens, healing each other, and sabotaging up to a maximum of 33% at 11 tokens, which can be actually pretty decent if you have other perks that switch the obsession so that you can get to the 11 tokens relatively quickly. But it just takes so long to build up because the requirement is hooks that if you're getting that many hooks to begin with to get actually decent value out of this perk, you're gonna be winning the game anyway, if that makes sense. Like it's kind of a win more perk, and there's not really any point in running it when you could just be running other perks that help you, get those hooks quicker, if that makes sense. Plus, there's the downside of the obsession being unaffected by the penalty and instead having a 33% faster action speed to unhooking and healing other survivors. So you have this one survivor that could just do everything better, and I'm not really sure why they need that downside. So overall, there might be some fun, quirky builds that you can run with this, but it's just in general not that great. For strength, I'm going to give him a 3. He got completely reworked recently, and he's a lot stronger than he used to be. It's so much easier to use his power because you can pop it whenever you want, and you can break pallets with it now, which is really good. And he's just overall a lot more dangerous than he used to be. But, he still has to chase survivors, and good survivors will know how to counter him pretty well, and will take advantage of the fact that a lot of Myers will just try to go for those long lunges. And if survivors know timing very well, they can stun you so you don't break the pallet, or they can bait going to a pallet and then you swing towards the pallet and miss them. Like there's a lot of little things that good survivors can do to counter Myers really well. But if you're playing against a team that's kind of uncoordinated and don't really know what is going on, he's actually really, really strong. Like he can be very, very good. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 3. He's not extremely complex if you're just like kind of watching gameplay of him. His main gameplay loop is just stalking survivors until you get into tier 3 and then popping tier 3 and going crazy. If you just treat him like that, he's pretty simple. But if you want to learn all of the aspects of his kit and like the specific details of his kit, like for example, when to switch back between stalker mode and pursuer mode and the differences between the two, like how stalker mode has undetectable and default vaulting but slower movement speed and the ability to stalk, but pursuer mode has a small tear radius and default movement speed but shorter vaulting time and faster stun recovery and breaking speed and longer lunge attack, etc. And then in tier 3, knowing that he has a default tear radius and the fact that you can kill survivors by their hand if they're dead on hook, etc., etc. And the fact that if you're moving while also stalking, you actually stalk 25% less. So it's better to stand completely still while stalking. Like there's so many little tiny things that are really nice to know if you're playing this killer a lot that it does bring his complexity up a little bit. And for difficulty, I'm going to give him a 3. He's very middle of the road difficulty in my opinion, because generally once you're in tier 3, it's really easy easy to play him, but getting into tier 3 is the somewhat hard part because you have to play in a specific way to where you can get stock without the survivors really knowing that you're there. Otherwise, you're just going to spend all game trying to get stock, but they're going to be, blocking your line of sight, so it's going to be hard to get stock. So you need to be able to kind of know where survivors are and know how to get to them without them seeing you to be able to get stock on them, and knowing when and when not to switch to pursuer mode can be a little bit confusing and can take quite a bit of trial and error to really get good at it. But once you understand all of those fundamentals, then he's pretty easy and straightforward to play as. So if you like killers that kind of have a little bit of a slow burn style of play where you can be stealthy and scary at the start, but eventually have this big burst of power that can really change the tide of the match and can really snowball you, you'll probably enjoy him. I think I'm gonna actually give him an A tier. I think his power is simple enough to learn and simple enough to understand while also not needing to be super complex that he can be pretty fun for newer killers. Plus, I know a lot of people just like to play as Myers because he's such an iconic character. So I would say overall, he's a really nice pick for learning killer if you want something not extremely complex, but if you don't want something extremely simple as well. However, if you're just getting killers for perks, I would really highly recommend against buying him first because his perks just aren't that great overall. Moving on to Hag. For perks, I'm going to give her a 5. I think her perks are absolutely incredible. Hex the Third Seal is her first one, which is absolutely her weakest perk and really doesn't do that much. Every time you hit a survivor with a basic attack, it applies them with blindness permanently until the hex is cleansed. And I would say blindness is generally just one of the weakest status effects that you can apply to survivors because it doesn't really do that much. It just hides the auras of everything except for important killer interactables. Like for example, if you're playing Pig and the survivor has a head trap on, blindness doesn't prevent them from seeing the auras of the jigsaw boxes. So little things like that, blindness just doesn't affect. It only affects things like where survivors are on the hook, or where survivors are when they're downed, or if survivors are running windows of opportunity, or if survivors are running perks like Deja Vu, or they can see the auras of gens. This perk completely counters those, which can actually be very nice because, a lot of those are pretty popular perks. And if there's an uncoordinated team that wasn't paying attention to where the hook bubble was when someone got hooked, people aren't going to know where to unhook, like if they're not on comms. So against uncoordinated teams, this can actually be a very strong perk. But as soon as you go against a 4-man survive with friends that are all on comms, this perk practically does nothing. Her best perk is Hex Ruin, which is one of probably the top 5 strongest perks right now, if not top 10. This is another hex perk that regresses gens at 150% speed while they're not being worked on. And it is just so strong to the point where most survivors will pretty much go looking for Ruin as soon as they see that you have it. Like it's one of those perks that's so strong that it's very much an inconvenience if you don't find the hex perk because it synergizes so well with so many different killers, especially killers that have high mobility and can get survivors off of generators to get that slowdown without having to do practically anything. It is a phenomenal perk and one of the strongest gen regression perks right now, especially because there's so many other hex perks that can make it very miserable to try to get rid of Ruin, such as things like Thrill of the Hunt paired with Face the Darkness and even Undying, which gives it an extra life. So hex perks are just extremely strong right now. And like all hex perks, it is very much a risk because if you run Ruin and a survivor spawns right next to the Ruin totem, they can basically get rid of one of your perks permanently for the rest of the match. So it is a bit of a risk reward perk, but it is so good that the risk is worth it. And then she has Hex Devour Hope, which is also a very strong perk, not as strong as Ruin and very situational, but if survivors don't know that you have it or can't find the totem, it can completely give you a free win, even if you haven't hooked a single survivor up until the point where it gets strong. This perk's a little bit confusing, but I'll give you the basic gist of it. Every time a survivor gets unhooked while you're at least, I think, 24 meters away from the unhook, you get a token. And for the first 2 tokens, you just get some extra haste after you hook a survivor, which is, kind of nice. Like when you hook a survivor, it'll start this countdown of 10 seconds. And then after those 10 seconds, you get 10% haste for another 10 seconds, I believe, which is nice because you get some time to, find another survivor, and then you might get some extra speed while you're in chase with that survivor. But that's not really the main point of this perk. The best part of this perk is when you get to 3 tokens, every single survivor in the game becomes permanently insta-down until the totem is cleansed. So this essentially brings the game to a complete halt because survivors are basically forced to find this totem before they can do anything. But you may be like, oh, well, it's okay. They can just stay injured and then the totem basically has no effect on them. But if you get to 5 tokens on this perk, you can mori anybody regardless of their hook states. So if survivors let you get to 3 3 tokens, they're basically forced to find the Devour before the game can continue. So it's just fantastic pressure and fantastic slowdown in the mid game that can completely turn the tide of the match. And although this perk sounds extremely strong, the reason this perk isn't really considered meta per se is because the Hex Totem is lit from the beginning of the match. So survivors may find it and cleanse it before it even does anything. So it's probably one of the most risk reward perks in the game. But if you can get it activated to that 3 token threshold, you can do some crazy stuff with it. But there will be also some games where you get 1 insta-down with it, or you hit an injured survivor and reveal that you have Devour Hope and survivors find it before you're able to build any pressure with it at all, even if you got to the 3 tokens. So it really is the highest risk reward perk. For strength, I'm going to give her a 2. She just got nerfed so unbelievably heavily by the ability for survivors to just wipe away her traps. The counterplay to her used to be a lot more interesting, where you had to actually trigger her traps if you wanted to get rid of them, which I know is a hot take, but I personally found that really fun because, especially if you played with a coordinated team, you could forcefully pull her to different areas of the map, which just made for some really unique counterplay that you don't get against any other killer in the game. So I've always found Hag interesting to go against. But anyway, now that her traps can be wiped away just by survivors crouching up to them, just makes her so much worse, because now you have to actually put your traps in like hidden locations rather than just being able to put them in, you know, high traffic areas or in the middle of loops. This is kind of a pub stopper type of character where if survivors are on solo queue and they don't really know how to play against her, Hag will absolutely obliterate people, especially if she can get people into basement. However, as soon as you go against decent survivors or coordinated survivors, they will just absolutely destroy her. But there is the benefit of literally nobody plays Hag. Like, I have gone against maybe 1 Hag in the past 3 months as survivor. She is so rare to go against that a lot of survivors probably just have no idea how to counter her. So that can actually kind of increase her strength a little bit. For complexity, I'm going to give her a 2. She is very, very straightforward. She just puts traps down and then survivors trigger it if they go near it, and then you could teleport to them. Like, it's pretty simple. I would say the complexity just comes in where to put your traps, similar to, you know, any other trap killer in this game. Knowing the locations of where to put her traps and where there are high traffic areas on the map, and understanding where to put your traps so that it's like, you know, kind of hitting multiple different sources of safety for survivors. Like, for example, on RPD East Wing, where there's that staircase going up to the, you know, the burning helicopter, and then there's that hook right next to it. If you put a trap there, that's covering the doorway from the office, from the inside of RPD. It's covering the doorway from the outside of the front of RPD. It's covering the staircase. It's covering the hook, and it's covering the, you know, the vault spot at the top of the staircase. So having enough map knowledge to be able to put those traps in places where it hits those multiple sources of, you know, where survivors could come from makes it a little bit more complex, but realistically, her power is really not that hard to understand. For difficulty, I'm going to give her a 3. She's kind of similar to Nurse, where she kind of plays her own game that is completely different than every other DBD killer. So you have to learn her individually, and she's not really going to have skills that transfer over from other killers to her, because you never really chase survivors per se. Like, you kind of zone survivors into your traps, and knowing how to set up a proper web of traps, and if you teleport to a trap, knowing whether or not you should chase the survivor from that teleport or if you should replace that trap, and being able to efficiently set up your traps in good areas and knowing where to put traps so that you can actually get hits off of them. Because I'll see a lot of Hags that'll put traps just like in front of windows or pallets, but it doesn't give you enough time to teleport and hit the survivor before they can actually use that resource. So she's somewhat difficult to use, but I think she's one of the lower skill floor characters in the game if you have like a good general sense of map knowledge and macro gameplay, and you just, you know, spam your control button the entire game. So she's very much a strategy and control kind of killer, one of the few. So if you're really into that kind of stuff, then I think you'll find a lot of enjoyment out of her. And I find her to be surprisingly fast paced in at least the playstyle that I play her in. A lot of people say that she's slow paced and that's why they don't enjoy playing her. I don't really understand that personally. I mean, I get it because you're setting up traps for like a majority of the early game. I don't really find her slow paced personally because you're constantly teleporting around the map and getting free hits and replacing stuff and moving traps and et cetera, et cetera. Like, you're constantly having to think. And I find having to do thinking constantly to be something that makes her feel faster paced, if that makes sense. I don't really know how to describe it. Overall, I'm actually going to put her in the A tier above Myers purely for her perks. I think Ruin and Devour Hope are such phenomenal perks to add to your arsenal, even if you literally never play the Hag. Like, it's just so worth it getting those perks because they work well on basically every other killer. Like, there's certain killers that there'd be no point in running Devour Hope on because, you know, all of your hits are going to be with their special ability attack, which doesn't work with exposed. So you're not going to be able to get insta-downs with them. But on a majority of the killers, both of these perks are just so extremely useful that I think it's absolutely worth getting her for them. In terms of gameplay, I think it says a lot that there's basically nobody that plays her. Like, it just goes to show that most people don't enjoy playing as her, or they just think she's so weak that they just don't really like playing as her. She just has such a very niche kind of gameplay that's designed for a very specific type of person. So if you're not really that type of person and you don't really care for like the strategy and macro aspect of the game, and you just want to like chase survivors and get downs and stuff that way, then she's probably not the type for you. But I don't know, it doesn't hurt to try her. I didn't personally think I would like her, and she ended up being one of my favorite killers to play as in the game. All right, moving on to the Doctor. For perks, I'm going to give him a 3. His first perk is Overwhelming Presence, which is honestly a pretty underrated perk. If any survivor uses an item within 32 meters of your location, it makes them exhausted for 15 seconds, which isn't like that great of an effect. However, it also has the effect of if any survivor within 32 meters of your location becomes exhausted by any means, so it could either be by this perk or it could be by, the survivor's own exhaustion perks, then you see the aura of whatever exhausted survivor is closest to you for 4 seconds. So this perk is, surprisingly underrated. Like, there are some things that you can do. For example, if you have Mindbreaker, which makes survivors exhausted when they touch a gen. If there's a survivor that touches a gen when you're within 32 meters of it, you'll be able to see their aura. And you'll see that this perk goes on cooldown, so you'll know that somebody's aura is being revealed. Or if you pair it with perks like Genetic Limits, where every time you injure a survivor, they become exhausted. You'll be able to see their aura while they're running away and know where they're going. Or there's like a ton of add-ons that make survivors exhausted, such as the exhaustion add-ons on Huntress, where if you hit a survivor, they become exhausted with your hatchet. Or killers like the new Vecna, where if any survivor is in the radius of your undergate attack, they become exhausted, and aura rating is great on him, because as soon as you come out of your undergate attack, you'll still probably be able to see their aura and be able to get a free hit. So it's a surprisingly good perk just for their aura rating. His next perk is Monitor and Abuse, which increases your tear radius by 15% while you're chasing a survivor, but decreases your tear radius by 25% while you're not chasing a survivor. This is another underrated perk that I think works really well on very specific killers. For example, killers that have a limited time ability such as Oni or Myers or Plague, I think this perk works really well on because it pairs very well with another perk called Infectious Fright, which makes any survivor in your tear radius scream, revealing their location every time you down a survivor. And with Monitor, since your tear radius is increased while chasing a survivor, it's more likely that a survivor will be in your tear radius to, proc Infectious Fright while you have Monitor and Abuse active. But it's also a great perk to run with very, very niche builds to kind of make killers who aren't normally stealthy a lot stealthier. Like for example, Doctor has some add-ons where when his Static Blast isn't ready, his tear radius is reduced by a lot, and you can run 2 of those add-ons plus Monitor and Abuse to have a very, very small tear radius and do kind of a pseudo Doctor stealth build. So there are some fun things that you can do with it, and I would really recommend trying it. Another perk that I like to pair it with is Nurse's Calling, because on killers like Pyramid Head, for example, you can get closer to the survivors before they start to hear your tear radius, which makes it more likely that you're able to get hits through walls on the aura rating from Nurse's Calling. So there's some really interesting things that you can do with this perk, but I just never see this perk like almost ever, and it doesn't seem to be very popular. And then his last perk is Overcharge, which is definitely his best perk. Overcharge activates whenever you kick a gen, and the gen regression from Overcharge starts off worse. I think it's only like 80% rather than 100% gen regression, but then over the course of 30 seconds, I believe, it goes up to like 130%. So if survivors just leave that generator regressing, then it's gonna over time do a lot more than it normally would. But the other effect of this perk is whenever a survivor touches the generator after you had kicked it with Overcharge, it gives them a difficult skill check, which is generally not that hard to hit unless the survivors are pretty new or they're just not really paying attention. But the reason this perk can be really strong is if you pair it with other perks that make skill checks harder, it becomes a lot more difficult to actually hit this difficult skill check. So like I mentioned earlier, a lot of doctors like to run this perk with Huntress Lullaby or Unnerving Presence or Merciless Storm. So you could just make this huge, like impossible skill check build, which is actually decent slowdown throughout the course of the match because survivors will be missing skill checks so often. So it's not like a meta gen slowdown perk, but it is a pretty solid one overall and can work well with a lot of builds. For strength, I'm going to give him a 2. I unironically think he's like one of the 10 worst killers in the game. The issue with his ability is one of the main archetypes of him is just information gathering, and information gathering just isn't really that strong compared to, mobility or compared to strong anti-loop. And he does have good anti-loop too. Like you're able to basically guarantee a hit at every single pallet, but the problem is that it takes so long to guarantee that hit because you shock them, you get a little closer, you shock them again, you get a little closer, and it just takes so long to actually get hits on people. And the fact that he has no mobility means you have to catch up to them again and then do it all again after you hit them the first time. It just makes it very, very difficult to actually, obtain enough pressure to be that strong of a killer. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 4. You can play him in a very simple way where you just static blast whenever you don't know where anybody is so you can find people, and then you use use your static shock whenever you're chasing survivors. So if you just play him like that, then his complexity is basically a 1. Like there's really not much to it. But if you want to learn all of the intricacies of his kit, there's so much more complexity to him. Like knowing how much madness both of your abilities add to the survivors, knowing what madness does to the survivors, knowing all of the differences between all of the add-ons and what they can do to affect the survivors in madness, knowing when to use a static blast to increase the survivors' madness by a whole tier, even if you know where the survivors are, just for additional slowdown, understanding all of the interactables that survivors can or cannot interact with while they're in madness tier 3, understanding the exact timing of your static blast because there's a little bit of a delay to it on top of ping as well, understanding the distance of your static blast and the map layouts of certain tiles so that you can static blast through walls even if you can't see the survivor because you know where the survivor is going to be probably. Like there's a surprising amount of complexity to his kit despite how simple it may seem. And for that reason, I'm giving his difficulty a 3. He is not really that hard if you just do the thing where you just, you shock, you catch up to them a little bit, you shock, you catch up to them a little bit. Like he's not difficult in the sense that it's relatively easy to down survivors and hit survivors. It just takes a long time. So being able to actually get enough pressure to do well with this killer is relatively difficult. But if you're the type of person that like hates survivors that are stealthy and you lose survivors all the time, Doctor is great for you because he's really easy to find survivors because they'll just be screaming practically the whole game. And you can see the aura of like your fake doctors, which will be near survivors. And he's basically the most information heavy killer, like the killer that can give you the most information out of the whole roster. Overall, I'm going to put him in B tier below Billy. I think he is like one of the most middle of the road characters for new players to get because he's relatively straightforward and relatively easy to use, but he is pretty weak and his perks aren't like that great. And you can only really get good use out of your perks when you get a little more experience on the game and become better at killer. So I think him being almost in, smack dab in the middle of this list is a perfect placement for him. All right, moving on to Huntress. For perks, I'm going to give her a 1. I unironically think Huntress might have the worst perks in the game. Her perks are so god awful that I just kind of don't even really want to talk about them that much. But I'll give you the, gist of it. Her first perk is Beast of Prey, which makes it so that you become undetectable if you ever trigger Bloodlust, which means you've been chasing a survivor for too long without doing anything like breaking a pallet or using your abilities. You don't want to get into Bloodlust. Like if you're getting into Bloodlust, that means you're doing something wrong generally. So having a perk that's based off of getting into Bloodlust just isn't really that great to begin with. On top of the fact that undetectable while in chase doesn't really do much anyway, because you can moonwalk and basically get the same effect as undetectable. Realistically, the only time that undetectable would be good in chase is if survivors know how to heartbeat read, but then you're going against really good survivors anyway, and it'd be much better to have different perks on to deal with those good survivors. Like, yes, you could leave a chase with your undetectable and catch people off guard, which is probably the best use of this perk, but it's just still like, you don't want to spend such a long time chasing a survivor just to get this perk activated. Like, yes, there will be situations in which you're literally not able to catch up to a survivor because they're just really good, and then you should leave them, and having undetectable for 40 seconds when you leave them is kind of nice, but it's such a counterintuitive perk. You never really want to aim for being in Bloodlust. Her next perk is Huntress Lullaby, which I have talked about before. Basically how it works is every time you hook a survivor, it gains a token, which increases its strength, and every token makes skill checks harder. It basically reduces the time between the sound cue of a skill check and the time the skill check actually shows up. And then at 5 tokens, it makes the sound cue completely silent. And this on its own is awful. Like, most survivors can just completely ignore cleansing the hex perk and it's perfectly fine. And it won't really be that big of a deal. However, if you use this with that impossible skill check build that I've talked about before with Doctor, and you put it with things like Merciless Storm, or with things like Colorophobia, or with things like anything else that makes skill checks harder, then it can be surprisingly good. But then you have to basically dedicate an entire build to it, and it's just really bad on its own. And then her last perk is Territorial Imperative, which just quite literally shows you the aura of anybody that enters the basement. Like, it's so bad. And you have to be more than 24 meters away from the basement. It's so bad, so niche. 90% of your games, people aren't going to be going into the basement. And if they are, you're probably camping the basement anyway, and you're probably going to know about it anyway. So it's such a bad perk. For strength, I'm going to give her a 3. She is kind of on the higher end of 3. Like, she can be very, very powerful in the right hands, especially if you're good at Huntress and can go go for long shots, but also she's very slow and missing your hatchets can be very bad for you. So it's very hard for her to have good map control. So she can be somewhat hit or miss on certain maps. However, if you get really good at her, she can be super, super fun because of the shots that you can go for her. Like there's so many long shots that you can hit to injure survivors from, 30 to 60 meters away. And this can actually make her really solid because you're obviously injuring people very quickly. Plus, if you back rev a survivor, meaning you're right next to them and you hit them with a hatchet, you can almost 2-tap them and insta-down them. So there's a lot of situations in which she's really, really strong. Plus, she's probably the best killer for proxy camping if you're into that. I think proxy camping is a little cringe, but sometimes you got to do it. And she is very, very good at doing it because you can sit right outside of the anti-camp zone, but still be able to throw your hatchet to hit survivors, getting the unhook. And she's really, really strong in basement because she can output so much damage so quickly. So there's a lot of situations in which she's really good, but survivors who know how to counter her will greed pallets really well and force you into situations where you have to M1 them instead of using your hatchet, which kind of mitigates the whole point of her power. For complexity, I'm giving her a 1. She's probably the most simple killer in the game. She just has a hatchet that you can throw and you can charge it to make it throw faster and straighter. Like that's literally all there is to it. For difficulty though, I'm going to give her a 3. I think you can play her in a very straightforward way where you just get as close to the survivors as you can and then you use your hatchet when you're really close to them so you can get a double tap. But if you actually want to be like good at her and have good enough map pressure, you need to learn how to get those long shots, which can be quite the learning process. Plus you need to learn all of the weird hitboxes on different maps. Like sometimes there's like little branches that'll stick out of little loops that actually have collision with her power, and it's just super frustrating. So that could take some time to get used to, but overall she's not that hard if you just play her in a very, very simple, straightforward manner. So if you want a killer that can injure survivors at a distance, and if you like, for example, if you were a Call of Duty player and you always liked to use tomahawks or throwing knives, this is literally the exact same thing. So if you've always been somebody that has a good eye for projectiles and how to throw them and how to arc them properly, she can be one of the most satisfying killers in the game to play as. Overall, I'm gonna give her an A tier right above Hag, mostly for the fact that she's so simple to use that I think she's another killer that is just a great beginner killer to start off on. Like if I'm ever teaching anybody how to play killer and it's their first time playing killer, I'll most likely put them on either Wraith or on Huntress. I think Huntress is a little bit more difficult than Wraith because understanding how to properly time your hatchet throws and how to bait survivors into certain positions so that you can use your hatchet, it does take a little bit of extra effort, but she's so simple and straightforward that she's a great killer to play first. However, if you're going for perks, please do not level her up. Like her perks are so unbelievably awful unless you're doing that one, impossible skill check build with Huntress Lullaby. Her perks are just so useless. Just don't get her. All right, moving on to Bubba, the legend himself, one of my favorite killers to play against. For perks, I'm giving him a 3, and this is mostly for one perk, which is Barbecue and Chili. Barbecue and Chili is just a phenomenal, very easy to use information perk. It's not like meta or anything, but it's just such a nice kind of quality of life perk, especially on killers that have the ability to teleport or can move very quickly, because it just gives you information in the most crucial time to have information, which is after getting a hook. Whenever you hook a survivor, you can see the auras of any survivor that is like relatively far away from you. And this is just great because you know where to go next, which in a lot of times you don't know where to go next after hooking a survivor. Like it gives you great information on where survivors are working on generators. So if you have something like Ruin or Pop Goes the Weasel or any other gen regression perk, you know to go there so that you can get regression on it. It gives you the locations of survivors that might be hiding if you're trying to find a specific survivor. Like for example, if you're using Save the Best for Last, which we talked about earlier, where you need to hit the non-obsession, you can kind of tell who the survivor is based on their aura. And if you see where the obsession is, you can just go to somebody else. Like it gives you some really, really solid information throughout the course of the whole match that it's a great perk to just kind of throw on anybody and you'll get value out of it. Then he has Franklin's Demise, which makes survivors drop their items whenever you hit them with a basic attack. And then you can see the auras of these items if they're within 64 meters of you. This generally isn't that strong of a perk, but if you're going against like 4 medkits or something, it can actually prove to be pretty useful because medkits are really strong. But if you're going against things that are like toolboxes or maps or keys or flashlights or fog vials, pretty much anything but medkits, there's really no point in running this to, make survivors drop their items because like the best one would be for toolboxes, but survivors usually use their toolboxes up immediately. And then there's no point in them dropping them anyway because they already used them, And then with flashlights, it's only really decent because usually flashlight players are a little bit greedy and they want to get their flashlight back and you can take advantage of that. But with all the other items, like there's really no point, like it's not going to affect you that much if survivors use those items. So there's really not reason to use this perk. However, there's one specific combination that makes this perk so much better, and that's a perk called Weave Attunement. And Weave Attunement basically makes it so that any items that are on the ground have this radius where survivors that are near it have aura reading. So if you're hitting survivors in like the middle of the map to make them drop their items in very important areas, you're going to be able to see the auras of survivors around that radius very, very well. And it's a great combination, especially on killers that can get hits through walls or where aura reading is just extremely good on them. But even without those killers, it's nice to just be able to see survivors' auras through walls. Like they'll know that you have this because they get the little Weave Attunement icon on the bottom right of their screen. So they'll know that you can see their aura, but a lot of survivors probably don't even know what the perk does and don't really understand the downside that they're having. So you could just really easily cut off survivors or kind of mind game them in chase. Plus survivors that pick up their item again become oblivious for like 60 seconds or something, which is a pretty strong effect that makes it so that they can't hear your tear radius. So you can get a lot of pressure from that as well. And his last perk, Knockout, is okay. It doesn't really do much, but it's a decent effect. It makes it so that whenever a survivor moves further than 6 meters away from a pallet within 6 seconds of dropping it, they become 6% hindered for 5 seconds. I'm sorry, that was a lot of numbers. The gist of it is when a survivor throws a pallet and runs away, they become slower for a little bit. And this can be kind of nice to catch up to survivors, especially if you have a killer with high mobility so that survivors can't really get to another loop before you can catch up to them. Or if you're using someone that can destroy pallets really quickly like Demogorgon or Bubba, because you can break the pallets pretty quickly. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the issue with this perk is if you break the pallet before they're 6 meters away from that pallet, then the perk just doesn't activate, which I think is kind of dumb. I don't think that breaking the pallet should completely mitigate this perk because that's kind of the whole point of the perk. Like you don't want to just leave pallets up to get a little tiny bit of slower survivor when they go to a different loop. Like there are some instances where the loop is so long that if they throw the pallet and you kind of, try to bloodlust them by not breaking the pallet and keeping them in the same loop, it will be easier to catch up to them, which can be pretty helpful. But if they just go to a different loop, you have to leave that pallet up to get the effect essentially, or you have to wait like a certain amount of time before they leave the loop. I don't know. It's just kind of a difficult perk to use properly. But overall, a pretty nice selection of perks. For strength, I'm going to give him a 2. I think he can be really strong, and obviously he can guarantee a kill because he could just face camp in the end game and there's literally nothing anybody can do about it. But just in general, throughout the match, he's not that strong because he does have to actually chase survivors, and good survivors will make it very difficult for you to get insta downs with your chainsaw. Like they will force you into situations where you have to M1 them. And even while you're chainsawing towards them and they have a pallet, good players will know how to stun you with it to prevent you from breaking the pallet instantly. So he's really not that strong, but survivors who are really bad in chase can get absolutely obliterated as this killer, and you can snowball extremely easily as this killer. So there are some situations in which you can be a very, very oppressive killer. For complexity, I'm giving him a 1, mostly because he's literally just pull up chainsaw and you instant on survivors. Like there's nothing more to it. The only thing that I could, see an argument for having a little bit of a higher complexity is knowing the timing of your, tokens, because you have 3 tokens to extend your chainsaw a little bit longer, and learning the timing of that can be a little bit complex, but you can also just look at your HUD and use another token as soon as you see that your power gauge is about to be out. So it's really not that hard. For difficulty, I'm going to give him a 3. You can play him in the most mindless way possible, where you just like follow survivors constantly, and then as soon as you get close to them, you use your ability. But if you actually want to down survivors consistently and do it well, you have to learn how to moonwalk with his ability and do mind games while chainsawing, which is kind of jank because of his movement side to side. It makes it a little bit weird. So it's a little bit to get used to, and you have to learn and understand all of the weird hitboxes like you do with every other killer in the game, because sometimes you can hit something and go into tantrum when it just didn't look like there was anything there. Like you hit an air molecule. It's super strange sometimes, but I do think he is a very solid first choice for a killer that'll teach you a lot of good fundamentals because he has to actually chase survivors. So you'll learn a lot about the tiles and how to control the map without mobility, and when not to snowball pressure by slugging survivors. So overall, because of this, I'm actually going to give him an A tier right above Huntress, because I think he's about as easy to learn and easy to play as Huntress, while also having some decent perks that have some decent perk combinations. Moving on to Freddy Krueger. For perks, I'm giving him a 3. His first perk is Blood Warden, which is a really fun perk, but it's honestly not that strong. If an exit gate is open and you hook a survivor, it blocks the exit gates for like a whole minute, preventing survivors from leaving the trial, and you can see the auras of anybody within the exit gate area. So it's like kind of a funny meme perk that if you get it to work, it can actually get you from like 0 kills to 4 kills if the survivors are being super greedy. But there are many survivors who don't open gates and they 99 them, and there's a lot of times where you're not not able to actually get a hook on a survivor with an exit gate open, so sometimes you won't get it. Or if you do get the hook, it's way too early in the game, so the 60 seconds doesn't really do anything. The best possible situation in which you could use this perk is if you're able to snowball a lot of pressure in the endgame when there's a door open, and then you're able to hook a survivor and activate Blood Warden when the endgame collapse is like really low, because then there's literally nothing the survivors can do and they're stuck in the trial and they'll just all die to the endgame collapse. So it could be really funny if you can get it to work, but it's just so hard to set up and so situational. And if you really want it to work, you have to do a full endgame build with like no ed and Remember Me and No Way Out and stuff like that. That is just a very niche and not super powerful perk. His next perk is Fire Up. Fire Up is kind of underrated in my opinion. Fire Up makes you do almost everything faster the more gens are completed. So as the game progresses, you just get stronger and stronger. Every time a generator is completed, you become 6% faster at picking up and dropping survivors, damaging breakable walls, pallets, and generators, and vaulting windows. And these are all very useful ways of saving time, and vaulting windows faster is a great way to get free hits on a lot of killers, because you can zone survivors into a specific area and then vault the window, and then they just don't have enough time to get to another resource. Plus, picking up and dropping survivors quickly can be very useful to avoid pallet saves or flashlight saves, and even just to save a lot of time, like if you have to get to somewhere important quickly. Like for example, if you want to get to a pain res hook before a gen gets popped, being able to pick up faster can be useful. Or if you see something where you have to get to it very quickly for whatever reason, like for example, if survivors are about to pop a gen in your face and you have like Pop Goes the Weasel, for example, you could drop a survivor, pressure them off of the generator, and then use your pop, and then go pick up the survivor again and hook them. So there's a lot of pretty situational but useful times to use Fire Up, that it's just a nice middle ground perk that'll give you a lot of value on pretty much any killer in the game. And then his last perk is Remember Me. Remember Me is either extremely oppressive or does absolutely nothing. This perk makes it so that every time you injure the obsession, you gain a token up to a maximum of 5 tokens. And if you hit that 5 token maximum, it increases the time it takes to open exit gates by 30 seconds, making it take almost a whole minute to open an exit gate, which is absolutely absurd. And this is why it can be so oppressive, because if you're able to get that maximum amount of stacks, if you pair this with like No Way Out, which blocks the gates for 60 seconds already, on top of making them take 60 seconds to open the gates, then it can be absolutely crazy. But there's one stipulation that makes this perk have a chance of being completely useless, and that is the fact that this perk doesn't affect the obsession at all. So if the obsession is still alive in the endgame, they could just be the dedicated exit gate opener, and then this perk has done nothing. But if you're able to kill the obsession when you have maximum stacks before the endgame happens, then survivors are forced to deal with Remember Me, which can be very strong, especially if you have a full endgame build. So it's a very hit or miss perk, and if you're playing against, if you're playing in regular pubs against people who don't really know what they're doing, they're probably going to suffer from this perk pretty heavily, especially because a lot of people don't really run this perk, so a lot of people don't really know the fact that the obsession doesn't get affected by it. So it can be surprisingly strong in the right hands. For strength, I'm going to give him a 3. I think with his rework, he became a lot better because now he has multiple different ways of injuring survivors. He can either use his, snares to slow them down and then hit them before they get to a resource, and his snares are pretty good because they can hit through walls and stuff, or he can use his fake pallets to bait survivors into throwing a pallet, but then you can just hit them right through it, or he can also, do the thing where he triggers his fake pallets to instantly do a damage state, and if you get really good at zoning survivors into those pallets, he can trigger it and hit them at the same time to insta-down a survivor, which is really satisfying to pull off and very, very fun. Plus, he has the ability to teleport to generators, which can be very strong, especially if you're using things that give you information on, generator progress, like Hex Hivemind or Tinkerer, or if you're using gen regression perks like Pop Goes the Weasel to be able to get to those gens immediately to pop it. So he's kind of a jack of all trades kind of character where he is decent in chase and he has decent mobility and he has decent slowdown, because survivors who are asleep need to, go to a clock to wake themselves up if they want the best form of waking themselves up. So he's just overall a really solid killer right now. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 4 just because he has so many different things to his kit that it's kind of hard to learn it all. Like, you need to know so many things. His snares slow down survivors, but it only works if they're asleep. But his snares also advance awake survivors' sleep meters by 30 seconds. And you also need to know how to send the snares properly and when to use them versus when to use pallets. And then pallets will instantly put survivors to sleep, but also they can damage them, but also you don't have to damage them if you don't want to. And you can just make them throw it if you think that they don't know that it's a fake pallet. And also you have to understand that you can fake teleporting and know when to teleport to gens and know when to fake them, and knowing when to switch back and forth between your snares and your pallets is another skill in itself. So there's just kind of a lot to his kit and a lot to understand. Like, he's not that difficult to play as, I would say, which is why I'm giving his difficulty only a 3. Like, the main difficulty is learning when and where and why to use all of his abilities. actually using the abilities is really easy. It's just the fact that you need to know what situations to use each of them in, if that makes sense. So overall, if you want a killer that has just like a bunch of different abilities that all do different things, but you still have to chase survivors normally, like you don't just completely ignore chase, then I think he'll be pretty fun. And if you find a lot of enjoyment in endgame builds with like Remember Me, No Way Out, Noed, Terminus, Blood Warden, stuff like that, this is obviously the killer to get because he has two really solid endgame perks and another perk that's not necessarily considered an endgame perk, but it is stronger the further the game goes on. So overall, I'm going to put him at the top of B tier. I think he's generally a great killer to get for any reason, or you want someone that's decently complex, or you want someone that's decently difficult, but not too difficult, or if you just want some somewhat good perks, he is a great middle of the road licensed killer to buy. Moving on to Pig. For perks, I'm going to give her a 2, and that is purely for one perk in particular, which I'll get to in a bit. But her first perk is Hangman's Trick, and it's just not very good. It's a Scourge Hook perk, and the main effect of this perk is that you can see the auras of any survivor within 16 meters of one of those white hooks, only while you're carrying a survivor, which is just really like not that good. Like there's so many other aura reading information perks that are just way better than this that I just don't see any value in this perk. However, there is one other perk that you can pair it with called Jagged Compass, which is another Scourge Hook perk where if you ever hook a survivor, it actually turns that hook into one of the Scourge Hooks, which means if you're hooking a bunch of survivors in like very high traffic areas, like in the middle of the map, for example, or near main buildings or near where your generators are, you can eventually have this huge area where you could just kind of permanently see the auras of everybody on the map while you're carrying a survivor, which can give you a ton of great information. But if you just use it alone, it's so bad. It's really, really bad. Then there's Make Your Choice, which it's such an interesting and unique and fun perk on paper. But I just don't feel like with the amount of times that I've used this perk, I've just barely gotten value out of it, which I know could be a skill issue on my part, but it's so hard to actually get value out of this perk. And it only really works on specific killers that can teleport back to hook really easily or have high mobility. This perk makes it so that if a survivor is rescued from a hook at least 32 meters away from you, the unhooker becomes exposed for 60 seconds, meaning they can be insta-downed. And then your perk goes on cooldown for 60 seconds. So you basically have your own internal timer of when they're no longer going to be insta-kill or insta-down, I should say. And this sounds great on paper, but it's so difficult to actually get value out of it unless you're using very specific killers that can get back to the hook extremely quickly. So for example, a killer like Unknown or maybe a killer like Ghoul, they can actually take pretty good advantage of this perk, but any killer that takes a long time getting back to the hook and also has to chase the survivor, you're probably not ever going to really get value out of this perk because you spend so long getting back that the perk probably has like, 30 to 40 seconds left. And then if you're not able to actually like chase them in time and down them in time, then you're not going to be able to insta down them and get value out of this perk. And a lot of times, especially against good teams, people who are healthy and nearby will come take a hit for that survivor because it's much better to get somebody injured than obviously to have somebody insta downed, which can give them, a ton of distance. And the survivor is probably just going to pre-drop a bunch of pallets and just make it basically impossible for you to get that insta down on them. So it might work better in lower MMRs. So if you're like kind of a newer killer and you're in those lower MMRs where you're kind of going up against survivors that don't really know what they're doing, I'm sure you can get a ton of fantastic value out of this perk, but as soon as you start going against good survivors, it just kind of falls off. But her last perk, which is one of my favorite perks in the game, although I don't really run it super often, but it's just super fun, and that is Surveillance. And Surveillance is just a phenomenal information perk on generator progression and regression. So basically how this works is if a generator is ever regressing for any reason, the generator's aura turns white. And then if a survivor gets back on a generator that was regressing, it turns yellow for like 6 or 8 seconds or something. So you know that a survivor got back on it. And this is just so good, especially if you pair it with things like Ruin and Undying, because if a survivor ever lets go of a gen, you know that that gen was being worked on because it's going to be regressing. And then if they get back on it, it turns yellow, so you know they got back on it, so you can pressure that gen again. So this is a great perk to run on killers that have high mobility that can pressure people off of gens like Freddy or like Blight or like Ghoul or like anybody that can teleport like Springtrap, because it's really easy to just keep people off of those generators and it gives you just such phenomenal information. And even on things like Freddy, you can fake a teleport and people will most likely get off of a generator because obviously if you do teleport to them, they don't want to be near it. So if you fake a teleport, you'll see that survivors were working on that gen even if you didn't know that they were working on that gen because it'll turn white because they get off of it. So little tricks that you can do with that is just very, very useful. And it's also just a good perk on other gen regression perks like like Oppression, which if you kick a gen, it damages other gens as well. Or Surge, where if you basic attack a survivor, it blows up generators in a close proximity. Or even Eruption. Like it pairs really well with so many gen regression perks to give you great information on which gens are regressing and which gens are being worked on, that I just find a lot of value in it on a lot of killers. For strength, I'm going to give her a 2. The thing about Pig is she's really bad, right? But she's also extremely oppressive. Like there's no in between. It's very hard to explain. Going against a bad pig is the freest win of your life. But as soon as you go against a good pig that runs things like Thrill of the Hunt, Face the Darkness, you know, Phantom Fear, etc., that is so hard to counter and so unbelievably oppressive, because if you don't know, Thrill of the Hunt makes cleansing hex totems take a long time, and then Face the Darkness makes survivors scream intermittently, and the amount of time it takes to cleanse a totem that is cursed by Thrill of the Hunt is longer than the amount of time it takes for Hex Face the Darkness to make you scream, so you physically cannot cleanse a totem while Face the Darkness is active. It's awful. And having so many side objectives with the Hex totems, on top of the fact that she has her own version of side objectives with her head traps and some of the add-ons that she can run to make your head traps take longer to take off, and the fact that her stealth is actually pretty good now, so if you're injured while also taking your head traps off, it's so risky, she can surprisingly be pretty strong if you know what you're doing. However, if you don't know what you're doing, she's awful. Like she's just, her anti-loop is not very good. Like it was buffed and it's a lot better nowadays. Her stealth is also not as good, but again, it's a lot better nowadays, but she has no like map mobility or anything. So it's very hard to get map pressure, especially if survivors are able to take their head traps off and if they know how to counter her by not popping gens before head traps come off. Because as soon as you pop a gen, if survivors weren't like working on their head traps before the gen gets popped, then they pretty much can't participate in the match because they have to get their head trap off. So if you have like 2 survivors hooked and the other 2 survivors have head traps on, which has happened to me plenty of times, it makes it so difficult for survivors to come back from that, because one of the survivors that has an active head trap on has to go for an unhook, which means less time for them working on their head trap. So she could be very oppressive, and I can see an argument for her even being a 3, but I just think her lack of mobility and her lack of any real good chase ability makes her quite difficult to actually get those downs to kind of start, you know, snowballing with the head traps. For complexity, I'm going to give her a 3. I don't think she's too difficult, but she does have quite a few things in her kit to know about. Like you have to understand when and when not to crouch. You have to understand when and when not to use her stealth. And you have to understand when and when not to place your head traps, and whether or not you should target specific survivors that have an active head trap on or don't have a head trap on. So there's a little bit of complexity to her kit, but for how many different abilities she has, she's not actually that complex. Like she won't take that long to learn. And for difficulty, I'm going to give her a 3, and it's for kind of all of the reasons we've talked about already. Like you do have to actually chase survivors to get those downs, and you do kind of have to understand good macro gameplay, which is one of the harder skills to learn. So she's just way better the more experience you have in DBD. Like somebody that plays Pig for the first time, if they have 2,000 hours, will be completely different than somebody that plays Pig that has, you know, 300 hours, which obviously, like you could say that about most killers, but there are some killers that regardless of the amount of hours you have, it still takes quite a bit to learn, but Pig is just not really one of those killers. So she's not super difficult to use. But if you kind of like a mix of stealth and you also like giving survivors side objectives so they're not doing gens as fast, you'll probably enjoy playing this killer. And there's a lot of interesting builds that you can do with her to make her pretty fun to play as, especially nowadays with all of her quality of life changes. Overall though, I'm going to put her in the top of B tier. I think she's a decent killer to play as if you're a newer killer, because she's relatively easy to use, not super complex, and she's not like extremely weak or anything, but she only really has one decent perk in my opinion. So if you're going for perks, I wouldn't really recommend getting her, especially because you have to actually buy her with real money. All right, moving on to Clown. For perks, I am giving him a 5. He has absolutely phenomenal perks that are some of the most popular perks in the game right now. His first perk is Bamboozle, which is the perk that blocks windows when you vault through it for like 12 or 16 seconds or whatever it is. And this is so good, especially for killers like Bubba or Hillbilly, where windows are their weakness, but it's also just good on like pretty much every killer in the game. There's a few killers that, you know, obviously don't need to vault windows because they could just, you know, hit through them. So there's not really any point, like Huntress or like Nurse, stuff like that. But on most killers, Bamboozle is a fantastic perk to get you free hits and free downs, because it also makes you vault faster too. So not only does it block it, you can vault them faster, which can catch survivors off guard and get you free hits. I love Bamboozle. I run it on so many killers. I don't think it's like overpowered or anything, but it's a very fun perk and a very good perk. And it's a very common perk as well. Like a lot of people run it. His next perk is Coulrophobia, which used to be considered one of the worst perks in the game. But right now in this specific meta, it's actually very very, very strong, and I've seen a lot of killers running it lately. We mentioned it earlier, but Colorophobia makes it so that any survivor that's in your tear radius, their healing speeds are significantly slower and their skill checks are extremely fast. And I have multiple thousands of hours on this game, and I still miss Colorophobia skill checks because they're so fast. Plus, if you pair that with other things that make skill checks even faster, like Huntress Lullaby, for example, or if you pair it with things like Unnerving Presence, which makes the skill check success zones even smaller, it's really, really hard to hit these skill checks. And what a lot of people have been doing with Colorophobia is slugging with a killer that can get downs very quickly and has a decently sized tear radius, like for example, Blight, because you can down somebody and then go for somebody else. And then as long as you're near the downed survivor, it's so hard for other people to pick them up. Like the healing speed is genuinely slower than if the survivor just wasn't getting healed off the ground. Like it's faster for the survivors to not get healed and just let the, normal recovery bar go up than it is to actually get healed. It's kind of insane. So Colorophobia just has been really oppressive lately for killers that play in this playstyle where they just slug, and then it prevents survivors from being able to pick up survivors very quickly. If survivors do have We're Gonna Live Forever, which increases their pickup speed by 100%, it does counteract this perk. And if survivors have healing perks like We'll Make It or Botany Knowledge or other healing perks, it also can counteract this perk. But even though you won't probably know it because it's not very obvious when you're getting value out of this perk, you'll be surprised at how much pressure Colorophobia can actually put on survivors. And his last perk is Pop Goes the Weasel, which is one of the strongest gen regression perks in the game and has always been one of the strongest gen regression perks in the game. This is the perk where it's active for like 45 seconds after you hook a survivor, and then if you kick a generator, it decreases by like 20% instantly, or I guess 15% plus the 5% that you normally get with regular kicks. So this perk is just phenomenal for doing basically the highest amount of regression in one single kick of any perk in the game. So if you have a generator that's at like 90%, using Pop Goes the Weasel on it gives you so much value because it allows you to A, keep it regressing and keep it going down even further. B, it pairs well with a lot of other gen kicking perks like Nowhere to Hide, which is one of the most popular perks in the game, which lets you see the auras of survivors nearby when you kick a generator, and other perks like we talked about earlier, like Overcharge. It synergizes so well with so many perks. It synergizes so well with so many killers. Like it's one of those perks that you can run on practically every single killer in the game and get a ton of value out of it. It's so good. For strength, I'm giving him a 3. I think he's surprisingly underrated, and I think people are starting to see that he's actually quite strong. A lot of people, including myself, used to think that he was one of the top 5 worst killers in the game, which to be fair, he was at a certain point, but I feel like his buffs have made him so good and so oppressive in chase that he's actually like a lot stronger than a lot of people think. If you're really good at Clown and you know how to use both your purple and yellow bottles in tandem with each other, you can get downs on survivors even if they're like extremely good. And pretty much the only counterplay to this character is pre-dropping pallets because you can't really loop him. So you get rid of resources so quickly that on a lot of maps, you could just create a ton of dead zones. So he's actually quite strong and very easy to use. For complexity, I'd give him a 2. 1 star for learning how to use the purple bottles and 1 star for learning how to use the yellow bottles. Purple bottles slow survivors down and yellow bottles speed everybody up. So you have to learn when to use each, but it's really not that hard. You could play the entire game using just purple bottles if you wanted and be perfectly fine. Or you could play the entire game using just yellow bottles and probably be perfectly fine, although purple bottles are significantly better. So he's really simple to use. And for difficulty, I'm also going to give him a 2 because he's kind of just like, he's so brainless. Like you don't have to think at all. You throw a purple bottle at a loop where a survivor's going and then you get a free hit. That's pretty much it. Like he's really, really, really not that difficult to use. But if you want to be a good Clown player, you do have to learn how to use both your yellow and purple bottles in chase together to really like pinch them into a hit, which does take a little bit of practice and getting used to. So if you hate getting looped and you get really frustrated at survivors who are able to loop you, this is the anti-loop killer of all time. Like he has probably the strongest anti-loop ability in the game, and he can even deal with really good survivors pretty well. Overall, I'm actually going to put him right now at the top of S tier, even above Wraith, because his perks are just so good. He's relatively strong and easy to use, but I think because he has such good perks and he's just so well-rounded overall in terms of, not being too hard to use, not being too complex, and is pretty strong, I think he's one of the best killers that you can use as a beginner killer because his perks go well with pretty much every killer and he's just not that difficult to use. All right, moving on to the Spirit. For her perks, I'm going to give her a 3. Her first perk is Haunted Ground, which is kind of just very situational, but can give you some very good value out of it in some situations. This is a Hex perk that creates 2 different lit totems at the start of the match, and they're essentially just traps. So if a survivor cleanses them, all survivors on the map become exposed for, I believe, 60 seconds. And by itself, this isn't really that great of an effect. It doesn't pair well with a lot of killers that maybe use their M2 attacks mostly, or that don't have that great of mobility mobility, because by the time you probably down one person, your haunted ground is most likely going to be up anyway. So by itself, it's not very good. However, as soon as you start to pair it with other hex perks, such as Undying, which can let you trigger haunted grounds twice, or Hex Retribution, where when any hex totem is cleansed, you see the auras of everybody on the map for 20 seconds, which obviously pairs great with haunted grounds because now you can actually find people and take advantage of their exposed. So you can set up some fun gimmicky hex builds to try to take advantage of it, and you can even try to like defend them as though they're actually a good hex perk. Like for example, if you're playing Hag or if you're playing Trapper, you can trap those totems to kind of pretend that you want to protect it so that survivors are more likely to actually cleanse it. But overall, I've just found it very difficult to actually get good value out of this perk consistently. There will be a couple games here and there where you do actually get like 2 downs and it can be the reason that you snowball, but I feel like a majority of the time you're only going to get maybe 1. Her next perk is Rancor. Rancor is a very interesting perk. I don't think it's a very healthy perk, but essentially what it does is every time a generator is completed, the Obsession can see your aura. So they know that you have this perk if they're paying attention. But as soon as the last generator is completed, the Obsession becomes exposed, so they become insta-down, and if you down them, you're able to mori them regardless of their hook states. So basically what this perk means is there's one person in the end game that literally just can't do anything. Like they just have to leave or they have to hide. Like that can be very strong and secure you some kills. Because if you get a hook in the end game and survivors need multiple people there to hook bomb to get the save, but one of them is insta-downable and you know who it is because you could see who the Obsession is on the HUD, then they just can't come in for the hook save. So that makes it much more difficult for the survivors to get out. So even if you don't use this perk for its intended purpose of like, you know, downing and killing the Obsession, it's still pretty decent for dissuading them from doing anything to help, which can actually end up getting you more kills in the long run. And there's some other perks that can switch the Obsession. So it is technically possible to, you know, find your Obsession in the end game, down them, kill them, and then switch your Obsession and be able to do that again. And theoretically, it's possible to do that for all 4 survivors, although that sounds extremely difficult. And then her last perk is my personal favorite perk on her, and that is Spirit Fury. I already talked about this earlier, but it pairs really well with Enduring. Spirit Fury is the one where after you break 2 pallets, it becomes active, and then the next time you get pallet stunned, it instantly breaks that pallet. And then with Enduring, which makes your pallet stun duration faster, it basically breaks the pallet and you have no cooldown, so you can just kind of hit the survivor immediately. So this is a fantastic perk to get you free hits and free downs, assuming the survivors don't realize that you have it and they don't pre-drop. However, you have to run this perk with Enduring. Like if you don't run this perk with Enduring, there's basically no point in running it to begin with. So if you don't have Enduring, there's literally 0 reason to run this perk. It's kind of bad. But with Enduring, it's fantastic. For Strength, I'm going to give her a 4. She used to be S tier in my opinion, but ever since Iron Will got reworked, so now it does the full 100% silence, that perk has become kind of meta again. And just with the amount of pallet density pallets everywhere, there's a lot more opportunities for survivors to actually counter the Spirit. Granted, it's very hard to counter the Spirit, hence why she's still one of the strongest killers in the game, but it is a lot easier than it used to be. And the thing about Spirit's strength is she's so easy to play, and her counterplay is so different than every other killer that most of the average survivors, and even good survivors, just don't really fully understand how to counter her. I still struggle to counter her, and I have thousands of hours on the game. Her ability is just so unique that it requires a very specific mindset to be in to be able to counter her. For complexity, I'm going to give her a 3. On paper, her power is actually very, very simple. She only has one thing that she can do, and that is to phase. But learning about all the intricacies of actually phasing is kind of what makes her a little bit more complex. Her movement speed becomes super fast. You can see scratch marks, but you can't see survivors and you can't see blood. You need to understand what her ability looks like to survivors. So for example, that they hear a directional sound cue of where you are phasing as long as they're, you know, close to you. You also need to understand what her passive phasing looks like because she blips in and out of existence every once in a while. You need to understand when and when not to use your power. So she's not that complex in terms of she doesn't have a bunch of these different powers, but her one power is so unique that it becomes a little bit complex, if that makes sense. And for difficulty, I'm also going to give her a 3 kind of for the same reasons. She has a little bit of a skill floor of learning how to play her because she plays so differently than other killers. And a big part of the difficulty is understanding what survivors tend to do based on their perceived skill level. So for example, if you're playing Spirit and you see somebody who kind of seems like they don't know what they're doing, you have to read them in a very, very different way than somebody who's really good at Survivor. Because the people who are really good at Survivor will do the unexpected things, so you have to expect the unexpected. Whereas the people who are really bad at Survivor, they'll probably do the typical things, the very predictable things that Spirits have seen countless times. But overall, I think she has one of the coolest, most unique powers. So if you want somebody that her entire power revolves around listening, essentially, and you find that really cool, and you want somebody that has decent perks and is pretty strong, then she's probably the right one for you. And because of that, I'm going to put her right below Hag. I think Hag's perks are just way too good for Spirit to be above her, but but Spirit's gameplay is pretty decent for newer players because she's relatively easy to use once you get the hang of her, and her perks are somewhat decent as well. Moving on to the Legion. For perks, I'm going to give them a 3. Discordance is a fantastic information perk that pretty much makes it so that anytime 2 or more survivors are working on a generator, you get a loud noise notification and the gen turns yellow. This is fantastic information because knowing where 2 survivors are can sometimes let you know where every single survivor on the map is if you have good macro knowledge. But even just knowing where 2 survivors are, there's so many killers that can take advantage of this. Like for example, if you're playing Xenomorph or Springtrap or Freddy, you could teleport to that generator, and then now you're pressuring 2 different people, which means 1 less person doing gens. Or if you have some sort of gen regression perk like Ruin, it's a great way to know which gen is getting done quickly so you can get them off of it to get some extra regression. So there's so many things that Discordance can help with, and there's even like very niche specific situations. Like for example, if you're trying to find a very specific person for whatever reason, and you know where 2 people are, if you see Discordance go off in the distance, then you know where that person is. So you can just go to that immediately. So there's just so many cases of when Discordance can give you fantastic information that I just think it's a very, very good perk. The next perk is Iron Maiden, which is really not that good. It's a fun perk, but it's not that great. It makes you search empty lockers 50% faster, and then any survivor that gets out of a locker becomes exposed for 30 seconds and screams. That second part doesn't really matter. Realistically, the only killer that can actually take advantage of that second part is Artist, because if you didn't know, survivors that enter lockers when they have crows on them immediately dissipate the crows. So it's kind of a good counter to that if you're playing as the Artist. And then the first part of this effect where you search empty lockers faster is only really useful on Huntress and Trickster because they reload at lockers, so it makes their reloading faster. And even on those characters, it's not that good. It's really satisfying because it's so quick, especially if you pair it with other add-ons that make the reloading even quicker. And there are some situations in which, for example, if you have no hatchets on Huntress, you can zone the survivor into a corner and then you reload so fast that they're not able to make it to another loop. And a lot of survivors will try to make distance while you're reloading, and Iron Maiden can kind of prevent that. So there are some useful situations, and it's a fun perk on those killers if you like to play those killers. But besides that, it's not really good. Like if you run this on any other killer, you're probably not going to get any value out of it at all. It'll just be a complete waste of a perk slot. And their last perk is Mad Grit, which is just a meme perk. This pauses the wiggle progression of a survivor that you're carrying if you hit somebody while you're carrying them. So in the best possible scenario, it kind of counters sabotage builds and people who are just generally body blocking to try to get somebody off of your grasp. But the issue is this rarely ever happens, and usually even if they are doing this, you're able to get to a hook anyway, or you could just drop the survivor and then have them slugged, and then you have a ton of pressure anyway. So pretty much the only time people ever run this perk is with a build called the Backpack build, which consists of Agitation, which makes you move faster while carrying a survivor, Iron Grasp, which makes their wiggle progression take like 25% longer or something, Mad Grit, which pauses the wiggle progression, and then Starstruck, which we'll talk about later, which causes anybody in your terror radius while carrying a survivor to become exposed. And with this build, you just go around the map carrying survivors and essentially chasing people while you're carrying a survivor because you're faster than them with Agitation. So it's a very niche, gimmicky meme build just for the fun of it, but there's kind of no point in ever running this perk outside of that build. So the reason I have their perk score at a 3 is purely because of Discordance, because I think Discordance is such a phenomenal perk to have, and it pairs well with pretty much every killer. For strength, I'm going to give them a 2. Since their rework, they're certainly a lot better than they used to be, but they're still super weak because you have no ability to down survivors outside of that 5th hit in your frenzy. But if you're playing against any competent team, that's literally never going to happen. The only time you're able to get a 5th hit on a survivor to down them is if the survivors don't understand what they're doing, because it's so easy to avoid it by just not all being grouped up and not fully mending yourself until the frenzy is up. So if you're playing against any competent team, the only way to down survivors is to actually chase them as a basic M1 killer with no power, which can be very difficult, especially on certain maps, like for example, Larry's or Preschool, which are very, very survivor-sided. So that's why they're so weak, although you can kind of mitigate your weaknesses with chase perks, such as Coup de Grace, which we'll talk about later on the twins, or things like the Enduring Spirit Fairy build or Bamboozle. So there are ways to make Legion feel a little bit oppressive, but in general, they are pretty weak. For complexity, I'm going to give them a 2. I would give them a 1 because they're kind of just like run fast and stab people power, but there's like a little bit more complexity to that, like understanding how Killer Instinct works and knowing when to pop your power even if people are injured, and knowing when to vault versus when not to vault, and understanding the whole thing thing about getting your 5th hit to down survivors. There's like just a little bit more complexity than just run fast and stab people, so that's why I give him a 2. For difficulty, I'm gonna give him a 3 though, and this is purely because you have to actually chase survivors without a power. Like against bad survivors, Legion is like a 1 in terms of difficulty, because all you gotta do is use your power to injure them, and then survivors who aren't good are just gonna keep healing, and they're not very good in chase, so it's really easy to just waste a lot of their time and get free downs. So in lower MMRs, I would say their difficulty is a 1, but as soon as you start going against good players, their difficulty becomes a lot higher, specifically because you have to down them with no power, and that can be very tough against people who know what they're doing. But overall, Legion is a great, simple killer to use and to learn when you're newer to the game, or newer to killer rather, because you can play them in a very easy, mindless, simple to use manner, where if you ever see someone healthy, you just go into your power and stab them, maybe try to get a couple other injures if people are nearby, and then just catch up to a survivor, cancel your power, and get a down. So because of their simplicity, I'm gonna put them at the top of A tier, right above Bubba, mostly for their gameplay, because I think it is a very simple to use killer that is good for beginner killers, and having Discordance is great because it works on pretty much every other killer in the roster. Plus, you'll get so much practice out of actually having to chase survivors with Legion that it'll make you get a lot better a lot quicker. Moving on to the Plague. For perks, I'm giving her a 5. She has absolutely phenomenal perks. One of them is Corrupt Intervention, which is widely considered one of the best perks in the game. This blocks the 3 furthest generators from your spawn point for 2 minutes. And the reason this is so good is because it just forces survivors to come toward you if they want to do their objective, which means it's easier for you to start building up pressure before any gen progression gets done. And you are at your absolute weakest when the game starts as killer. So having something that delays gen progression and makes it faster for you to start snowballing pressure is an absolute godsend, and it's super, super good. You should note that it becomes disabled as soon as somebody goes down, but in general, by the time you get somebody down, the survivors have already moved to your side of the map anyway. They're not just going to be like waiting near those 3 generators waiting for somebody to go down so they can start working on it. So that stipulation doesn't necessarily matter. The only other downside I'd say to this perk is if you spawn in the middle of the map, which does happen occasionally, it can make the blocked generator spawns very weird, because the furthest generators from you can be technically any of them because they're kind of in a circle around you. So if you spawn in the middle of a map, a survivor literally might spawn next to a generator that's not blocked. But it's still a very strong perk, and it's really good on trap killers or killers that need to set up, such as Demo with his portals or Singularity with his cameras. But it's realistically good on every single killer in the game, regardless of their power, just because the effect is so strong. Her next perk is Dark Devotion, which is probably her worst perk, but it is very fun on specific killers. This perk makes it so that if you injure the Obsession by any means, your tear radius is transferred to them, and then you become undetectable. And this is such a fun but kind of gimmicky perk that allows you to turn a non-stealth killer into a stealth killer and get some surprise hits or surprise downs. For example, it's really fun to use on someone like Bubba who can insta-down, and then if you hit the Obsession, you can completely leave them and go to somewhere else, and survivors won't expect you to be there, so you can potentially get a free down. But it's good on a lot of killers, especially ones that just have high mobility, or even killers that can just get a ton of damage off of you if you're outpositioned, such as Trickster, or Plague if she's in her Corrupt Purge. Like, there's a lot of different killers that can take advantage of this in a very interesting and unique and fun way that I really enjoy this perk, and it's one of my favorite kind of gimmicky niche perks to use. Then her last perk is Infectious Fright, which is one of my personal favorite perks because it can completely change the tide of a match. You can go from getting a 0k to a 4k just simply with this perk and a good snowballing killer. This is the perk that makes any survivor in your terror radius scream if you down a survivor, and this is an extremely useful perk on specifically killers that have a limited time boost of power because it allows you to take more advantage of that limited time. So for example, killers like Plague with Corrupt Purge, or Myers with his tier 3, or Oni, or even people like the new Vecna who has World Breaker mode. It's a great way to get a lot more value out of your limited time ability because you can slug and find people nearby, and on people like Oni, that can be the difference between losing or winning the game. Plus, there's another perk that you can pair with this one that we'll talk about later on Singularity called Forced Hesitation, which is essentially the same exact condition of any survivor that's within your terror radius. When you down a survivor, gets the perk activated on them, but that perk gives them a massive slowdown effect, so they become super slow. So if you pair that with Infectious Fright and you know that they're slow, it's really easy to take advantage of them. So overall, it's great for them. On other killers, it's not necessarily as good, especially killers that don't really have any mobility, because it kind of makes it difficult to actually take advantage of them before the other survivor can get picked up from the slug, especially because one of the most popular survivor perks right now is We're Gonna Live Forever, which completely counters slugging. However, there are some instances in which you can take take advantage of it. And it's a general nice thing to know if like survivors are nearby going for a flashlight or a pallet save. So it kind of completely counters that because you kind of just know whether or not survivors are nearby to get a save. But in general, I would recommend just keeping this on killers that have a limited time ability like Oni, Plague, or the other ones that we mentioned. But a fantastic set of perks that I would highly recommend getting, especially for Corrupt Intervention, because that's one of the strongest perks in the game and works well with every single killer. For strength, I'm going to give her a 4. I actually think that she is one of the stronger killers in the game because she just has so much map control and pressure without actually needing to be anywhere. Her ability to keep people permanently injured for the entire match is really helpful. And you'd think I'd say the same thing about Legion, but people can heal if they really need to against Legion. If you heal against the Plague, that means you have to cleanse, which gives her a very strong secondary ability that can absolutely snowball into the Plague winning the match. So Plague kind of puts survivors in a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation. And the best way to counter her is to not cleanse until endgame, which pretty much guarantees that the entire team is going to be injured the whole time. And if survivors are cleansing throughout the match, you're more than likely going to have 2 or 3 survivors that are infected. So if a healthy survivor goes for a hook save, for example, they're going to become infected just from that. Or if they touch an infected gen, they're going to become infected. So it's extremely easy to keep people injured for the entire match. And obviously, if you're hardcore controlling an area, just being able to catch a survivor off guard, if they're not like pre-leaving, it's a super easy way to get downs. So yes, she has a lot of counters, such as cleansing in an area where she's never going to go to begin with, and then just not cleansing for the whole match until it's endgame. She's still a very strong character in the right hands. For complexity, I'm going to give her a 3. On the surface level, she just has 2 abilities. She has her green puke, which can infect pretty much every interactable object in the game, as well as survivors. And then she has her red puke that she can pick up from pools around the map that just does damage instead of infecting. So her basic fundamentals aren't very difficult, but you have the complexity in knowing that continuously puking on an injured survivor makes their infected timer go up way faster, learning all of the objects that you can actually puke on, including exit gates, totems, even windows. Like there's quite a bit of things to learn on this killer. And for difficulty, I'm going to give her a 4 because it's pretty hard to actually get used to the projectile of her character. Like it has very strange physics where you kind of have to aim almost in front of a survivor for it to hit them because there's so much like delay and it's kind of heavy, if that makes sense. And trying to actually puke on survivors, regardless of whether or not it's your green puke or your red puke, while they're in a loop is a lot harder than it seems. Because if they're able to curve around a wall, it's very difficult to actually hit them. And with ping, sometimes you'll, puke on them with your green puke and you'll see them scream and have the animation as though you puked on them, but then they don't get sick. Or with your corrupt purge, you'll see the corrupt purge go through their body and then it just doesn't do anything sometimes. So there's a lot of things that you need to learn about this killer on how to keep pressure up around the map and how to utilize your corrupt purge well and how to keep certain objects infected so that you can get information on the whereabouts of survivors. But once you learn how to play her, you can absolutely obliterate survivors that don't really know what they're doing. So I am going to put her surprisingly in the S tier, and that is mostly because of her perks. I think all 3 of her perks are great and work really well on a lot of killers, especially Corrupt Intervention, which is just one of these staple perks that you want to have. And she's just overall a relatively strong killer. So if you're willing to get over the hurdle of the complexity of her kit and the difficulty of her kit, then you can get some great value out of her, because if you're newer to killer, you're most likely going to be going against newer survivors that don't like to stay injured. Moving on to Ghostface, I'm going to give his perks a 4. They're all very solid perks that are super helpful on a lot of killers. The first one is Furtive Chase. This one gives you undetectable and 10% haste for 18 seconds after hooking the obsession. And this can be a great way to get to a specific area faster and stealthier after you hook your obsession. So on killers that have high mobility, such as Ghoul or Springtrap or Demogorgon, who can teleport to the other side of the map, and then they can have this 10% extra haste while also being undetectable for almost 20 seconds, it can be surprisingly good and can catch a lot of people off guard, and it's a great way to keep pressure up around the map. But even killers that don't really have mobility, such as Deathslinger or Trickster or Bubba, you can still get a ton of great value out of this effect because you're faster and undetectable. So a lot of survivors that aren't paying attention will get completely thrown off, which gives you a free hit or even a free down. And if you're on an indoor map, it makes this perk even scarier. Plus, if somebody unhooks the obsession, they become the new obsession, so you're able to keep switching obsessions and keep getting this effect. Plus, you can pair it with other perks like Nemesis, which makes it so that if a survivor ever blinds you or stuns you, they become the new obsession. So pretty much you can hook the obsession every single time in chase to get this effect almost every single hook. So this basically means you're chasing the obsession every single chase, which means you can get value out of this perk almost every single hook. His next perk is I'm All Ears, which is a fantastic aura rating perk and is a staple on a lot of killers' builds. This perk makes it so that any survivor that fast vaults within 48 meters of your location reveals their aura to you for 8 seconds and then goes on cooldown for 30 seconds. So basically, the first time a survivor fast vaults a window or pallet in chase, you'll see their aura for 8 seconds. And this is so unbelievably good on killers that can get hits through walls or through windows. So it's great on someone like Nurse or Pyramid Head or both Vecnas, but it's even good on people like Deathslinger or like Huntress who can get hits through windows and bait survivors back in front of those windows to get the free hits. I absolutely love this perk and love to run it on killers that utilize aura rating really well. But even if you're not using one of those killers, it's still a pretty decent perk because 8 seconds is quite a long time in a chase. And if survivors are staying in the same loop, you'll get a surprising amount of value out of it, even if you're just an M1 killer with no power. Plus, if you pair this with another perk that we'll talk about later called Lethal Pursuer extends other aura rating perks by 2 seconds. So you'll be able to use I'm All Ears to read the auras of survivors for 10 whole seconds, which is a crazy amount of time in chase. So I love this perk. I don't see it very often, surprisingly, but it is a great perk, so I'd really recommend trying it out. And then his last perk is Thrilling Tremors, which is kind of just a side grade to things like barbecue and chili. Every time you pick up a survivor, any generator that is not being worked on becomes blocked for 16 seconds and reveals their auras to you in white. So the main point of this perk is that it shows you where survivors are currently working on generators. And this is great if you have killers with fast mobility that can get to those generators quickly, and maybe you're running like a gen regression perk like Pop or like Ruin, so you know exactly where to go after you hook a survivor. But the problem with this perk is that there are a lot of ways to counter it. Like survivors can just let go of their gens and then you have no idea what gens they're working on. And waiting 16 seconds really doesn't matter that much. Like they could heal during this time or cleanse a hex totem, and then the 16 seconds doesn't really do anything. And if you're running gen regression perks like Ruin or Pain Res, this perk is kind of counterintuitive to run because generators can't regress while they're blocked. So you need to really make sure to look at your full build and make sure that it's worth bringing this perk, but it can give you some fantastic information on which gens are being worked on. For strength, I'm going to give him a 1. I genuinely think he's like top 3 worst killers in the game right now. It is just so difficult against a decent team to play well as this killer because you have to chase survivors with no anti-loop ability to be able to get use out of your power. And there are so many times, especially with the amount of pallets that are on the maps nowadays, there's so many times where survivors can just pre-drop everything while they're exposed to just completely prevent you from being able to take advantage of the fact that you fully stocked them. Plus, if you're playing against really good teams that are coordinated, they'll just have people that aren't stocked come take hits for the exposed person, which A, gives the exposed person more distance, B, it reduces the amount of time that you have to down that exposed survivor, and C, if the person that was body blocking and took the hit had stock on them, like for example, if you 99 them earlier and you're forced to hit them, that completely removes all of their stock progress. So it's just way too easy to counter this killer if you know what you're doing. So I just generally think that he's really bad right now. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 2. All he really does is stalk survivors and then makes them insta-downable. But the reason it's not a 1 is because you do have to know things like how leaning actually stalks faster than just stalking normally, and that hitting survivors that have stock completely resets it, and understanding that you can 99 your stock to be able to utilize it later makes him a little bit more complex, but realistically, he's not that difficult. But for difficulty, I'm going to give him a 4 purely because of how weak he is to use. It is so hard to get 4Ks with this killer unless the survivors just don't really know what's going on. But I will even have games where I can tell that the survivors aren't really good and they're not even really looking behind them, and I still struggle against them just because he's so weak and they can just keep going from pallet to pallet and throwing pallets. And then as soon as you go against good survivors, it's basically GG's. Like there's nothing you can really do about it. However, he is the best stealth killer in the game. So if you like that stealthy playstyle and you enjoy kind of traversing the map in unconventional manners and jump scaring survivors, this is absolutely the killer for you because he has by far the best stealth in the game. Overall though, this may be surprising, but I'm actually going to put him in the A tier, mostly for his perks. I think he has a great set of 3 perks that are useful for a bunch of different killers, and he's really not that hard to use and will teach you a lot of the fundamentals of chasing survivors. So it's a great licensed killer to get early in your DBD killer career because even though he's extremely weak, you're going to learn so much from playing him and so much from chasing survivors that you'll get really good at every other killer in the game. Moving on to the Demogorgon. First perks, I'm giving him a 3. His first one is Cruel Limits, which blocks all windows for 30 seconds every time a generator is completed. And this is a surprisingly strong effect that I'm surprised that I don't see a lot of people running it. It can be extremely good on a lot of killers, especially killers like Oni when they're in their ability, or Hillbilly or Bubba where windows are their weakness, because it can trigger at the most random time when survivors aren't expecting it. Like the survivor could literally be running toward a window and then a gen pops in the distance and then the window becomes blocked for them and they're just screwed. So it could be surprisingly useful on most killers. The one killer I think this perk works best with is Plague, because she has an add-on where every time a gen gets completed, it automatically puts her into Corrupt Purge. So every single time a gen pops, you go into Corrupt Purge and every window on the map becomes blocked. So you can just go on a complete rampage. But in general, even on any other killer, it's still a fairly strong effect that can get you a ton of free hits and a ton of free downs for survivors that don't really know that it's going to happen. You can also pair it with things like Bitter Murmur, which shows you the auras of survivors every time a generator is completed. And if you have something like Noed in the end game, when the last generator gets popped, all windows get blocked, all survivors become exposed, and if you have Bitter Murmur, you see the auras of every survivor on the map. Like there's a lot of fun combinations that you can do with this perk. His next perk is Mindbreaker, which is a really simple perk, and it's just a great way to not deal with exhaustion perks for a majority of your match. This perk makes any survivor that's touching a gen permanently exhausted and permanently blinded until they let go of that gen. So this perk essentially completely counters exhaustion perks. Like it really hard counters Sprint Burst, because a lot of survivors like to 99 their Sprint Burst, and working on generators is a great way to do that while also progressing the game. But with Mindbreaker, it pauses the exhaustion timer, so they'll just be using Sprint Burst maybe like 20% of the time. And it's also just good against every other exhaustion perk, especially Lithe and Overcome, because generally if you go to a survivor on a gen, they're not going to be able to walk for the 5 seconds that it takes to actually get rid of that exhausted status effect before you can hit them. Like if you're playing really poorly and survivors are good, they will be able to get rid of it and they will be able to get use out of their exhaustion perks. But in general, it prevents a lot of situations in which exhaustion perks would just make you take another 30 seconds of downing survivors. It's particularly strong on killers that can get to generators quickly, whether that be via a teleport or quick speed like Hillbilly or Blight, because otherwise survivors can pre-leave by walking and then use their exhaustion perks. And then his last perk is Surge, which is just a really decent gen slowdown perk for any killer that uses their basic attack. It just makes all gens within 32 meters of your location instantly explode by 8% and start regressing. And it's not a bad perk at all, but 8% really isn't that much. But if survivors aren't working on said gens, the extra regression that it'll get does actually make it worth, because this can hit multiple gens, especially if you're on a double story map like Gideon Meat Plant, where it'll also hit gens on the other story as well. So it's really good on killers that M1 like Spirit or Deathslinger or Cenobite to just get some extra slowdown around the map without you really having to do anything. For strength, I'm going to give Demo a 2. He was a lot stronger back in the day, but right now with the pallet density changes, he is just so much weaker than he used to be, especially because right at the specific moment, there's a bug where every survivor can see your yellow portals around the map, regardless of where they are. So they just permanently know where your active portals are basically the whole time, which obviously makes him significantly worse. Plus with the pallet density changes, behavior kind of turned the game into more pallets, but weaker pallets. And the weaker pallets tend to be loops that are more curved than like rectangular with straight lines, which completely counters Demo's ability to use his shred. Like the game used to have a ton of straight lines and a lot less pallets. So there were so many moments in which you can use your shred to get free hits, but now you just can't really do that anymore, which makes him a lot weaker. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 3. If you never use your portals, then he's super easy to use. You just have to understand that the longer you hold your shred, the further you'll go, and the fact that the shred can break pallets. But I would say the big complexity to his kit is learning and understanding how his portals work, because you can place portals pretty much anywhere, and they're invisible to survivors to start with. But as soon as you teleport from one to another, those two portals become what's called active, where you can see their auras in yellow, and the survivors are now able to also see them and cleanse them to get rid of them. But you also need to know that survivors that are cleansing them become oblivious, so you can sneak up to them. So there's like a lot of things to learn about kind of how the survivors can see your portals and what they can do with your portals and how it affects them that you wouldn't really know from just playing the killer. And the fact that if survivors are near your portals, you can hold your shred to see killer instinct of them to get free information. I feel like there's so many Demogorgons that don't even know that feature exists. So there's like a lot of little things that you would never know if you didn't read about his power or if you didn't see other people doing it in gameplay. So that's why I gave him a 3. And for difficulty, I'm also going to give him a 3, simply because being able to utilize your portals effectively is actually surprisingly hard, because survivors are able to get rid of them so quickly. So you need to understand the correct placements for your portals and where to put them so you can get the most value out of them, while also kind of surprising survivors that are nearby, like if you hide your portals behind walls and stuff, but also utilizing your portals for free information by putting them in high traffic areas. Like because of the complexity of his kit, utilizing him to his maximum potential is quite difficult, to the point where so many Demogorgons basically never use their portals and they just use his shred. But I don't think he's anywhere near as hard as some of the other mechanically skilled killers on this list. Overall, I'm going to put him in the B tier. I think he's a solid middle of the ground killer to get. You can play him in a really easy to use way where you just place your portals wherever and then you teleport to them and then you just use his shreds in loops and you can get some decent value out of him. And all three of his perks can work pretty well on a majority of killers. So he's just a very average middle of the road killer on basically all aspects. Moving on to Oni. Oni used to have some of the absolute worst perks in the game, but there have been a couple buffs and a couple reworks to other perks they synergize with that have actually made his perks a little bit better, so I'm giving him a 2 for that. Blood Echo is definitely his worst perk. It just makes it so that every time you hook a survivor, every injured survivor on the map becomes exhausted and gains hemorrhage for 30 seconds, and that just doesn't really do anything. Like a majority of the time, unless you're playing someone like Legion or Plague, most people aren't going to be injured anyway, so you're maybe giving 30 seconds of exhaustion to a couple people every time you hook a survivor, but there's just so many other better ways of giving exhaustion to people that there's not really a point in running this perk ever. Like Blood Echo gets significantly power crept by things like Mindbreaker or things like even genetic limits. Even though they don't necessarily give exhaustion for this long, it doesn't really matter. Like if the survivor has a couple seconds of exhaustion, that's still almost the same thing as having 30 seconds of exhaustion in a lot of situations, if you're in chase at least. The hemorrhage can be nice if you have things to find the injured survivors after you hook a survivor, like Barbecue, because then you can maybe prevent a heal and make them lose all of their healing progress. But I just don't think this perk is ever really worth running. And there's so many other perks that just do the same thing, but better. His next perk is Nemesis, which is usually not that good of a perk, but with Furtive Chase and a couple other obsession perks like we've talked about earlier, it can actually be quite good. This is the perk that transfers the obsession to anybody that stuns you or blinds you. And whenever your obsession switches to another survivor, they become oblivious for 60 seconds and their aura gets revealed to you for 8 seconds. Oblivious is actually pretty scary on some maps. So even with that effect alone, you can get some free hits or maybe even some free downs, or you could just make survivors too scared to do anything. But the main effect of this perk with the whole obsession switching thing is really nice to pair with certain obsession perks. If you're using Furtive Chase, like we mentioned earlier, you get so much more value out of that perk that it's a fantastic combination. Or if you're using things like Dark Devotion, you can trigger Dark Devotion so much that you could choose whether or not you want to take advantage of Dark Devotion getting procced. So by itself, this perk doesn't really do that much, but as soon as you start pairing it with other obsession perks that require you to be doing something with the obsession to get value out of them, it can become quite strong. And then his last perk is Zanshin Tactics, which is basically just windows of opportunity, but for killer. It shows you the auras of any pallets and windows within 32 meters of you. And that effect is pretty bad. Like it's a lot stronger on survivors because they have to use these resources, but for killers, you don't really need to know where they are. Like it can be useful if you don't really understand some of the tile layouts, or if you don't know whether or not a pallet has been thrown. But after a few hundred hours of experience, you will have the knowledge to be able to understand all of the tiles in the game, if not most of them, and be able to remember which pallets have been thrown and which ones haven't. And it can be sometimes good on certain killers that want to block off resources, such as Wraith to body block, or even Clown to throw his gas. And it can be sometimes useful for that. But the main reason this perk is decent is because it has this kind of new secondary effect where every time a survivor drops a pallet, their aura is revealed to you for 5 seconds. And just like we talked about with I'm All Ears, this can be extremely strong on killers that can utilize aura reading very effectively, such as Pyramid Head or Pinhead, or both Vecnas or Unknown. So it can be a surprisingly useful effect. And I feel like not a lot of people even know that this effect exists. They just think it's like the old version where it's just the windows of opportunity, but for killer. So I don't think I've ever run into a killer that uses it, but it's really not that bad. For strength, I'm going to give Oni a 4. He is one of the strongest killers in the game, and he recently was updated to make him essentially brainless to play, because now pretty much anybody can do a complete 180-degree flick in his power. It just makes it very difficult to have any sort of counterplay while he's in his power, to the point where he's just like kind of annoying to play against nowadays. He used to be one of my favorite killers to verse because I thought he had a very fair power, but now that anybody can do a complete 180-degree flick, you're not really able to have that much counterplay to his ability anymore, because being around corners and being around walls doesn't really do much anymore. So I definitely think that they need to look into this because it's kind of becoming a huge issue right now. But this is probably one of the best killers in the game that can turn a 0 kill game into a 4K in the matter of like less than 30 seconds. This is one of the biggest snowball killers in the game. I know I've mentioned snowball a lot, but I don't know if I ever explained it. Snowballing it's like rolling a snowball down a hill. It just keeps building up and keeps getting bigger and bigger, right? And snowballing in this game it's that, but for pressure. So with this killer, since he has such a strong limited time ability, if you're able to get multiple downs during that ability, that can absolutely snowball your pressure into winning the game. So this is just a phenomenal killer with a fantastic power. And realistically, the only weakness is if people have a bunch of healing perks or if survivors really prevent that first hit. So you're not able to get them injured and get blood to start actually using your power. But as soon as you start using anti-healing perks and you're able to get people hit pretty quickly off the start of the match, you're able to be in your power so frequently that you could just get a ton of downs really quickly. Plus he has great mobility too, so you can really have good control of the map. For complexity though, I am going to give him a 4. There's a lot to his kit, like knowing that he does have a passive recharge rate, but it doesn't fill you to full, and understanding which actions give you the most amount of blood and which actions that the survivors do that'll drop blood, knowing how to curve and how to use his ability, and knowing the timing of how to M1, like do a basic attack while you're into your ability to get an insta down or to break a pallet without just left clicking and injuring someone, and understanding the movement of his ability and the demon dash can be a little complex at first, but you'll get the hang of it. For difficulty, I'm giving him a 3, mostly because of all these complexities. You have to really understand when to pop your power versus when not to pop your power. But if you're running a build that has like infectious fright and forced hesitation, at that point you may as well just pop your power as soon as you get it, even if you're chasing an injured survivor, because it's so easy to get a down with his power that you'll just get so much value out of it and keep people injured so much that you'll be in your power a majority of the match anyway. Overall, he's a very strong killer that becomes pretty easy to use after a few hours of practicing on him. And if you like those killers that have a limited time ability where you have basically a ticking timer to do as much damage as possible, you'll really enjoy this killer. Plus he's super fast paced as well. Overall, I'm going to put him at the top of B tier, mostly for his gameplay. I think after a little bit of practice, he's a very fun and relatively easy to use killer that you can get a ton of value out of. I just wouldn't recommend getting him for his perks because they're not super great unless you really want to get like Nemesis or something so that you can do the furtive chase build. But that's such a specific build that I just don't think he's worth buying for his perks. Moving on to the Deathslinger. For his perks, I'm going to give him a 4. His best perk is by far Dead Man Switch, which is one of the most widely used perks in the game and is considered one of the best perks in the game. This becomes active every time you hook a survivor, and as soon as any survivor lets go of a gen, it blocks that gen for 35 seconds, which is a very long time. So even if 2 survivors are working on a gen, if one of them lets go to like go for an unhook or something, it'll block that gen. So if there's survivors that are playing solo queue and don't really understand how this perk works or forget that the killer has it can be super frustrating. And another reason this perk is so good is because it pairs well with the most popular killer perk in the game, which is Scourge Hook Pain Resonance. Because Pain Resonance, whenever you hook a survivor on a Scourge Hook, it blows up the highest progressed gen. And if a survivor is working on it, it kicks them off of the gen, which activates Dead Man Switch. So not only does it blow up the gen, it blocks it for 35 seconds. And then as soon as it becomes unblocked, that generator keeps progressing. And the survivor's not just going to sit there for 35 seconds waiting for Dead Man Switch to run out. So you're going to get way more value out of Pain Res because the gen is going to keep progressing even after it becomes unblocked. And there's certain killers like Artist or like Doctor that can force people off of generators with their ability. So let's say you're playing Doctor and you see a generator that's about to be completed. You could just static blast to force them off of the gen and then it gets blocked, which gives you the potential of coming back to it later with like a Pop Goes the Weasel or some other gen regression, or it just simply prevents survivors from completing that gen for at least 35 more seconds. So it's just a great perk to run on any single killer in the game, but it does have some counterplay. Like good survivors that know how to counter this perk will just go to a random gen that has no progression and pop Dead Man Switch on it. And at that point, it's just completely wasting that perk. And there's also survivors that understand that you're using this with Pain Res and will let go of the survivor, let the Pain Res hit the gen without them on it, and then will get back on the gen and just commit to holding it while somebody else goes and chase. And then your Dead Man Switch just never really activates. But overall, a phenomenal perk that I would highly recommend getting. His next perk is Gearhead, which is a very underrated information perk. Anytime a survivor loses a health state, the perk activates for 30 seconds. And while active, if any survivor hits a good skill check, you see their aura for 8 seconds. So you're going to be able to see survivors' auras around the map while they're working on gens so frequently throughout the match that it's really easy to understand which generators are being worked on and where survivors are. The issue with this perk is I don't believe it makes any sound cue when a survivor hits a good skill check. So you kind of have to be constantly looking for it after you injure a survivor to actually get good use out of it. So I think a good quality of life update for this perk would be to give you a little sound cue when whenever this perk activates so that you know to look for an aura, but it's still a very underrated information perk that can give you so much information on pretty much any killer in the game. And his last perk is Hex Retribution, which we talked about earlier. This is a hex perk that makes survivors oblivious for 60 seconds whenever a survivor cleanses or blesses a totem. And I could be misremembering, but I believe this perk gives you the oblivious status effect as soon as you touch the totem. So even if you touch it for 1 second, you get the oblivious for 60 seconds. And oblivious, like, it's not one of the strongest effects, but it can be very useful, especially on certain maps like indoor maps. But the main effect of this perk is whenever any hex totem is cleansed, you see the auras of every survivor on the map for 20 seconds. And this is a decently strong effect, especially if you pair it with Haunted Ground, but it's also just good if you're just in the middle of chase with a killer that, you know, takes advantage of aura reading, like we've talked about, you know, multiple times in this video, because 20 seconds of aura reading in chase is so long, to the point where you're able to get someone from healthy to downed within that period of time if you're using a killer that can take good advantage of it. So any of those killers that can get hits through walls, or killers that can get long range hits like Deathslinger or Huntress, can take great advantage of this to get a ton of free hits. For strength, I'm going to give Deathslinger a 3. I think he's a very well balanced and middle of the road killer right now, who's really strong in chase but really lacks outside of chase. So if you're not able to get downs quickly, you're going to struggle quite a bit because he's a slow killer that has no map mobility. So you basically have to be good at getting downs really fast to do well with this killer. But he's a very simple killer, so I'm giving his complexity a 2. On paper, he's a 1 because he just has a gun that can shoot people and reel them in. But there's just a little bit more to that. Like, you need to understand the difference between reeling a survivor backwards versus forwards. They both take the same amount of time, but reeling backwards makes the survivors wiggle side to side a little less drastic. Actually, a lot less drastic, I should say. And you have to understand when it's worth it to let the survivor break the chain to make them deep wound, and understanding the hitboxes of all of the maps, like what you can and cannot shoot through. That takes a lot of time and is relatively complex. So while yes, he seems really straightforward, he just shoots his gun and then gets hits, there are some more complex things that you need to learn about this killer to do well with him. For difficulty, I'm going to give him a 3, mostly because it's pretty hard to keep pressure up around the map, especially if you're missing your shots. Missing a shot is so unbelievably punishing because not only do you have to wait the cooldown of the actual shot, you know, going out and coming back in, you also have to reload, which makes you super slow. So survivors get a ton of distance, plus you're a 4.4 killer, which means you're slower than normal killers. So catching back up to them takes even longer. So you really have to get good at aiming his gun and understanding the travel time of his spear so that you can go for lots of shots and get downs as fast as possible to keep up the pressure around the map. And again, just like we talked about with Demo, because of the pallet density update, there's so many pallets that are pretty unsafe, but they're round instead of square, which generally means that you're not able to use your power. And since you're a 4.4 meters per second killer, so you're even slower than the standard 4.6, they can actually take an extra loop or two around these pallets because you just have to hold W to catch up to them. So while he's not that difficult to play in the sense that it's relatively easy to hit shots on survivors, just the nature of his power and the maps and the pallet density nowadays makes him a lot more difficult to use. But overall, if you've been somebody that really enjoys first-person shooters and you have great aim and you understand travel time, this is one of the most fun killers in the game for those types of people, in my opinion. Like, if you are someone who likes to quick scope on COD, you'll love this killer because it's basically that, but in Dead by Daylight. Overall, though, I'm going to put him right in the A tier below Hag because he's pretty straightforward to use. He's pretty simple while also having a very solid 3 perks that are helpful on pretty much every killer in the game. Moving on to Pyramid Head. For perks, I'm going to give him a 2. He has some really bad perks, but there are a couple things that you can do with some of them that make them a little good, albeit very situational. His first one is by far his worst perk, and that is Deathbound. Basically, how this perk works is whenever a survivor finishes healing another survivor for a full health state, the healer screams, revealing their location, and then if they're ever 4 meters further from the person they just healed, they become oblivious until they're injured again. So it's a decent perk to keep one person oblivious for like a majority of the match, but oblivious just isn't that strong of an effect for it to be worth an entire perk slot just to have one person oblivious the whole game. Like, especially if you're going against a 4-man that's all in comms, oblivious doesn't really do anything because they could just call out where the killer is the entire time. So while yes, this perk will allow you to get some free hits or free downs in certain situations, and especially on indoor maps, it's just not really worth a perk slot, and there's just a lot better oblivious perks out there. His second perk is Forced Penance, which is pretty much only good against very good teams that'll take hits for each other. This perk makes survivors broken for 80 seconds if they take a protection hit. So if, for example, you're carrying a survivor to a hook and somebody takes a hit for them, they can't heal for the next 80 seconds. Or even if a survivor is just body blocking for somebody that, like, you may be tunneling, for example, it prevents them from getting healed. It's just the anti-body blocking perk, and it can be very effective in doing that. Plus, there's certain killers where the counterplay is body blocking, such as Ghostface or Wesker or Twins, and this perk is great on them to actually get value out of that status effect. But the thing is, most survivors don't actually understand that counterplay of body blocking, so realistically, you're not going to get consistent value out of this perk because most survivors don't body block to begin with. You're only going to get value out of this perk once you're going against good teams. And his last perk is Trail of Torment, which is just a worse version of another perk called Unforeseen, and they practically do the same thing. Trail of Torment makes it so that when you damage a generator, it makes you undetectable for 30 seconds, and the aura of the gen that you damaged becomes revealed to all survivors in yellow, so they know that you have this perk. It's not like you're going to catch survivors off guard with your undetectable, and the reason this is so outclassed by Unforeseen is because Unforeseen does the exact same thing without revealing the gen's auras to survivors. Like, Unforeseen places your terror radius on the generator that you kicked and doesn't reveal the aura to survivors. Trail of Torment is just so outclassed by that, but the only reason that it's better than Unforeseen is if you pair it with a perk called Dragon's Grip. And Dragon's Grip, which we'll talk about for the next killer, Blight, makes it so that any survivor that touches a gen within 30 seconds of you kicking that gen screams and becomes exposed for like 30 seconds or something. So Trail of Torment is good with that perk because survivors can deactivate your trail by touching the generator, so it kind of forces them into a lose-lose situation where they either don't touch the generator so that they don't become exposed, but then you stay undetectable, or they do touch the generator, and then if you're nearby, you might be able to insta-down them, but it gets rid of your exposed. So that's like the only time ever that this is useful compared to Unforeseen, and on a majority of the maps anyway, Undetectable doesn't really do anything to begin with, especially if you're against players who are on comms. For strength, I'm gonna give him a 3. He can be super oppressive if you know what you're doing, and unfortunately good pyramid heads just M2 fake the entire game, and it's literally the most boring thing ever, but it is quite strong. Like, if you just hold your sword in the ground, you just wait for what the survivor's gonna do, and then if they drop the pallet or vault the window, then you hit them, and if they don't, then you hit them anyway. So if you like to play in the most miserable, boring way possible, you can force survivors into lose-lose situations no matter what they do, if you know what you're doing. Because a lot of times you can use your sword, and then you're able to literally body block the resource that the survivor's going to. So although a lot of people will claim that Pyramid Head is just a bunch of 50-50s, if you're good at Pyramid Head, you turn those 50-50s into like 80-20s or even 90-10s. You can guarantee a hit at so many different resources. Plus, you have the ability to cage survivors if they step in your trails, and that is a great way to avoid anti-tunnel perks like DS. It can be a great way to avoid pallet saves and flashlight saves, and if you quickly need to do something, it saves a lot of time because you don't have to carry the survivor to a hook. But if you're playing him in an actually fun way and you're going for shots through walls and you're going for cool hits and you're not just M2 faking the entire game, then he is a little bit weaker, but he's still pretty strong. Because if you're able to read the survivors and if you have aura reading perks like I'm all ears, you can get a lot of really cool hits. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 4. He's definitely one of the more complex killers just because of how his trails work. Like, you have to understand what his trails do to begin with, like the fact that you can place them down, but you can't place them down on staircases. You can't place them down within a specific radius of hooks or generators. You can't place them in the basement. Like, there's so many places where you can't actually place your trails, and you have to understand how to force survivors into your trails. And then once they're in the trails, what the benefits are of them being, you know, infected by the trails, or tormented, I should say. And it allows you to get some extra information and chase because they have the trail on their character. It allows you to cage them, and you need to understand all the benefits of caging a survivor. It also allows you to quickly mori somebody if they're dead on hook and tormented. Plus, you have to understand that, like, you can move somebody that's in a cage if you go sit next to them for a couple seconds, which can be very beneficial to you. And just understanding when to use his power is a little bit complex. So because of all of these complexities, I'm gonna give his difficulty a 4. If you play him in that really boring M2 fake way, his difficulty is probably a 3 or a 2 even, because it's just so mindless. But if you play him in a normal, fun way, it does become a lot more difficult because you have to actually predict survivor movements to get a bunch of hits. But if you enjoy going for those prediction shots, it is super satisfying to hit them, especially if you don't have aura reading and it's just purely a guess. So he is a really fun killer if you're going for those cool shots, especially if you run that one add-on that makes his range extremely high the longer you actually have your sword in the ground. You can go for some crazy hits, and it's really fun. But overall, this is actually going to be the first killer that I'm putting in D tier. I don't think his perks are worth getting at all. I think he's way too complex and way too difficult for the amount of strength that he has, that I just don't think he's worth getting for anybody that's newer to killer. Moving on to Blight. For perks, I'm going to give Blight a 4. He has some incredible perks. He has Dragon's Grip, which we just talked about, which is definitely his worst perk. It's the one where after you kick a gen, it's active for like 30 seconds. And then if a survivor touches it within those 30 seconds, they become exposed and scream. And it's kind of a fun gimmicky perk, but it doesn't really work well with a lot of killers, especially because the exposed is only 30 seconds, which really isn't that much time. And even if you stick near the gen and kind of proxy it, most survivors aren't going to like touch the gen if you're nearby. So you kind of have to be a decent distance away, which already removes like half of their exposed by the time you catch up to them. So it could be good on killers that can maybe teleport back to the gen, like Demo or Unknown or Freddy, but you're likely not going to get as much value out of this perk that you would think. However, his other two perks are phenomenal. He has Hex Blood Favor, which blocks all upright pallets for like 12 or 16 seconds or something every time you injure a survivor. And this is so unbelievably good, especially on killers that have high mobility, because if survivors get hit, they just have to use windows. Like they're forced to use windows because all of the pallets become blocked. And if you're playing somebody with high mobility, like Blight, for example, you can catch up to them and basically get a free down because they can't throw the pallet. So this is one of those hex perks that survivors basically have to go cleanse. Otherwise, it's going to be a huge pain in the ass for them. And then his last perk is Hex Undying, which is just the perk that gives another hex an extra life. And that already is a really good effect because you can keep perks like Ruin or Devour Hope up for longer, or you can trigger Haunted Grounds twice. But it's also good because of its secondary effect where you can see the auras of any survivors within like 4 or 5 meter radius around Dull Totems. So even if you run this perk by itself, so you have the maximum amount of Dull Totems on the map, you'll get some surprisingly decent aura reading information, especially if there's totems that spawn in high traffic areas like in Shack. It can get you a surprising amount of free hits. Like I'd actually recommend running it once just to see how much value you can get out of the aura rating itself. Like yes, it's kind of RNG on where the totems spawn, but I really do think you'll be surprised at the value you can get from just running Undying. But in general, the main effect is to keep other totems up alive longer. So you should ideally run this with other hex perks. For strength, I'm giving him a 5. He just got nerfed recently, but he's still considered the second best killer in the game. And before that, some people were arguing that he might have been better than Nurse. I don't personally think he's ever been better than Nurse because he's a lot more map dependent than Nurse is. And Blight has to deal with a lot worse hitboxes than Nurse does, but he is still extremely strong just simply because of his high mobility. Like he can pressure the entire map very quickly. If he gets a hit on you and he has his power up, he can catch up to you almost instantly. Like he is the highest mobility character in the game, and mobility is one of the strongest things that you can have as killer. Plus, if you get super good at him, you're able to actually use him in loops to get hits before they can even make it to a resource. So he is just absolutely insane. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 3. He's not super complex, but there are some things that you have to learn about how his kit works. Like you have to learn the distance of his bounces. You have to understand that you have to bounce at least once to be able to get a hit. You have to understand the complexity of his curves and how to attack to be able to curve further. You have to understand the fact that you have to wait for the very last second to where your body's basically touching a survivor if they're out in the open so you can guarantee a hit. You have to understand how to counter crouch teching and all that stuff. And you have to understand all of the terrible hitboxes in this game that'll make you slide off of objects or bump into things that don't look like they'd be a hitbox. And because of all of this, he is one of the most difficult killers in the game to play as, so I'm giving him a 5. The main difficulty of this killer is A, learning all the hitboxes, learning what you can and cannot slide off of, and learning how to take advantage of those hitboxes, and then B, learning how to use his power in jungle gyms and in loops, because that's how you separate a really good Blight from just a decent Blight. Plus, there's a huge difficulty spike as soon as you go to an indoor map. Like if you get Blight on Larry's, he is absolutely miserable to use, so you really have to have good map knowledge about where you can and cannot use your ability to get hits. Because if you use your ability at the wrong time, you get a really hefty slowdown, which gives survivors a ton of distance. So he is a very difficult killer, but he is by far the fastest paced killer in the game. So if you enjoy things that are extremely fast paced, or if you just have TikTok brain, this is the killer for you. Overall, I'm going to put him at the bottom of S tier, mostly for his perks. Blood Favor and Undying are fantastic perks on pretty much every single killer. And he is just one of the strongest killers in the game that you can get a lot of value out of. Even though he's pretty difficult to use, you could still get a lot of value out of him as a newer killer, unless you go against good survivors. But he is super fun and is one of the most popular killers in the game because of how fun he is. So he's one of my highest recommended killers to get. Moving on to the twins. For perks, I'm giving her a 3. Her first perk, Coup de Grace, is one of my favorite perks in the game. Every time a generator is completed, you get 2 tokens. And if you lunge, you consume a token, and then your lunge is increased by 75%. Sorry, 80%. I just looked it up. This is an extremely long lunge, and so many survivors will just not expect it that it gets you so many free hits and so many free downs, especially if you pair it with like Enduring Spirit Fury. So you can use Coup to basically force survivors to drop the pallet on you to be able to use your Spirit Fury. It is such such a fun perk to use, especially on killers that, you know, have to M1. So I absolutely love this perk. I think it's one of the most fun killer perks in the game, and I love running it on so many different killers. Her next perk is Hoarder, which is just so awful. It's so bad. This perk gives you a loud noise notification on any survivor that unlocks a chest or picks up an item, but it also spawns 2 extra chests in the trial. It's so bad. Like, you never need to run this perk. It could kind of be useful if you use Franklin's Weave Attunement, because then you know when a survivor picks up an item, so you know that they're oblivious. But like, it's not a good effect. Like, it doesn't really matter if you know that they do that. So I would really never recommend running this perk ever. And then we have Oppression, which is pretty decent. Whenever you kick a gen, it also damages 4 other generators as well. And if there are any survivors working on the selected generators, they'll get a difficult skill check, but then it goes on cooldown for 35 seconds. So this is a decent perk if survivors have been splitting a lot of gen pressure, because it can cause gens that people aren't working on to start regressing without you having to actually go to them. So for example, let's say you're on like Dead Dog and people are working on like the Gallows gen or the top story main gen. You can use Oppression on a generator that's easily accessible and cause those other generators to start regressing without you having to spend a long time getting up to them. So it can be really useful for that. And the difficult skill check will catch a lot of people off guard, especially the first time you use it on them. And they'll most likely miss it the first time unless they're really locked in, which can give you an additional, 10% regression on the gen because they missed the skill check. But after the first time, they're going to be paying attention for it. So it won't really do much unless you're against bad survivors that can't hit skill checks. So it's a decent gen regression perk. It's just unfortunately pretty outclassed by a lot of other gen regression perks. So if you're going to run gen regression, there's kind of no point in running this one when you could run other things like Ruin or Pop or Turn Back the Clock. For strength, I'm going to give the twins a 4. She is very, very oppressive if you know how to play her. And because there's maybe like 4 twins players in the entire world, most survivors don't know how to counter her. But even if there is a good survivor that knows the counterplay and they're playing solo queue, they're just not going to be able to counter her because the whole counterplay is sticking with a partner. So she is very strong. If you're ever in Victor, you're guaranteed a hit. Like, Victor is probably the least counterable thing in the entire game. So if you know how to play her, and assuming the survivors don't all have We're Gonna Live Forever, you can absolutely obliterate teams. For complexity, I'm giving her a 4. She is very complex just in the sense of knowing when and when not to use Victor on top of all of the things that Victor does. So for example, if you use Victor in Chase and you hit a healthy survivor, then he attaches to their head and makes them incapacitated and makes them oblivious and prevents them from getting in lockers or leaving through the exit gate, which the exit gate thing doesn't really matter because as soon as she downs them, they can just crawl through the exit gate. So I don't even know why that exists. But also taking advantage of survivors that don't really know that removing Victor freezes them in place for like half a second, and knowing whether or not you should use Victor to down an injured survivor or to use it on the healthy survivor if they're nearby. And if you leave Victor dormant, knowing that it gives you killer instinct and understanding when you can recall him, or knowing that if you look up, you go further, or if you look down, you go less far. Like, there's so many things that you need to know about Victor to be able to use him to his max potential that she is pretty complex. Like, even just the fact that you have basically 2 killers on the map at any given time, just that alone in terms of like map control makes her more complex than other characters. And because of all these complexities, I'm giving her difficulty a 4. While yes, it's very, very easy to get free injures and free downs while you're in Victor, understanding when you should and should not use Victor is quite difficult and requires you to have a lot of practice and a lot of skill, especially with macro gameplay on this game. Understanding when to slug and when not to slug is another huge skill that she needs because slugging is one of her most powerful things. So she's overall a very difficult killer, and there are a very few amount of people that actually play the twins because most people don't find her fun to play as. She has so many bugs. She's really not that interesting to play as for a majority of people. And a lot of people, if they're ever playing against the twins, they just go next because she's so boring to play against. So overall, I'm going to put her in the C tier below Nurse. The only reason I would ever recommend buying her is for Oppression and Coup. I wouldn't recommend her in terms of gameplay, considering that there's like basically nobody that plays the twins, and I feel like that says a lot. But she's the only killer in the game where you can control 2 separate killers in different areas of the map. So if that sounds interesting to you, maybe you'll want to try her out. Moving on to Trickster. For perks, I'm giving him a 4. He has fantastic perks. His first one is Hex Crowd Control, which blocks windows every single time a survivor fast vaults through it, up to a maximum of 6 windows, but it can keep cycling. So like if a survivor blocks 6 windows and then they go block another one, the very first window that they blocked becomes the new one, if that makes sense. So it'll keep blocking windows infinitely, but only 6 total ones can be blocked at one time. So this is a very, very good Hex perk that can be especially good on killers that have windows as their weakness, like Hillbilly or Bubba. Although usually you run Bamboozle on on that perk, so you don't really need to run crowd control. But it can be pretty solid to force survivors away from loops or to force them to use the pallet inside of that loop to just remove resources around the map really early in the match. His next perk is by far his best perk, and that is No Way Out. This is a fantastic perk that works on every single killer in the game. You basically need to hook every survivor at least once to get the full effects out of this perk. But if you do that, as soon as a survivor touches a gate, it blocks it for an entire minute. So this is basically a second chance perk to get as many kills as you can in the end game. So it's great just by itself, but it obviously pairs extremely well with killers that have high mobility that can get to that gate quickly, because when they touch a gate, it gives you a loud noise notification, so you know that it started. If you have a high mobility killer that can get to that gate, you know that's probably a free injure, because usually there's not that many resources near gates, although that depends on the map. But also, if you're running something that's like an endgame build where you have Remember Me, which makes it take another 60 seconds to even open the gates as soon as No Way Out ends, or if you have things like Noed or Blood Warden, like you can really make a brutal endgame build with this perk. So phenomenal perk, would highly recommend using it on every killer in the game. There's not really any single killer that doesn't take advantage of it. And his last perk is Starstruck, which we talked about earlier with the backpack build. It's the one where whenever you pick up a survivor, any survivor that comes into your terror radius while you're carrying a survivor becomes exposed for like a whole minute. This is a decent perk, and it can be somewhat good on certain killers, but it only really works on very specific killers that have good mobility and have to M1 survivors with a basic attack. The issue with this perk is it's kind of hard to get value out of it because you have to either drop or hook a survivor to start chasing the person that's exposed. And by the time you catch up to them, a large chunk of their exposed status effect will already be gone. But if they just pre-drop everything, they could just completely avoid it. So I would say the main effect of this perk is actually more passive than it is active. And that is to keep survivors who are affected by Starstruck away from you and to kind of make them cower in fear a little bit so that they hide and don't really do anything risky. And that could be a surprisingly good effect. Like I've gone against a ton of killers that have Starstruck, and I just don't want to go for saves or don't want to work on gens that are really important to get done, because if the killer comes to me, I can be insta-down. So it makes survivors very, very passive, and that can be a nice effect. For Trickster's strength, I'm giving him a 3. He's another one of those killers that essentially has no counterplay in chase, but then has basically nothing outside of chase. So he can get downs really quickly, but he can't apply very good map pressure. So a lot of his time is wasted reloading his knives and walking around from, gen to gen. And on certain maps where survivors can W key really effectively, like Larry's or even his own map, Trickster's Delusion, he really sucks on it because that is the one counter to his ability, is just holding W and running away so he can never hit you with his knives. But as soon as you're able to force survivors into a loop where you could just hit over the loop, there's quite literally nothing they can do about it and they just go down. So he's really strong in that sense. Plus he's one of the best snowball killers, especially if you have survivors in the basement, because he could just output so much damage, especially if he's in S tier and has his main event active, that he can go from one person on the hook and 3 people alive to everybody downed in the matter of seconds. Like it's kind of crazy. For complexity, I'm giving him a 4, and that's mostly because of his recent rework. He used to just be, throw knives and do damage, but now there's a lot more complexity in terms of, the different tiers and what they do, and knowing when to pull up your knives versus when to just M1 somebody, knowing when to reload versus just chasing somebody. And also, again, like all of the other projectile killers, understanding the hitboxes of the maps to be able to actually throw your knives through little holes or over objects. There's just a lot of little things that you have to learn with this character because his knives are so precise and they have so many different use cases with like filling up people's laceration meters and stuff, and how long you have to catch up to somebody before the laceration goes down. For difficulty, I'm giving him a 3. He's either really good or really bad, and it kind of depends on the map. Like he's extremely easy if all of the loops on the map are low, so you can just hit over them. Like it's just free downs left and right, and there's quite literally nothing that the survivors can do. So on maps like Swamp, for example, where there's a huge middle area where you can pretty much hit over all of those loops, he's fantastic on. But then you go to a map like Larry's, where survivors can just hold W the entire time, and they're always blocking your line of sight, and they're always behind walls, and you could just barely ever use your knives. That makes him a lot more difficult. So he's very similar to Deathslinger in the sense that he's very easy in chase, but he's very hard outside of chase. So if you don't have good macro gameplay, he's going to be quite difficult for you. But if you don't have good micro gameplay, it doesn't really matter that much because he's so easy to use. So if you're somebody who likes ranged killers, you might like this character, but he's not as satisfying as other ranged characters like Huntress or like Deathslinger, because you're hitting multiple shots, which are a lot less satisfying than just hitting one shot that injures them, if that makes sense. Overall, I'm going to put him at the top of B tier, and that is purely for his perks, specifically for No Way Out. I think No Way Out is one of the best perks that you can get early on because it is a great perk for all skill levels, but especially for beginners who need that additional time in a match before survivors escape. Plus, it works on literally every killer in the game, so it's just a fantastic perk to get really early on. His other 2 perks are a lot more niche and a lot more situational and dependent on the killer, but getting No Way Out is great. In terms of gameplay, a lot of people don't find him very fun to play as. I I think he's one of the most boring killers in the game because survivors basically have no counterplay in a majority of situations. So I don't feel like there's a lot of interaction, but I have run into a lot of Trickster players. So it's clear that there's a lot of people that do actually enjoy playing as him. And let's be real, he has one of the coolest legendary skins in the game with Mina. So that's, you know, another reason to play him. But overall, because of his complexity and he's really bad at the macro aspect of DBD, that you need to be kind of a good killer to be able to do well with him. And you have to have a good overall knowledge of the match to really perform consistently well with this killer. Moving on to Nemesis. For perks, I'm giving him a 4. He has Eruption, which is one of the strongest generation perks right now. It activates on any generators that you kick manually, and then as soon as you down a survivor, it instantly explodes them for 10% of their total progression and causes them to continue regressing. So if survivors are not on the gens, it'll continue regressing. If they are on the gens, however, it'll cause them to scream and you'll see their auras for 12 seconds. So this is just a great way to get a ton of passive slowdown on generators throughout the course of the match, because it doesn't require you to like hook survivors or anything. Like you just kick generators and you'll get it over and over and over again. Like, yes, there's a cooldown of 30 seconds, but by the time you trigger it once, you're not really going to be able to down another survivor within 30 seconds anyway. So it's a great way to get a ton of passive slowdown throughout the match. His next perk is Hysteria. Hysteria is really not that great. Whenever you injure a healthy survivor, it causes all other survivors in the injured state to become oblivious for 40 seconds. Again, oblivious really isn't that big of a deal in a majority of situations. On certain indoor maps, it may be pretty insane, but it just really doesn't matter enough for it to be a full perk slot. Like, this is very much an effect that makes more sense as like an add-on for a killer rather than an entire perk, because you could just run something like Unforeseen and become completely undetectable for every single survivor on the map. So I just don't really see the point in running this perk when there's so many other perks that do basically the same thing but better. However, his last perk, which is one of the most popular perks in the game and it's phenomenal, that is Lethal Pursuer. Lethal Pursuer shows you the auras of all survivors on the map at the start of the game for 9 seconds, which is just so good. Being able to know where everybody is and being able to pressure as many people as possible as soon as possible is a crazy good effect. Plus, it has the additional benefit of extending the duration of all instances of aura reading by 2 extra seconds, which also works on itself at the beginning of the match. So do keep in mind that this only works for aura reading that is based on a duration rather than a condition. So if you're using something like I'm All Ears, which shows you the aura for X amount of seconds, this will increase it by 2 seconds. But if you're using something like, let's say Undying, for example, where as long as the survivor is near a dual totem, their aura is permanently revealed, it's not based on a number of seconds, this perk doesn't affect that at all. Like, it doesn't make the aura linger for 2 extra seconds after leaving the radius of the totem or anything. So this perk is mostly good for seeing the survivors at the beginning of the match and being able to get pressure rolling really quickly, but it's also a nice little benefit to other aura reading perks like I'm All Ears or like Zanshin Tactics to make it more likely that you're able to get a ton of value out of those perks. For strength, I'm giving him a 3. He's probably one of the most balanced killers in the game. He's very middle of the road. He's strong enough, but he's not too strong where he's oppressive. Unfortunately, a lot of his strength can depend on how good his zombie RNG is, because he spawns 2 zombies on the map and then they kind of patrol the map. And if you get bad spawns or if you get bugged zombies where they get stuck on something, so you have to go kill them to respawn them, you kind of put a lot of faith in gambling essentially on whether or not this killer is good. But even without the zombies, he's pretty solid in chase with his tentacle attack. Like, he can absolutely shred through pallets and it's a pretty solid anti-loop ability. So overall, he's a very decent killer. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 4. He actually has a lot more complex things to know about his kit than it may seem. Like, you can play him in the most basic way possible where you just use your tentacle and hit survivors as much as you can, and then the zombies do all the work. But there's a lot of complexities to his kit to become really good at this character. Like, for example, knowing the difference between all of his tiers, like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and the effects of all of them. Like, tier 2 lets you start to break pallets, and tier 3 gives you an extra meter of your tentacle, and understanding when and how to get into those tiers as soon as possible with using your tentacle on zombies or on players that are not infected already, and knowing when and when not to kill your zombies, to respawn them, and understanding how to read your zombies to get information from across the map. Like, there's quite a bit of complexity to his power. For difficulty though, I'm giving him a 3. Realistically, it just kind of depends on how good the survivors are, because he does actually have to chase survivors. And if survivors are really good at dodging your tentacle, you're going to lose a lot of distance trying to hit them with your tentacle. That makes it very hard to down survivors, especially because you have to hit them 3 times. You have to hit them once to infect them, and then 2 more times to be able to down them if you're hitting them with your tentacle. So he can be pretty difficult against good players, but against players who aren't very good and aren't really looking behind them, you get so many free hits through pallets and through windows that you can destroy them pretty easily. Overall, I'm actually going to give him an A tier right below Huntress, because he's one of the more popular killers among beginner killer players, because he's relatively easy to use and you don't really have to worry about all of the complex things I mentioned. As long as you're hitting people with your tentacle, you don't need to technically know about any of that stuff to still do well with this character. And he has 2 very good perks that work well on pretty much every single killer in the game. So even if you're just just buying killers for their perks, this is a great killer for that. Alright, moving on to Pinhead. Unfortunately, this is a character that DBD lost the license for, so you're now no longer able to purchase him from the shop. This may change in the future, but as of recording this video, he is not able to be bought. However, if you already own him and haven't leveled him up yet, or if you want to hear about the perks, because these perks are now available to every killer, I will still be talking about this character. For perks, I'm giving him a 5. He's one of the killers with one of the best sets of perks in the game, and again, these perks are all available to every single killer now, so you'll see them in your blood webs regardless of what killer you're leveling up. His first perk is called No Holds Barred, but if you own Pinhead, it'll be called Deadlock. This perk is a phenomenal passive gen slowdown perk where every time a generator is completed, the entity will block the next generator with the most progression for 25 seconds and reveal it to you in white. So it's just overall decent slowdown throughout the course of the match because there's rarely ever going to be just a single gen being worked on. So this perk can block really highly progressed gens, which can allow you time to get to them to either pressure the survivors or use certain gen regression perks. It's just a great perk to kind of prevent survivors from doing gens too quickly. Plus, being able to see the aura of the gen in white can also be useful to know which generators are being progressed. For example, if there's a gen that's super far away that you don't really feel like checking, if it gets blocked, you know that that gen may be close to getting completed. So it's a phenomenal gen slowdown perk on pretty much every single killer in the game. His next perk is called Hex Fortune's Fool, which is also known as Hex Plaything if you own Pinhead. And this is a great perk by itself, but it's even better paired with something else that I'll talk about later. This is a hex perk that lights a dull totem every time you hook a unique survivor for the first time. So you can light up to 4 different hexes with this single perk. So when you hook a survivor, it'll light a totem, and that survivor becomes permanently oblivious until they cleanse the totem. Plus, the hex totem gets blocked to all other survivors for a minute and a half. So for the first 90 seconds that this perk is active for that survivor, only they are allowed to cleanse it. However, they are able to see the aura of this lit hex totem within 16 meters, so it's not super difficult to find. So this perk is pretty solid on its own. Regardless of whether or not the survivor cleanses it, they either have to spend the time looking for it and cleansing it, or they're going to be permanently oblivious, which can be quite strong on certain killers. However, the reason this perk is so good is because it's often paired with another perk called Hex Pentimento, which we'll talk about on the Artist, which is the next killer. Pentimento makes you basically revive totems that have been cleansed to gain some insane slowdown speeds for healing and repairing. So because Plaything can activate on 4 different totems, it gives you 4 different opportunities to use Pentimento. Overall, a phenomenal perk. I'd highly recommend trying this out, especially if you use it with Pentimento. And his last perk is called Scourge Hook Weeping Wounds, aka Scourge Hook Gift of Pain if you own Pinhead. And this is another Scourge Hook perk where if a survivor is ever unhooked from one of your 4 white hooks around the map, they become mangled and hemorrhaged for 90 seconds. So basically the sloppy butcher effect. And this effect alone is already really strong because that means if survivors try to heal right after the unhook, it's going to take 20% longer. And if they're interrupted by any means, let's say you go back to the hook, or let's say there's like a Nemesis zombie nearby the hook, then all that healing progress is going to be lost because of their hemorrhage. So this is already a great perk, especially on killers that like to keep people injured, like Oni so that he can get more blood, Spirit so that it's easier to hear people if they don't have Iron Will, or Dredge because it puts him into Nightfall quicker. It's a great perk for general healing slowdown throughout the course of the match, and it obviously pairs nicely with other Scourge Hook perks like Pain Resonance. But that's not even all. The first time an affected survivor is healed back to full health, they heal and repair 16% slower until they're injured again by any means. So not only is there the slowdown of the mangled and the hemorrhage, if they do get healed, then they basically have a permanent 16% slowdown to healing other people and doing generators until they're injured again. So this is just an insane perk. It does so much slowdown for you over the course of the match that it's just a phenomenal perk to run on pretty much every single killer. For overall strength, I'm going to give Pinhead a 3. I think in a majority of your matches, he will be very oppressive and it'll be very easy to 4K because people don't really know what they're doing, especially solo queue players that can't really coordinate with their team, because he has this passive slowdown ability with his box where it'll start something called Chain Hunt, where a bunch of chains will automatically spawn and stab survivors to stop them from doing whatever they're doing. So survivors need to go find the box and solve it to stop this chain hunt. And this really isn't that bad if you're on a coordinated team, but if you're on a full team of solo queue players and nobody knows whether or not somebody is going to the box, your game can be at a stalemate for like 20, 30, 40 seconds. And in the worst case scenario, if everybody starts going to the box, then that's 4 people not doing their objective. So he could be really oppressive against uncoordinated teams, but also just in general, he has a decent slowdown ability. It's kind of like a weaker version of Clown's anti-loop, and it's a lot harder to use, but it can go through walls and it can force survivors to slow vault pallets, so it's a great way to get hits and chase. For complexity, I'm giving him a 4. Normally, I would give him just a 2 because his anti-loop ability is pretty easy to understand. You can summon it, and then once you summon it, you can left click to shoot a chain out, and if it hits a survivor, then they get chained and they get slowed down for a bit. And then there's his box with the passive slowdown and the chain hunt that we talked about earlier, and then if the survivors are solving it, then you can teleport to them. However, if you actually want to be good at this killer, there are so many more complex things that you need to know about his kit. The 2 main important ones are how to manually start chain hunt. The easier option of that is if a survivor is solving a box and you're nearby them, instead of teleporting them, you actually try to interrupt them, because as soon as you down somebody that's holding the box, it starts chain hunt. However, the very, very much harder and much more difficult version of this is understanding the box's spawn logic. The box spawns from the furthest point of every single player on the map at any given time in a multitude of different spawn locations. So theoretically, if you understand the box spawn logic, you're able to go immediately to it and start the chain hunt almost instantly. So pinheads who know how to do that so that they can keep initiating the chain hunt makes this killer a lot stronger, but makes him a lot more complex. And because of this, I'm giving him a difficulty of 4. Learning that box spawn logic is probably the hardest part about this character, but even besides that, just using his general anti-loop is quite difficult too, because you have to not only make kind of prediction shots if you don't have line of sight of the survivor, it's just very finicky to hit them and it's kind of hard to aim. Plus the hitbox is so precise that it's super easy to miss. So generally you want to spawn the chain pretty much inside of the survivor if you can, so that as soon as you launch it, you don't have to aim at all, it just hits them. And being able to do that, especially if you don't have line of sight, is pretty difficult. So I know most of you can't even get this character anymore, but I would absolutely put him in the S tier if you could, just because of his perks. His perks are just so phenomenal and they work well on pretty much every single killer in the game that there's really no reason not to get these perks. In terms of playing him, if you own him and you've never touched him, he is very difficult and I think is a little too difficult for the actual power that you get out of him, but I find him to be relatively satisfying and pretty fun personally. So if you have him, you may as well try him out and see if you like him. Moving on to the artist. Behavior must have been on an absolute roll with the perks because I am giving her a 5 as well. She probably has the best set of perks in the entire game. And I'm sure that if you've played Survivor at all, you have run into these perks hundreds of times. Her first perk is Grim Embrace, which gives you a token the first time each unique survivor is hooked. And then as soon as you get 16 meters away from the hook, it blocks all generators for 10 seconds. And that's already a decent effect because not only does it give you some nice slowdown, it also gives you some time to get to those gens if you have gen regression. It can activate other perks that we'll talk about later, like Secret Project. And once you hook the final survivor for the first time, it blocks all generators on the map for 40 seconds and reveals you the aura of the obsession for 6 seconds. So this is just a phenomenal gen blockage perk that slows down the pace of the match, especially when you hit that 4th token, because survivors basically can't do anything but heal and maybe cleanse dull totems. So it's a fantastic way to get a ton of mid-game pressure. Her next perk is Pentimento, which is the one we just talked about with Pinhead. Pentimento is that hex perk where you can revive cleansed totems to get a ton of slowdown for healing and repairing. If you have a single Pentimento on the map, it reduces survivors' healing and repairing speeds by 20%, which is insane. Like, that's so much. And then if you have multiple, it stacks 3% extra, up to a maximum of 32% if you have all 5 up. Unfortunately, they did nerf this perk a little bit, so now survivors can see the auras of these revived totems within 16 meters, but it's still so much slowdown throughout the course of the match, and they still have to run around the map looking for it, because nobody is going to want to sit through 20% slower healing and repairing speed. You can only use this perk once per totem. However, if by some miracle you're able to rekindle 5 different totems on the map, so you get the maximum amount of stacks that you could possibly have on this perk, those stacks are completely locked and survivors can no longer cleanse any of the totems, which is really good, but this is pretty much never going to happen in a real match unless your entire goal of the game is to get 5 Pentimento stacks. And then her last perk, I don't even know if I need to really talk about this perk. It's Scourge Hook Pain Resonance. This is the most popular killer perk in the game, and for good reason. This is the perk where the first time you hook each unique survivor on a Scourge Hook, it instantly blows up the most progressed generator by 20% and causes it to start regressing. Plus, any survivor that is on the generator screams, so you know that they're working on it. And this perk is just unbelievably good. It's passive slowdown that you can do from a distance. It can give you more time to get to that gen to use other gen regression perks like Pop. It can activate perks like Dead Man Switch to force people off of the gens. It is just an incredible perk that has so many different use cases and is extremely easy to use and requires no brain to use at all. For strength, I'm giving her a 4. She has a phenomenal anti-loop ability where if you're good at her, you can essentially force survivors into hits, or even if you just hit them with the crows and don't actually damage them with it, it gives you great information in a loop because you can see the auras of the crows through walls. So not only is she strong in chase, she's also strong outside of chase because her crows have unlimited range, so you're able to damage or down survivors across the map, as well as just get free information on where survivors are. So if you're just doing it for information, you could send your crows to different gens to see which gens are being worked on, or you can send it towards a survivor that's on hook to see if there's any survivors nearby going for a save, or you could do the slingshot tech to get injures or downs, where you place one crow and then you walk a bit and then place another crow facing the same exact direction, and that gives enough buffer time for both crows to hit the survivor, which can essentially double tap them to make them injured or to make them go down. Usually if you hit a survivor with a crow, they have like a second or so of invulnerability frames so that they can't just get immediately double tapped, but if you stagger them by walking a bit before you place the second one, then you completely avoid those iframes entirely. So this makes her really strong inside of chase and fairly strong outside of chase as well, which is why I'm giving her a 4. For complexity, I'm also giving her a 4. There are a lot of things to know about how her crows function and where to send them, and you also need to understand all of the loops in the game so that you can, pre-set up your crows, and you have to understand where the survivors tend to path towards so you can predict your movement and set up crows to face where they're going to go. You have to understand the difference between using 1 crow versus 2 crows versus 3 crows and the according cooldowns and how many crows you're able to use to be able to actually injure survivors before they can repel the crows. You need to understand how to do the slingshot tech so that you can keep pressure up around the map even if you're not near survivors. You need to understand how to utilize elevation to your advantage because the crows go in a complete straight line. So if you're on a map that has 2 stories, how do you use your crows properly? Do you set up a crow to force a survivor to run into it, or do you set up a crow to launch it at a survivor? There's so many little things that you have to think about when playing this killer, which is why I'm also going to give her difficulty a 4. Being able to understand exactly what to do with your crows in every single given moment takes a lot of practice and a lot of getting used to, and that's partially why Artist is such an underused killer. She's very difficult to use properly, but as soon as you're able to get over that hump, then she can be extremely strong in the right hands. Overall, I'm going to put her at the top of S tier, and this is obviously for her perks. All 3 of her perks are absolutely phenomenal, and all of them would go in the S tier in my opinion, so I think this is one of the best killers to get early on, specifically just for pain res, but also for the other 2 perks as well. But even if she had 2 bad perks and then she had pain res, I'd still put her at the top because pain res is such a good perk. However, if you don't really care about these perks and you're just wanting to know about the gameplay, I don't think she's the right choice. In fact, I'd probably put her in C or D tier because I think she's just way too complex and way too difficult for newer killers to learn, and I think you need to have good macro gameplay, which takes hundreds if not thousands of hours before you can really start playing Artist effectively. Moving on to Onryo. For perks, I'm giving her a 3. Her first perk is Call of Brine, which changes the generator regression from you kicking it to 200% instead of the normal 100%. So this can be somewhat decent if survivors aren't actually touching the gens because it'll regress them at twice the speed. But the problem with this perk is if survivors get back on the gen, the perk's essentially doing nothing. You will be notified for a bit after a survivor gets on the gen if they hit a good skill check, but still the main reason you use this perk is for the 200% regression. So if survivors just keep getting back on the gens, it's not really doing much. However, you can pair this with Dragon's Grip, which is the perk that exposes survivors if they touch a kicked generator within 30 seconds. So you can use this to kind of dissuade survivors from getting back on the gen, which can help you get a little bit more regression. But at that point, you may as well use any other gen regression perk like Pop or Eruption, and it'll probably get you more value throughout the game. Her next perk is Merciless Storm, and this is a great perk in lower MMRs with survivors that are kind of newer to the game, so they're not very good at hitting skill checks. This perk activates for any survivor on a generator that hits 90% completion, and it gives you a continuous stream of skill checks until the gen is completed or interrupted. If a survivor fails any of the skill checks or leaves the generator during this time, the gen gets blocked for 20 seconds, but it can only activate once per gen. So again, if there's survivors that don't really know how to hit skill checks, you'll probably get this to proc a couple of times in the match, so it can be decent on any killer, but it kind of falls off as soon as you have like even average to competent survivors because the skill checks really aren't that difficult to hit. However, as soon as you throw this on the impossible skill check build that we've mentioned quite a few times in this video already, where you take this perk, you throw on Huntress Lullaby to make the skill checks faster, you throw on Unnerving Presence to make the skill checks smaller, you're using Doctor so the skill checks can appear anywhere on their screen, and they can go forward or backward. This is such an absolutely absurd combo that even veteran players will miss these skill checks. Every time I go against this build, I have to lock in and pay attention so hard to be able to get through these Merciless Storm skill checks. It's insane. You'll get a ton of use out of this perk if you use it on that particular build. And her last perk is Scourgehook Floods of Rage. Anytime a survivor is unhooked from one of the white get hooks, it reveals the aura of every other survivor for 7 seconds. So if you're just using this passively, it gives you a nice bit of information on where everybody on the map is, because obviously you don't need to see the aura of the hooked survivor because they just got unhooked. But where this perk really shines is on killers that can take advantage of aura reading super well. I've mentioned them plenty of times before. The Vecnas, Unknown, even other killers like Singularity or Onryo can take advantage of this aura reading to find specific survivors that they're looking for. So this is just a great information perk overall. My personal favorite killer to run this perk on is Huntress because it lets you go for some crazy long shots, especially if you extend the aura rating duration by 2 extra seconds with Lethal Pursuer. So it's just a solid information perk overall. For Onryo, I'm going to give her a strength of 2. She's really not that strong if you know what you're doing, but because the majority of players don't actually know what they're doing, she probably has one of the highest kill rates in the game. Basically how she works is she kind of doesn't really have a power except for teleporting. Like she can cloak and uncloak similar to Wraith, except she doesn't become fully invisible, but that doesn't do too much. The main strength in her kit is being able to condemn survivors so you can kill them before they even have all 3 hook states. And you do this by teleporting to TVs that are near survivors. Because if survivors are near a TV when you teleport to it, they gain a stack of condemned, which you can see on their HUD. As soon as you hook a survivor, it freezes the amount of stacks that they have, so they can't get rid of those. So for example, if you apply 3 stacks of condemned to a Dwight and you hook the Dwight, he can't go back to 2 or 1 or even 0 stacks. He's stuck at 3 as his base minimum. Survivors can pick up a tape from any TV on the map and then bring it to their respective yellow TV to remove condemned stacks, but they have to do this before they get hooked so their condemned stacks don't get locked in. Because as soon as a survivor hits the maximum amount of stacks of condemned, you can instantly kill them regardless of their hook states. So this is a big priority for you and also a big priority for survivors to counter, but a lot of survivors just don't really understand how she works, so they don't know how to counter her, which is why her kill rate is so high. But if you're going against a competent team that does know how to counter her, she is super weak because they'll be able to counter her condemned playstyle very easily, and outside of that, she doesn't really have much going for her. Like she can teleport essentially whenever she wants, but each TV has a pretty hefty cooldown, and survivors can deactivate the TVs, so sometimes you can't teleport exactly where you want, and she doesn't really have any ability inside a chase, so she's just kind of a basic M1 killer. For complexity, I'm giving her a 5. She's probably one of the most complex killers in the game because not only do you have to understand all of the things I just talked about with condemned, you also have to understand how, you know, the TVs will show the tape if there's survivors nearby. You have to understand all of the benefits that she has from being demanifested, like the fact that she has passive phasing, kind of like Spirit. She could phase through survivors, and she doesn't even get stunned by pallets. Plus, you have to understand all of the counterplay that survivors have against her to perform at least somewhat decently with this killer, that she is just absurdly complex. And part of the reason her kill rate is so high is because she's so complex that so many survivors just don't care to learn about her. And because of this complexity, I'm giving her a difficulty of a 4, not only for the fact that you have to learn all of these things, but even if you know all of these things and know all of these tips and tricks, she's still hard to play because she essentially has no power in chase. So if survivors are disabling her TVs and are constantly getting rid of their condemned stacks, she kind of turns into a regular M1 killer. Overall, I'm going to put this killer at the bottom of C tier. I think she has a solid set of perks, but a lot of her perks have counterparts that do similar things, albeit a lot better. So I think you should opt for those instead. Like instead of Call of Brine, you could use Pop. Instead of Merciless Storm, you could use Grim Embrace or Deadlock. And instead of Floods of Rage, you could use something like Barbecue. And I think she is just way too difficult and way too complex of a killer in terms of her gameplay for newer killers to even get, that I don't think she's even worth playing or learning until you get a lot better at the game. Moving on to the Dredge. For perks, I'm giving him a 3. His first perk is Darkness Revealed, which is a decent aura rating perk where every time you search a locker, it reveals the auras of any other survivor on the map that are nearby lockers for a little bit and then goes on a cooldown. And this is a nice little aura rating perk that can be useful on certain killers, especially killers that utilize lockers a lot anyway, like Trickster or Huntress or even Dredge himself. But in general, I think there's just a lot better aura rating perks out there, especially because it's kind of a gamble on whether or not a survivor will be next to a locker. So it can just be very inconsistent. His second perk though is definitely his best perk, and it's one of the strongest perks in the game for certain killers, and this is called Dissolution. Dissolution can completely remove interactivity in chase. 3 seconds after you injure a survivor by any means, this perk activates for 20 seconds, and then if any survivor on the map fast vaults a pallet while inside of your terror radius, the pallet immediately breaks. This could just be so unbelievably strong on certain killers that kind of force you to stay in a loop and vault a pallet. So killers like Krasue or Blight or even Dredge himself can take really great great advantage of this, to break pallets without them really having to do anything and get a ton of free hits. And then his last perk is Septic Touch, which is it's just awful. If a survivor ever starts a healing action inside of your terror radius, they become blind and exhausted for 30 seconds. There's just quite literally no point in using this perk almost ever, when you could just run something like Mindbreaker, which does the exact same thing, but for when survivors are touching gens. Survivors most likely aren't going to be healing in your terror radius anyway, so you may as well run Mindbreaker, which gives the exact same effect, but way more consistently. For strength, I'm giving him a 1. I am of the opinion that he is one of the top 5 worst killers in the game. He is so weak, especially with the pallet density changes, because the whole counterplay to his ability is leaving the loop that you're in. And because there's so many pallets, even if they're weak pallets, they're in such close proximity to each other that every time the Dredge uses his remnant, the survivor can just run to another loop. So as it currently stands, he is just extremely weak. Plus his teleporting ability just isn't that good compared to most people. It's very slow and you can only teleport to lockers. So on some maps, you can't even teleport exactly to where you want to go. Like the only time this killer is realistically good is when he's in his Nightfall, because you could teleport to lockers extremely quickly. But getting into Nightfall requires multiple survivors to be injured. So a lot of the times it's going to be really hard to actually be into Nightfall consistently. For complexity, I'm giving him a 4. Like most killers, he realistically isn't that complex if you use him in his most basic form of just using his remnant and chase and using his teleport to lockers. But both of these abilities are a lot more complex than they seem on paper. His teleporting less so. You're able to teleport to 3 different lockers before you have to exit out of it. And if you exit a locker and there's somebody nearby, you'll get Killer Instinct on them, which is a great way to kind of orient yourself towards their location. Plus being in Nightfall makes you able to teleport super quickly, which is a really great traversal tool. However, you also have to deal with locks because survivors can lock the lockers. So if you teleport to a locked locker, you're going to lose so much distance on the survivor. And you have to know that teleporting to survivors to cut them off and chase is almost never worth it because it's such an expected thing for dredges to do. And if you happen to teleport to a locked locker, it just wastes so much of your time that it's just generally never worth doing. Plus with this remnant, you have to understand fully how it works. Like you have to understand which direction to be looking in when you place your remnant so that you'll teleport in that direction as well. You have to understand that survivors can run into your remnant to be able to disable it. You have to understand exactly where to place your remnant in each specific loop to get the most value out of them. Because if you put it down in the wrong place or at the wrong time, then that just gives the survivor a free opportunity to leave the loop. And you have to know that the more injured survivors there are, the faster you get into Nightfall. So because of his complexity and the fact that he is so unbelievably weak, I'm giving his difficulty a 4. I would say he's a 5 against good players, but if you're playing against people that don't really understand his counters and people who don't leave the loop when you place your remnant, then it is possible to pinch survivors into a bunch of 50-50s and get a ton of hits that way. But overall, I'm going to put him in the middle of C tier right below Nurse, mostly because the only reason I think you should ever get this character is for Dissolution, but even Dissolution is only strong on a handful of characters, and I think he's too complex and too weak for newer killers to use. Moving on to a fan favorite, Albert Wesker. His perks are decent. I'm giving him a 3. His first one is Awaken Awareness, which lets you see the auras of any survivors within 20 meters of you while you're carrying a survivor. This is fine. It can occasionally let you find survivors that are stealthing nearby, but that's pretty much the main use of this perk. There are some niche things that you can pair with it, like Starstruck and Agitation, but in general, it's mostly just used to find stealthy survivors that are nearby, because if you're able to hook one person and then go instantly down another survivor, that can be extremely good for you. But it's just pretty inconsistent and it depends on what the survivor's behavior is. So there will be plenty of games where you just get absolutely zero value out of this perk. His next perk is Superior Anatomy, and this is a very fun one. If a survivor performs a fast vault within 12 meters of your location, your next fast vault will be 40% faster. 40% is already extremely quick, but if you also stack this with other perks like Bamboozle to not only vault a little bit faster, but also to block the window, and you stack this with add-ons that also increase your vaulting speed, you can genuinely vault in like 1 second. It's absolutely insane. This is great on a lot of characters that have to vault or like to use Bamboozle like Hillbilly or Bubba, but even on characters who don't like to vault, it's a surprisingly funny way to catch people off guard. Characters such as Huntress or Deathslinger, who don't really ever need to vault because they can get hits through windows, can completely catch you off guard with this extremely fast vaulting speed and be able to get a bunch of hits because of that. And his last perk is Terminus. Terminus activates as soon as the final gen is completed, and it causes everybody that's not healthy to become broken until 45 seconds after an exit gate is opened. This can either be extremely good or extremely bad. In the best case scenario, everybody is injured, so it essentially gives you permanent no-ed for the rest of the match. But in the worst case scenario, you don't have anybody injured, so you can't really get too much value out of this perk. But even still, if everybody is healthy and you're able to injure them, they will become broken. So it does permanently injure them for the rest of the match until, 45 seconds after they open the exit gate. So there are a lot of use cases in which this can save your match, or even just get you a couple extra kills. It's also just a great perk to pair with other endgame builds like No Way Out or Remember Me, because then you get this effect for even longer. For strength, I'm going to give him a 3. He is very close to the perfect level of balance, assuming you and the survivors are on good ping, because there's a lot of counterplay on both sides, and he's not very weak, but he's not too oppressive either. If you or the survivors are on bad ping, however, this killer loses counterplay very quickly, because even if you dodge his attack, or you're around a corner, or you're behind an obstacle, you can still get hit through it. You'll basically teleport into his hand, which unfortunately I experience every single time I play against Wesker, because all of my friends are on East Coast and I am on West Coast. So every time I play against this killer, I'm on high ping, and I can just never dodge his attacks because I always teleport into his hand. So it's really annoying. But anyway, in a perfect scenario where everybody has good ping, he is fairly strong overall and can even work well on indoor maps where usually you can't really use your powers. For complexity, I'm giving him a 3. He's not super complex. You need to know that your first dash is short and then your second dash is longer. The complete opposite of Nurse. You have to understand the hitboxes of the maps, just like any other kind of projectile-based killer. I know he's kind of the projectile in this scenario, but he still counts, because sometimes you'll grab a survivor and you'll completely slide off of an object so they don't actually hit a wall. But then there'll be some times where you slam a survivor against absolutely nothing, and there's no consistency there. So you just kind of have to learn all of the hitboxes. And you have to understand how his slowdown works, and the fact that if survivors are fully infected, you can instantly grab them and pick them up, even if they're healthy. Plus they're slower because they're hindered. So it's not like the most complex thing in the world, but there are a few things that you do need to learn on him. And if you really want to be good at this killer, there are so many different movement techs that you need to learn, with the main one being a tech where you curve your camera while you're dashing so that you can force a survivor to be thrown in a particular area, whether that be to zone them into an area where you can get a free second hit, or just to hit them against a wall and actually injure them or down them, even if they're running towards an empty area. For difficulty, I'm going to give him a 4. Again, if you're on high ping, it's way less difficult because survivors practically can't dodge it, but in a regular scenario, he is quite difficult to use, especially if you're trying to use his ability in specific tiles. Like, yes, if the survivor's just completely out in the open, he's obviously not that hard, but most survivors aren't going to be out in the open, and you're going to actually have to use your ability in loops. So learning the distance and how long you have to get around a corner before you can do your second dash, and when you should second dash versus just canceling your power. Plus, with all of the terrible hitboxes, sometimes you'll be nowhere near a wall, but your character will bump into the wall as though you were near it, which can be super punishing because his cooldowns are so clunky and long that you can lose a ton of distance on the survivors. But overall, he's widely considered to be a fun, fast-paced, and decently strong killer, which is why he's one of the most popular killers in the game. And for that reason, I'm gonna put him in the A tier right above Deathslinger. I think all 3 of his perks are niche, but can be decent in the right situations and on the right killers. And just in terms of gameplay, he's one of the most popular killers in the game because a lot of people find him fun, so a majority of you will probably find him fun as well. He does take a bit of getting used to, and there will be a lot of games that'll be super frustrating while you're learning the hitboxes, but he doesn't have that high of a skill floor, so you'll get the hang of him with no time. All right, moving on to the Knight. For perks, I'm giving him a 3. His first one is Face the Darkness, which is kind of a complicated perk, but to put it in simple terms, it's essentially a hex perk that makes everybody outside of your terror radius scream intermittently whenever you injure a survivor. If you want a better breakdown on this perk, I just made a video that explains every killer perk in the game, so feel free to put that video in your queue or save it to your watch later. But this perk alone gives you some decent information throughout the match and can be great on killers like Pig, where screaming can reset taking off your head trap. But where this perk really shines is when you pair it with another perk called Hex Thrill of the Hunt. Hex Thrill of the Hunt is a hex perk that slows cleansing speeds for totems to a complete crawl, like making them take almost a minute. They just take so long. And the reason these 2 perks pair well together is because the timer for Face the Darkness to make people scream is only 25 seconds. So it takes longer to cleanse a totem with Thrill of the Hunt than it does for them to scream. And every time they scream, it forces them to reset their progress on the totem. So if Face the Darkness is active, which it can be temporarily deactivated if that injured survivor becomes healthy again or enters the dying state, but while it's active, it's quite literally impossible to cleanse a hex totem with Thrill of the Hunt because you'll just scream and it'll just keep resetting it. So unless you have some perk that drastically increases your speeds of cleansing, you physically cannot do totems while Face the Darkness is active. So that can be an extremely strong combination. Then we have Hubris, which is only really good in one particular build. This makes survivors exposed for 30 seconds every time they're stunned with a pallet, and by itself, it's decent. There are enough situations in which you'd be able to insta-down a survivor that this perk is worth running by itself in my opinion, but there will be a lot of moments in which you just won't have time to catch up to the survivor within that 30-second period, especially if it's like a god pallet that you have to break. So not only do you get stunned, which takes like, 2.7 seconds or whatever it is, you also have to break the pallet. So by that time, you've already lost 5 seconds. You'll spend another 10 to 15 seconds catching up to the survivor, and then you have to figure out how to down the survivor within the 10 seconds you have left. So it's just kind of hard to get use out of it until you put it with Spirit Fury and Enduring. And if you really want to be mean, you throw that with another hex perk that we'll talk about later called Two Can Play, which blinds the survivor when they stun you. So with this combination, if you have Spirit Fury active, you basically have no stun. You break the pallet immediately. The survivor becomes blinded, so they can't see where they're going, and they become exposed. So it's just a free insta-down, and it's great. But you do unfortunately have to commit an entire build to making that work well. So while yes, it's fun, you do lose out on other perks that you could be running, like gen slowdown perks or information perks, and you're purely doing it for chase, but it's still a decent perk overall. And then his last perk is phenomenal. It's called Nowhere to Hide, and it's one of the most popular perks in the game. Every time you kick a generator, you can see the auras of any survivor within 24 meters of you for 5 seconds. And this isn't based on the gen, it's based on your actual position. So if you're using a killer like Unknown or some other killer that can quickly teleport somewhere, you'll still have that 24-meter radius of your new location. This is one of the best aura reading perks that you can have on killer, because generally if you're kicking a gen, there will be people nearby, so you'll almost always get value out of it. So you can either find survivors that are stealthing nearby, or if you're playing someone like Deathslinger or like Huntress or like Ghoul, you'll be able to either hit a survivor because you can see their aura, or you'll be able to catch up to them quickly. And I think the reason this perk is so good and so popular is because it also pairs well and synergizes with a lot of very good gen slowdown perks like Pop or Eruption, because when you kick those gens to activate them, you'll also get the benefit of Nowhere to Hide, which can let you chase the nearest survivor, which prevents somebody from getting on the gen as soon as possible, which lets it regress even more. So not only do you get more information, you also indirectly get more regression. So this is a fantastic perk that works on every single killer in the game, and I would really highly recommend getting it. For strength, I'm going to give Knight a 3. I personally find Knight to be very boring and clunky to play as, so I don't have the best experience playing as him to describe him well enough, but I have a good fundamental understanding of his kit, so I'll try to give you the best information I can. He's another one of those killers that's really strong in chase, but not very strong outside of chase, although he does have more map pressure than some of those other killers like Trickster or Deathslinger, because he's able to put a guard down that can patrol an area, and if it finds a survivor, the survivor essentially has to run in a straight line for like 20 seconds to not be hit. But the main strength in this killer comes in the form of 2 of his guards. One of them is the Assassin, which is the best one to place down to chase a survivor because it's the fastest. This is the guard that guarantees you a hit if you're nearby, because if you place it properly so that a survivor gets detected by it, you could just force the survivor into getting a hit regardless of what they do. They either choose to get hit by the guard or they choose to get hit by you, and there's no counterplay to it. And then his second biggest thing in chase is using his guard called the Carnifex, because the Carnifex's main ability is that he can break things extremely quickly. So you can use the Carnifex to almost instantly break a pallet if a survivor throws it right in front of you, or you could just use him to remotely break pallets nearby. And then his last guard, the Jailer, you use to patrol an area of the map because he has the biggest patrol radius and stays up the longest. So he's strong in the sense that he can force people into hits or downs, but that's kind of his main strength. So if you're not able to do that for whatever reason, you're kind of just an M1 killer with a little bit of slowdown and a little bit of pallet breaking. For complexity, I'm giving him a 5. He's absolutely one of the more complex killers because there's 3 different guards that all have different abilities and different characteristics and different statistics. But even just besides that, there's a bunch of little things you need to learn, like how the distance of summoning your guards affects them, and how the guards path, and how survivors can counter the guards by tapping windows with their body or picking up the flag that gets spawned, and what happens to the survivors when they pick up the flag. They get endurance and they get haste, so you can't immediately hit the survivor. So I'm giving him a difficulty because of this complexity, but also because it's extremely difficult to kind of have the map knowledge of knowing where to place your guards to force survivors into hits or to force survivors into patrols, and you have to understand how to cycle your cooldowns properly, because you never really want to be in a situation where you're chasing a survivor and you don't have a guard. So if you're a strategical type of player and you enjoy killers like Hag or Trapper, you might enjoy this killer, but he's one of the least popular killers for a reason. He's just super clunky and just really isn't that fun or satisfying to play a majority of the time. So I personally wouldn't recommend him from my experience, but there are some killer players who do really enjoy him and enjoy the complexity of his kit. But overall, I'm going to put him at the top of B tier, and the main reasoning for that is his perks. Nowhere to Hide and Face the Darkness are good perks, but are extremely good when paired with other perks. So if you have those other perks, I would recommend getting him for his perks. But in terms of gameplay, he's just way too complex, way too slow, and way too clunky for you to get good value out of him, and he's difficult to learn for a new player. So I just wouldn't recommend getting him for his gameplay right now, and hopefully they severely rework him to make him more interesting. Moving on to Skull Merchant. For perks, I'm giving her a 3. I actually think she has some of the most underrated perks in the game that get a lot more value than people expect. Her first one is Game Afoot, where if you ever hit a survivor that has the highest amount of chase time with a basic attack, they become the Obsession. And while you're chasing the Obsession, if you kick anything, whether that be a door or a pallet or a generator, you gain 7% haste for 10 seconds. So this can be a solid perk to either catch up to a survivor after you injure them, or if you've already caught up to the survivor and then you break a pallet in chase, it'll be more likely that you catch up to them before they can make it to another loop, especially if you have perks that pair well with it, like Brutal Strength or Fire Rep to kick gens or pallets faster. So decent haste perk overall. Her next perk is Leverage, which is a lot more insane than people give it credit for. If a survivor is ever unhooked, it's 30% slower to heal them for the next minute. This is actually a fairly strong effect, especially on killers that need to keep survivors injured, like Oni or Spirit or Dredge. This either gives survivors two options. They stay injured for at least a minute, which can be very risky depending on the killer you're playing. Like for example, if you're playing Wraith or some other stealth killer like Ghostface or Pig, it's super risky to stay injured because as soon as you come around a corner, they can't really do much. But if you do decide to heal through it, it's going to take you 30% longer, which is a significant debuff. And then our last perk is Thwack. You start the trial with 3 tokens, and every time you break a breakable wall or a dropped pallet, Thwack consumes a token and makes everybody within 36 meters of your location scream and reveals their aura for 6 seconds. And then every time you hook a survivor, you gain a token back. So you essentially have unlimited tokens throughout the match, assuming you're consistently hooking survivors. This is a pretty strong effect. For strength, I'm giving her a 1. This killer was basically one of the strongest killers in the game that could essentially hold a match hostage for 45 minutes. And because she was so poorly designed, they completely reworked her and nerfed her, which gutted her off of the planet of the Earth. I think Behavior genuinely realized how poorly designed this character was, so they decided to just nerf her so hard so that nobody would use her until they can give her a decent rework. So as of now, she's just one of the worst killers in the entire game. For complexity, I'm going to give her a 5. She has so many little things that you need to learn about her kit, like how placing her drones gives her undetectable, what her drones even do to begin with the traps that they can inflict on survivors, the fact that you're able to recall drones, the fact that you're able to make drones go clockwise or counterclockwise whenever you want, so you can use that to hit survivors multiple times, and understanding how your tracker works, and the fact that it only works on survivors with a trap on it, and you have to understand what the arrows mean and stuff, and you have to figure out how to play in such a way that survivors won't immediately kill themselves or DC. Let's be real, that's one of the hardest parts. For difficulty, I'm giving her a 4, and this is mostly because she is so weak and so complex, but also her abilities are just extremely hard to use and are just very, very niche and not very helpful in a lot of situations. Like if you're one of the 3 people in the world that actually plays Skull Merchant consistently, you can get some good value out of your kit. Like there are people out there that can prove that she can be decent in the right hands. But for the majority of players, she's just so bad and so complex that she's just way too difficult to use and get value out of. I actually think I'm going to put her above Onryo because her perks are a little bit better in my opinion. But in terms of gameplay, I would just absolutely avoid getting her. Even if you do enjoy her gameplay, a majority of your matches are going to be survivors that DC or kill themselves. So you're just not going to have any fun playing her. Moving on to Singularity. For perks, I'm giving him a 3. His first perk is Force Hesitation, which we talked about a little bit earlier, and this perk is fantastic. Any survivor within 16 meters of your location when you put a survivor into a dying state becomes 20% slower for 10 seconds, and then this perk goes on cooldown for 30 seconds. So this is absolutely phenomenal on killers that can snowball super easily, like Plague, or like Blight, or Nurse, or Oni, because 20% slower for 10 seconds is a huge debuff, to the point where if a survivor is not in a safe location to begin with, you're probably going to be able to catch up to them before they even make it to a resource. So this paired with Infectious and Fright, which shows you the locations of anybody that gets affected by this perk, is such a great combination on these slugging killers that I would highly, highly recommend using it. It's not incredible on a large roster of killers that can't really take advantage of it too much, but on those snowball killers or killers that have a short time to use their powers, it's great to get more value out of them. His next perk is Genetic Limits, which is a really fantastic passive perk to apply exhaustion to pretty much everybody you're in chase with, because if you injure a survivor by any means, they become exhausted for 8 seconds. So not only does it have the implications of survivors not being able to use their exhaustion perks while injured, which completely counters Dead Hard, but also obviously counters other exhaustion perks unless they used it prior to being injured. I actually don't know if it counters Overcome. Like, I don't know if the perk activates before Overcome or if Overcome activates before the perk. So if you do know that, let me know in the comments below, because that would be kind of interesting. But one of the best reasons to use this perk is it completely counters Iron Will. Iron Will only works while injured, obviously, because it completely eliminates your grunts of pain. So if you use this perk, which exhausts survivors when you injure them, their Iron Will is a completely wasted perk perk slot. So this is a fantastic perk on killers like Spirit, where Iron Will is one of their best counters. And his last perk is Machine Learning. Machine Learning is a decent perk that's really gimmicky, but it can be useful in some situations. Essentially how it works is the most recent generator that you kicked is considered a compromised generator, and if that generator gets completed, you become undetectable and 8% faster for a minute. And this sounds pretty decent on paper, but in practice, it's very difficult to actually get good value out of this, because not only do you have to choose one single generator to have it active on, it's kind of up to the survivor's discretion on when that generator gets popped, so you're not entirely able to control when you get this effect. So it's not bad by any means, but it's very situational and hard to actually get value out of if you use it in game. But it can be a fun, cute little perk that you run with other gen kicking perks to get some additional mid-game pressure. For strength, I'm going to give him a 5. I unironically think he is one of the strongest killers in the game for pubs, and he can just absolutely steamroll a majority of the teams you face. There will be teams that know how to counter him and understand that they need EMPs basically on them all the time, and will just pre-drop everything so your ability doesn't break the pallet. But this killer can absolutely obliterate survivors, even if they're good. There's so many things in his kit where if you're good at him, it just makes him absurdly oppressive, and he pairs so well with some of the strongest meta perks in the game that he's definitely a high A tier killer, and I could even see an argument for him being S tier against most teams. For complexity though, I'm giving him a 5. He is very complex. He has so many different abilities. Knowing how and where to place cameras properly is already pretty complex in itself, on top of the fact that you need to understand how the whole slipstream mechanic works and how EMPs affect you and how they counter you. And you need to know these techs of like when to teleport to survivors with your slipstream to be able to be on the same side of the resource as them, or to break certain resources. Like for example, if a survivor is vaulting a pallet and they're slipstreamed and you shoot them, you're going to teleport to the wrong side of the pallet and it's not going to do anything. So you have to know that you have to wait for them to get out of the pallet animation, and then if you teleport to them, it breaks the pallet and then you're on the same side as them. So there are a ton of things to learn with his kit, and he's probably one of the highest skill floor characters in the game. And for that reason, I'm also giving his difficulty a 5. I think he is probably the hardest killer in the game, if not in the top 3. And this is mostly because you have to have some absurdly good map knowledge and kind of 4D chess thinking to be able to use him at his max potential. Because not only do you need to know where good spots are to put up your cams, you have to keep track of where all of your cameras are and where survivors are on the map and where they could be, so that you can use your cameras to find them quickly without having to like, you know, cycle through all your cameras and look for survivors. Like if you're able to put yourself into the mindset of 4D chess with this guy, you're able to go to the exact camera you want to go to because you know exactly where a survivor is, and you can quickly shoot them with very little downtime, so you don't lose that much time throughout the match. Because newer Singularities will place their cameras in extremely bad spots, and they don't really have great map knowledge, so they don't understand which cameras are good and which cameras are bad, and they don't really know when to replace their cameras and put them in new spots, because if you didn't know, you could shoot your camera to retrieve it again. So he is just extremely difficult, extremely complex, but if you're able to get over that hurdle, he can be one of the strongest killers in the game. Overall, I'm going to put him in the top of C tier because his perks Forced Hesitation and Genetic Limits are really good and really easy to use, but if you're playing him for the gameplay, he is probably one of the last killers that I would recommend because he requires so much game knowledge and so much mechanical skill to use. Definitely one of the hardest killers in the game. Moving on to the Xenomorph. For perks, I'm giving her a 3. They're all very decent, but they're not strong enough for me to really recommend them. The first one is Alien Instinct, which every time you hook a survivor, the aura of the furthest injured survivor from your location is revealed to you for 8 seconds and becomes oblivious for 60 seconds. So this is kind of a side grade to something like Barbecue, where rather than you seeing a majority of the team, you only see one injured survivor and make them oblivious. However, this perk can be pretty good if there's only one injured survivor on the map and they're pretty close to you, because then you'll see how close they are to you and you can take advantage of that. So it can come in clutch in a lot of situations and help you find an injured survivor to take advantage of their vulnerability. Solid perk overall. His next one is Rapid Brutality, which is probably his best perk in my opinion. This perk removes your ability to gain Bloodlust. So if you're really bad in chase and you get Bloodlust a lot, you might not want to run this perk, but realistically, you shouldn't be hitting Bloodlust anyway. So this downside isn't really that much of an effect, unless you're one of those killers that likes to keep survivors in one particular loop and continuously chase them so you get Bloodlust on them to guarantee a down. So anyway, you lose the Bloodlust effect for the trade-off of every time you basic attack a survivor, you gain 5% haste for 10 seconds. So it's just a lot easier to actually catch up to the survivor and you don't lose as much distance. And 5% doesn't seem like much, but there are a lot of times where it could be the difference between getting a hit and not getting a hit. And then his last perk is Ultimate Weapon, which is essentially just an information perk. If you ever search a locker, any survivor within 40 meters of its location screams and becomes blind for 30 seconds. Blindness isn't really that great of an effect. It can counter things like Windows of Opportunity or 5 moves ahead or Deja Vu, but in in general, it's not going to do much for most survivors. However, it is just a nice perk to find survivors, especially if they're being stealthy or if you're looking for a particular person, because 40 meters is a relatively large range. So if you know the general location of somebody based on other perks or based on, you know, a gen being done or something, then you could find them fairly easily. So it's honestly not that bad. For strength, I'm going to give her a 3. She's a very average killer where if survivors know how to counter her properly with the flame turrets, she kind of loses her main anti-loop ability. But if they don't know how to counter with the turrets, she can be very oppressive because her tail attack has very little counterplay in chase, similar to Pyramid Head, where you can force survivors into situations where no matter what they do, they're going to get hit. So pretty much the entire counterplay comes down to keeping her out of crawler form with the flame turrets. But you can't always do that as survivor because every time the Xenomorph goes into their tunnel, they basically get right back into their crawler form. But in a majority of your matches against at least somewhat decent teams, you're going to be in crawler form for like half of your chases, I would say, if not a little bit more, which still makes her pretty strong overall. And she has great mobility to get around the map, which pairs super well with a bunch of different gen regression perks and info perks. For complexity, I'm going to give her a 3. She's not super complex. I'd say the most complex part about her kit is understanding all of the little niche things with like being able to see survivors' footsteps while you're in the tunnels and how to aim your tail to use the lingering hitboxes to hit survivors over things. But besides that, and understanding how the flame turrets work and how they affect you and how to utilize your tunnels to get into crawler mode as many times as you can, she's not super difficult to understand. For difficulty, I'm giving her a 3. This is a killer that's very simple to use, even if she's not necessarily easy to use, if that makes sense. Like learning how to aim the tail takes a little bit of getting used to, but after you play her a few times, it's really not that hard. The hardest part is probably just understanding when and where to teleport. So she's not that difficult. So if you like killers that have a decent mix of anti-loop and mobility, this will probably be a fun killer for you. But overall, I'm going to put her smack dab in the middle of the tier list because this is probably the most average you can get. Every single score is a 3, and all of her perks also probably average out to a 3. Next on the list, we have Chucky. For perks, I'm giving him a 3. His first perk is batteries included, which is a nice little effect where you get 5% haste whenever you're within 16 meters of a completed generator. So this is just a nice way to get some additional speed throughout the match, which can be great on certain killers that have a reduced speed by default, but it's also just a fun perk to pair with haste builds in general. So if you pair this with like rapid brutality, which we just talked about, that gives you 5% haste after hitting a basic attack, that'll stack with this one, albeit with diminishing returns. So you'll only get, I believe, 7.5% haste, but that's still a hefty amount. And if you pair that with even more haste perks, even though they will technically get worse and worse because of diminishing returns, you'll probably be able to get up to 10% extra haste when you're near completed generators, especially if you use this on killers like Clown that has his speed bottle. So a decent perk can be fun in certain builds. His next perk is Friends Till the End, which is basically a side grade to Barbecue and Chili. If you ever hook the Obsession, a random survivor screams, revealing their location to the killer, and they become the new Obsession. But if you hook somebody that's not the Obsession, then the Obsession's aura gets revealed to you for 10 seconds, and they become exposed for 20 seconds. So on a lot of killers, you're not actually going to be able to take advantage of this exposed status effect because it's only 20 seconds. So if you don't have the mobility to get to somebody that quickly, you're not really going to be able to insta-down them. But if the Obsession is close to you, you may be able to actually insta-down them. Or if there's someone who goes super fast like Blight or Ghoul or has a teleporting ability, you may actually be able to get some insta-downs throughout the match, which can obviously be really useful. Plus the info is just in general very useful because again, knowing where to go immediately after hooking a survivor is like one of the most important times to have that information. So this is a really solid perk just for the information alone. And last but not least, he has Hex 2 Can Play, which is that perk I talked about earlier where it blinds survivors if they stun you. Basically how this perk works is as soon as a survivor stuns or blinds you 2 times, a Hex totem gets lit. And then anytime a survivor blinds you or stuns you again, they also get blinded for 1.5 seconds. This is a fun perk and it can be kind of funny, but it's generally not that good in a majority of situations unless you're running that one hubris build that I told you about. For strength, I'm going to give him a 4. I think he is a surprisingly strong killer, and that's mostly because he's so short. There are so many loops on so many maps where it's really difficult for the survivors to actually loop you because you're so short so it's hard to keep track of you. Like survivors can technically see your footsteps through walls if you'd normally be able to see a normal height killer, but even then the footsteps are really hard to track, and if you like moonwalk or something, it's going to be very difficult to counter it. But also he has stealth and a fantastic dash ability on top of a third-person camera, which is way stronger than a lot of people probably give it credit for. So there are just so many ways to get easy hits on survivors, it's kind of insane. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 3. easily. He's not like the most insanely complex thing in the world, but you do need to understand how his curving works with his dash and what happens if you ever scamper by hopping over a window or hopping under a pallet. Understanding what survivors see from their POV with your footsteps, especially when you're in stealth form, is really useful information to know. And also understanding that survivors can hear you laughing intermittently even while you're in stealth form. So if you're ever confused on how a survivor knows your location when they can't see you, it's probably because they can hear you. So he's not super complex, but there are still quite a few things you need to learn. For difficulty, I'm going to give him a 3. He's actually pretty simple to play and is someone that I would recommend for beginner players. At his most basic level, he's stealthy and has a fun dash that's pretty straightforward to use. So he's a great killer for beginner players, but once you start going against really good players that know how to counter these things and give comms on where he is on the map, he starts to become a lot more difficult to play. Overall, I'm going to put him at the bottom of A tier, and this is mostly because I think he is a great killer to get early on, especially out of the licensed characters if you're just looking for gameplay, because he's simple enough that he's easy to understand and play at a basic level, and most people find him to be quite fun to play as. If you're just going for perks, I would kind of avoid him because all of his perks are pretty niche, except for Friends Till the End, which can be used on a majority of characters, but I still think my main recommendation for getting him would be because he is a relatively strong and relatively simple character. Moving on to the unknown. For perks, I'm going to give him a 3, and this is specifically for one perk, which we'll talk about later, but his first perk is called Unbound, which is decent. If a survivor becomes injured by any means, if you vault a window within the next 30 seconds, you become 7% faster for 10 seconds. So it's basically the same thing as Game of Foot, but instead of the activation condition being kicking something, it's vaulting something instead. So this can be nice, especially paired with window vaulting perks like Bamboozle or Superior Anatomy, because you're going to be vaulting windows constantly with those anyway. That getting that additional haste while you do this can help you catch up to a survivor before they make it to another loop or back around to that window, assuming you're not using Bamboozle. So it's decent. His next perk is probably one of the worst perks in the entire game. It is awful. It's called Undone, and all you need to know is that it accumulates tokens when survivors miss a skill check. So in a majority of your matches, you'll maybe get one survivor that misses a skill check. And even if survivors miss, let's say 3 skill checks throughout the match, that gives you 9% progression and 9 seconds of block on one generator. It's so unbelievably garbage. Even in the best case scenario, if survivors missed 10 skill checks, which is an absurd amount for people to miss, you'll only be able to damage one generator 30% and block it for 30 seconds. That's just 10% more than a single pain res proc or a Pop Goes the Weasel proc. And that's if survivors miss 10 skill checks. So it's so not worth it. It's so bad. His last perk is one of my favorite perks in the entire game, and that is Unforeseen. We talked about this a little bit earlier in the video, but this is the perk where if you ever kick a generator, it transfers your terror radius to it for 30 seconds and you become undetectable. And the reason I like this perk so much is it basically lets you turn any killer into a stealth killer, which gives you some amazing synergies. I enjoy using it on people like Bubba, who has insta-down potential. So if survivors aren't paying attention and they don't know you're coming to them, then it's a free down because they don't hear your terror radius. It's fun on killers like Deathslinger, who can hit you at a range if you don't know they're coming. It's fun on fast killers like Blight or Oni or Hillbilly with the silent chainsaw add-on because they have way less reaction time to get to a safe position. It's just overall a great perk and has a ton of synergies with a ton of different killers. So I'd really highly recommend using it if you enjoy the stealth playstyle. For strength, I'm going to give him a 3. There's a meme right now where people call him the Harmless because he's really weak against good teams, but realistically, he is still very, very good in the right hands. And granted, he's a little bit map dependent. If you understand how to use his projectiles properly, he's actually quite oppressive with the right build, because not only does he have a good anti-loop ability that can also be used at a range, he also has the fastest teleporting ability in the game. So he can get to anywhere on the map extremely quickly. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 4. There are a ton of things you need to learn with his kit because it's so unique. Like, for example, his projectiles are bouncy, so you have to learn how to bank shot it off of walls and such to be able to hit survivors. You have to learn how it arcs. You have to understand the whole ordeal with being weakened, where you have to hit them 3 times, similar to Nemesis, but survivors can remove it by looking at you for a certain amount of time. You have to understand how his teleports work, how the sludge on the side of your screen will go up extremely quickly when it reaches about 1/3 of your screen, and then when it fills up all the way, it'll place a hallucination, so you need to know where to place it and where to time it, and also how to stall it if you really need to. So there's quite a bit of complexity to his kit, and he's pretty difficult to use. I'm going to give him a 4. Because he has such a unique power, unlike any other killer, it takes a lot of getting used to and a lot of practice to figure out how to actually hit survivors. Plus the fact that you need to hit them 3 times with your UVX to be able to actually down them means that you have to be really, really consistent at hitting your shots to do well with this character. Plus knowing how to place your hallucinations properly and teleport to them at the correct times takes some great macro knowledge of the game, which requires a lot of experience. Overall, I'm going to put him in the C tier right below Nurse. I think he's a lot easier and simple to play than a lot of the killers on this bottom tier, and he has Unforeseen, which is a really fun and fairly strong perk that I would recommend getting if you like that playstyle. But in general, if you want a projectile killer, you'll probably be better off playing Huntress because she's a lot easier, a lot stronger, and a lot simpler. And if you want somebody that can teleport, you can play someone like Xenomorph or like Demogorgon or like Springtrap, which we'll talk about later, who are way simpler to use and understand. Moving on to Vecna, the first Vecna, not the Stranger Things Vecna. I'm going to give his perks a 2. They're fine, but most of them either only work in one specific combination of perks, or they only work on a couple killers. His first one is Dark Arrogance, which essentially gives you the trade-off of vaulting things faster, except you get stunned for longer. And I just don't think this is really worth it unless you're doing a full vaulting build, because getting stunned for longer is way more detrimental than being able to vault a little bit faster. Because if you get stunned for longer, which you can technically kind of offset if you use Enduring, but getting stunned for longer gives survivors so much more distance, which can be really detrimental on a lot of killers. And then a lot of the killers that have high mobility, so the extra stun doesn't really affect them as much, don't really need to vault in a majority of situations anyway, so it's kind of a counterintuitive perk. His next perk is Languid Touch, which is extremely underrated in my opinion. Any survivor that scares a crow within 36 meters of your location becomes exhausted for 10 seconds, so it's another way to keep survivors exhausted while they're in chase. And this is fun, but there's really no point in running this when you could just run Mindbreaker, which is way more consistent. I will say though, there's one particular killer, Dracula, which we'll talk about next, who pairs extremely well with this perk because he also pairs well with another perk called Spies in the Shadows. And this perk essentially reveals every time a survivor scares a crow, which you can also see while you're in your bat form, which is a form that you can't see survivors in normally. So while you're in your bat form, you're able to see where a survivor is because, you know, you get the notification of the crow being scared, and you know that they're exhausted because obviously you were close enough for Spies from the Shadows to activate, which means you're close enough for Languid Touch to activate. So it's a cute gimmicky perk to get people exhausted, but it's generally just a downgrade compared to other exhaustion perks. And his last perk is Weave Attunement, which is probably his best one. We talked about this earlier with Franklin's. You pretty much have to pair it with Franklin's because this is a perk that gives items on the ground a radius where you can see the auras of anybody near that radius. And then if they pick up their item, it gives them Oblivious for like a minute. And this is very fun if you pair it with Franklin's and you're using killers where aura rating is really good, but you have to pair it with Franklin's because on its own, it's not that great because the only way survivors drop their items if you just have Weave Attunement is if they completely deplete their item, which in the majority of situations isn't really going to happen unless they're using a toolbox or later in the match if they use their full medkit. For strength, I'm going to give him a 3. I think he's a fairly balanced killer that is a jack of all trades but master of none. He has good anti-loop, he has good mobility, and he has good information, which may make him sound very strong, but survivors also have a bunch of items that they can pick up that counter him in a bunch of various ways. So it kind of balances him out. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 5, and this is purely for the fact that he has 4 different abilities, all of which you need to learn what they do and how to use them properly, and different techniques and skills that you need to practice with them. And on top of that, you also need to learn what all of the survivor abilities do, because there's 6 different things that survivors can pick up that will counter your gameplay. So although none of his abilities are particularly hard to understand, there's just so many of them that he is a very complex killer, and he has a long page on the wiki explaining his powers. For difficulty though, I'm going to give him a 3. Once you actually understand what all of his powers do, he's really not that hard to use, because even though he has so many powers, all of them are really straightforward and really simple. So as long as you're able to cycle your powers properly and you're not just like constantly sitting on one and waiting for the perfect time to use it, you'll get a lot of really good value out of this killer. And also if you're able to place your skeletons exactly where a survivor is, it'll instantly injure them or down them. So learning how to do that properly takes a little bit of getting used to, but will make him a lot stronger. Overall, I'm going to put him in the bottom of B tier. I think he's simple enough to be a good killer to grab when you're a little bit more of an intermediate player, and he has some fun gimmicky perks that can be good on specific builds or specific killers. So if the perk combination sounded interesting to you for killers that you like to play, then he's probably worth getting. Okay, moving on to the Dark Lord. For perks, I'm going to give him a 2. His first one is Dominance, which is my personal favorite of the 3. The first time each chest or totem on the map is interacted with by a survivor, the entity blocks it for 16 seconds and their aura is revealed to you in white. This is a fun perk to pair with a Hex build because not only does it give you some nice slowdown, it also kind of reveals to you the fact that survivors know where your totems are. It gives you similar information to something like No Way Out, where you know that somebody started working on something important, and it allows you to just defend it for a little bit longer. Having chests chests get blocked doesn't really mean much though, because a majority of the time survivors are never going to even interact with these in the first place. So the main benefit of this perk is actually blocking the totems the first time somebody tries to cleanse it. His next perk is Hex Wretched Fate. This is a hex perk that doesn't actually activate at the start of the trial, but instead activates when a generator is completed, and it'll light a random dual totem which curses the Obsession. And the Obsession has a 33% repair speed penalty to generators, but the aura is revealed to them within 12 meters. 33% is an insane debuff to gens. That makes them take way longer to complete, but unfortunately this perk just isn't really that good because the survivor can just run around the map and find the totem easily because the aura gets revealed to them in 12 meters. So yes, it may keep the Obsession off of objectives for like, 30 seconds to 2 minutes or something, which can be useful, especially if the Obsession can't find the totem for whatever reason. So in maps like Gideon Meat Plant or Swamp, where they can spawn on the very, very far edges of the map, there is a lot of potential value here. But I just feel like a majority of the time when you run this perk, it's just going to get cleansed way too fast for it to actually give you value. If survivors have no clue what this perk is and they don't really understand how it works, then I'm sure you can get some great value out of it. But as soon as you go against survivors that understand that they just need to run around the map until they see the aura of the totem, it's really not going to do much. Plus, it only works on one targeted survivor, so it's not really giving you much value overall. And his last perk is Human Greed. This perk sounds really bad on paper, but it can give you a surprising amount of value, similar to like how Undying can give you decent value with its aura rating. How Human Greed works is you basically get the ability to kick open chests to close them, and that's fine, that's whatever. It's not really going to do much unless survivors have rummage perks. However, where this perk becomes somewhat decent is any survivor that comes within 8 meters of an unopened or closed chest gets revealed to you for 5 seconds. And this sounds pretty bad because there aren't that many chests around the map, but there are a lot of times in which this can actually give you some great value. For example, the shack. There are plenty of times when the shack will spawn with a chest on the, upper floor, and having 5 seconds of aura rating that gets triggered when somebody enters the shack can be a huge help. It allows you to hit them with things that can go through walls, but it also just allows you to see whether or not they're gonna like commit to the window vault or something. And there are a lot of other tiles within maps that just have a chest spawn in them. So I think you'll be surprised at how much value you can actually get out of this perk, but it's still really niche, and there's still just so many other aura reading perks that are just way more consistent and way better. Like, I'm all ears. I can't really see the point in running this perk when you could just run those. For strength, I'm going to give Dracula a 4. He is definitely one of the strongest killers in the game when used properly. He's kind of like Vecna, where he's a jack of all trades, but he's not a master of none. Like, all of his trades are good. He has his bat form, which is great mobility. You're able to teleport to windows, so you can go through floors, which can be extremely useful. He has his wolf form, which is faster than a base killer, and has 2 lunges, which are very easy to use, on top of having a third-person camera. And he has his regular form, which basically has the same attack as like Pyramid Head or Nemesis. So you have so many different options at your disposal. Wolf form is usually going to be your best bet in terms of chasing survivors, but he's just overall such a versatile character that you'll be able to get value out of him in a majority of situations. Moving on to complexity, I am going to give him a 5 for a similar reason to Vecna, where he just has so many different abilities that have their own unique traits and unique characteristics. So learning those to begin with already is a bit of a skill floor, but then understanding all of the little techniques that you can do with each of these forms and kind of figuring out exactly when and where to use each of these forms can prove to be relatively complex. For difficulty, I'm going to give him a 3 though, because I think that he is actually a lot more straightforward than someone like Vecna, because realistically, you can play him in a very simple way where every time you hook a survivor, you just go into bat form to find somebody else, and then you switch into your wolf form or your human form depending on the loop. And the wolf form and human form at a fundamental level are pretty basic. The wolf form just has 2 dashes, and the human form is a similar attack to so many other characters. But there are a bunch of different techniques that you can learn on this character that further his skill gap even more. Like, for example, if you're using the wolf form, you could do a short dash into a wall to make your second dash come out faster, which can be great for like getting around a corner or something. And for his human form, as long as you can see a survivor's head, you're able to hit them over that obstacle. So there are a lot of little niche things to learn about this character, but you don't necessarily need to learn these things for him to still be strong. Overall, I think I'm going to put him in the B tier. I think this is a good killer to get when you have more perks at your disposal and when you're a bit better at the game, so you can understand him a little bit better. I don't think his perks are really worth getting or necessary to get. So if you're just getting killers for perks, you can hold off on this guy for quite a while, but he is one of the strongest killers in the game. So if you're looking for somebody that is relatively strong, I would recommend him. Moving on to the Houndmaster. For perks, I'm going to give her a 2. Her first perk is All Shaking Thunder, which is just so situational. Like, it is really fun, but it has a similar issue to Balanced Landing, where it requires you to fall from a height, and a lot of maps don't even have that height. And especially as killer, there's not really a reason for you to go to height unless a survivor takes you there. So with Balanced Landing, at least it's kind of in your control because you can force the killer into that situation. Survivors generally don't want to fall from a great height anyway. So it just makes it kind of difficult to use unless there's like a hill in a very, important location, or if like basement isn't shack and you can fall in the basement really quick. But basically what it does is after you fall from a height, it's active for 25 seconds, which is a hefty amount of time, so you can make it work. And it increases your lunge attack by 75%. So it basically gives you a free coup de grace stack. And it does actually stack with that perk. So you can get an insanely long lunge, which is really, really fun and really satisfying to get hits with. But it's still just, it's very niche and gimmicky, and it's just a fun perk that you're not really going to get value out of consistently. Her next perk is No Quarter, and this perk is just so awful. It is genuinely top 5 worst perks in the game. It's Merciless Storm, but for self-healing. First of all, there will be a ton of games where self-healing just doesn't happen. Like if survivors aren't running medkits, or they're not running self-care, or they're not running Strength in the Shadows, they don't have the ability to heal themselves. So this perk goes completely useless in so many of your matches. But even if all 4 survivors were running something that can self-heal, this perk still doesn't really do anything because it's not that hard to hit the continuous stream of skill checks. Even if they fail hitting the skill checks or are interrupted or whatever, it just causes them to become broken for 30 seconds. That's not even a good effect if they miss it, because 30 seconds of not healing really isn't that big of a deal. So this perk is just, it's so awful. However, her last perk, Scourge Hook Jagged Compass, is absolutely her best perk and is an incredible perk to synergize with other Scourge Hook perks. Basically how this perk works is if you hook a survivor on a normal hook, as soon as they're unhooked, that hook turns into one of your white hooks. That's probably the best part of this perk because it allows you to essentially reduce the RNG of where your Scourge hooks spawn. And if you're able to get a very, very useful centralized hook on the map and turn that into a Scourge hook, so you can use it for things like Gift of Pain or Pain Resonance, then that can prove to be extremely valuable. Plus, to my knowledge, it can also turn basement hooks into Scourge hooks as well. So if you're playing a character that does extremely well with basement hooks, like Trickster or Trapper, being able to not only get the power boost of hooking survivors in a basement to begin with, but also being able to activate a bunch of your Scourge hook perks off of that can be absolutely insane. On top of that, if you hook a survivor on a Scourge hook with this perk, it also shows you the aura of the generator with the most progression for 10 seconds. So that's a nice little information boost as well, which kind of gives you similar information to something like Barbecue or Thrilling Tremors. If you are going to get her for her perks, it would just be for Jagged Compass. For strength, I'm going to give her a 3. I think she's an overall pretty well-designed killer that has a lot of interactivity and counterplay on both sides. She can be really strong in the right hands and in the right loops, but there are certain loops that can make her very difficult to actually use her power in. And of course, on indoor maps, she's, obviously a lot worse. For complexity, I'm going to give her a 4. She is pretty complex, understanding how to utilize like the curving of her dog and understanding how to utilize the pathing of the patrol to like get extra haste and how that can be used in chase, and also understanding all of the interactions with your dog and like windows and pallets and stuff, plus the complexity of essentially reading a survivor to understand if they know how to counter this killer, because good survivors will just sit at pallets when you're charging your dog, because as soon as the dog hits you, they could just throw the pallet. But if they throw the pallet before you throw the dog will obviously hop over it and grab them. So you have to be able to read the skill level of the survivors as well, and just knowing where to throw your dog in loops can be extremely complex. Like there are a lot of loops that have very strange shapes that even I still don't know fully because they're just so random and sporadic. So understanding exactly where to throw your dog to be able to use the second dash to actually hit them requires quite some good map knowledge. For difficulty, I'm going to give her a 4. I can see an argument for her being a 5, but the reason I'm giving her a 4 is because you can play her in an extremely simple way and not go for those crazy shots where you just basically wait until you have a very, very clear shot that will pretty much always hit the survivor. If you're trying to get insane value out of her by throwing the dog exactly where you want it to be so that you can, curve it around an object or something, that is obviously really difficult. And using your dog to flick somewhere really quickly to give the survivors way less reaction time is also very hard. And overall, she just has so many bugs and weird, like clunky things that happen sometimes. Like for example, sometimes with your patrol form, you try to lock it onto a generator and it just won't lock for whatever reason. Like you will be fully in range. You can be looking up and down and side to side near the gen and none of it will lock. It's like super finicky sometimes, which can make her even more difficult because it's just not doing exactly what you need to be doing. And there's also the difficulty in faking your dog. So something that you can do with this character is, since the dog has 2 different dashes, you can send the dog into a loop with one dash, and then the survivors will most likely, draw their attention towards the dog because that's, their most current threat. But if you just don't do the second dash, the survivor might actually run back into you because they're trying to avoid the dog. So there are some fun gimmicky tricks that you can do here and there, especially if you have great map knowledge and you really understand the distance that the dog goes. But overall, I feel like she's just way too difficult for the actual value that you can get out of her, that I would not recommend getting her early on in your DBD career at all. In fact, I'm actually going to put her probably in the C tier around here. I just think she's way too complex and difficult for newer killers. And even if you enjoy learning complex characters, she's just not strong enough to warrant how hard she is to use, in my opinion. And I just don't think her perks are very good, except for Jagged Compass, which is a great perk. Realistically, you don't really need it, and there's plenty of other good perks that you can get from, a lot of the characters in S tier or A tier. I would recommend unlocking her later. Next up, we have Ghoul. For perks, I'm going to give him a 2. They're all pretty niche. His best perk is probably Forever Entwined, which gains a token every time you damage a survivor by any means, up to a maximum of 8 tokens. And each token gives you a 4% stackable increase to dropping, hooking, and picking up speeds. And this is just a nice little quality of life perk to not only get survivors to hooks quicker, which will save, a multitude of seconds over the course of the match, but it also prevents certain things like pallet saves or flashlight saves because it just makes the timing way more difficult. And it requires survivors to be a lot closer to you to be able to pull those off. His next perk is Hex Nothing But Misery. I don't really think this perk is that good. It activates when you damage survivors 8 times with basic attacks, and that already is a very hefty number. 8 times is upward of 4 hooks, so it takes quite a bit of time to get this going. But even when you do get the Hex activated, all it does is make survivors 5% hindered for 15 seconds when you hit them with a basic attack, which obviously is good. Like, it's definitely a decent effect, but I just don't think it's really enough to warrant this much of a prerequisite on top of being a hex perk that can get cleansed very easily. Especially because by this point in the game, a couple of survivors will have already seen some of the dull totems, so they'll know some locations that they'll be able to check. So it'll make them get rid of this perk even faster than it normally would be. And his last perk is None Are Free. It's not that great, but it can be extremely strong on certain endgame builds. I just think it's a very unhealthy design. Basically what this does is you need to hook every unique survivor at least once to get the maximum effect, which is really easy to do by the time it's endgame. And if you do this, when all generators are completed, it blocks every single window and pallet on the map for a total of 64 seconds, assuming you got all 4 tokens. This can be completely absurd with an endgame build. Like if you even just have No Ed and No Way Out, No Way Out will block the doors for basically the same amount of time that None Are Free is active. And if you have No Ed, you're 4% faster and can insta-down people. So you're basically chasing survivors and they just have no counterplay because all the windows and the pallets are blocked. And this sounds overpowered on paper, right? Survivors have no resources that they can use, but here's the issue with this perk. Survivors can just wait. Like they could just hide in some place on the map where you wouldn't check, completely away from the doors, and they can literally just wait it out. So while yes, you'll have some survivors that don't really understand what's going on and don't understand why all the things are blocked, but if you have survivors that know what this perk is, they can literally just like sit in a locker on the edge of the map for a minute, and unless you as the killer open one of the doors to start the endgame collapse timer, they can basically just completely counter this perk by just not doing anything for a whole minute. So sometimes this perk can completely throw your game, because without this perk, survivors might do some riskier things, but with this perk, they might just, not take any chances and be super stealthy. For strength, I'm going to give him a 4. Mobility killers are just absolutely absurd in this game. Being able to catch up to survivors after you hit them before they can even make it to another resource is so busted, and just being able to have that map pressure of getting anywhere you want on the map within, less than 30 seconds, even if it's a big map, is insane. It pairs extremely well with so many different perks. Information perks lets you know where to get to people quickly so that you can snowball even faster. Gen regression perks pair extremely well with mobility too, because obviously you can get to those gens to either bring people off of it, so you can use things like ruin, or just to like pop it or use eruption or something. So mobility just pairs so well with the best types of perks in the game that he is unbelievably strong. Plus, this is another one of those killers that just gets free injures, kind of like Legion or Plague. But unlike Legion or Plague, where they have to chase you normally, so you can kind of stay injured the whole game, being injured against this killer is very dangerous. Because if you get caught in a bad position and you try to make it to a resource, he can just get to you before you can even make it to that resource. So it is crazy. Plus the fact that he can jump over pallets, which if the survivors don't really know how to counter that, it's just another free hit. Like there's a lot of very strong things with this killer. And since he's a little bit newer to the game, people have less experience playing against him, which means less survivors that know how to counter him. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 2. I would give him a 1 because there's not really much much to his power besides, you know, slingshotting yourself across the map. But there are some complex things that you need to learn. Like, you need to understand that he has the little quick time event when you injure a survivor and what that does for you. You need to understand the difference between being enraged and not being enraged, and how it makes you vault pallets and windows faster, and how it gives you an extra charge. And there's a little bit of complexity in terms of, you know, the general DBD hitbox stuff, and learning how to fling yourself to get the most amount of distance possible. But it's really not that hard to learn. Like, it'll take you a couple matches probably. And for difficulty, I'm giving him a 2 for the exact same reason. This is one of the strongest and easiest killers to play in the game. Like, I would give him a 1, but using your power in loops and in like jungle gyms and stuff can prove to be relatively difficult, but you kind of just don't have to do that. Like, if you're at least decent in chase and can hold your own in jungle gyms, and then you just use his ability for everything outside of those, he's extremely strong. Like, he's really, really not that hard to use for the power level that you can get out of him. And that's why he's one of the most popular killers in the game, not only because most people find him extremely fun, because he's basically like Spider-Man in DBD. Like, it's a very unique and fun ability that's really easy to use, and he's really strong. So it's the perfect recipe for popularity of a killer, which is why I think I'm going to put him in the A tier. I'm probably going to put him right above Wesker, and this is mostly for his gameplay. I think if you want a strong killer who's extremely fun, extremely fast-paced, and very simple and easy to use and understand, this is the perfect killer for you. In terms of gameplay, this is like one of the best licensed killers that you can buy, but his perks are overall like very mediocre. So again, if you're trying to get killers for perks, I wouldn't really recommend him. But this is a great, strong, easy to use killer that I would highly recommend getting as one of your first licensed picks. Moving on to Springtrap. For perks, I'm also going to give him a 2. His first perk is genuinely one of the worst perks in the entire game, and that is Haywire. This is essentially like Hex Ruin, but for exit gate regression. So if an exit gate gets to at least 80% progression, and they're no longer working on the exit gate regresses at the same speed as it takes to open it. However, there are a multitude of issues with this perk. For one, most survivors nowadays don't 99 exit gates, because in a majority of situations now, there's not really any reason to. And in fact, usually 99ing gates is actually more detrimental than it is helpful, unless you just need that extra time to like reset people. But with the amount of like mobility killers and new perks, 99 gates has become a lot more dangerous, so most people don't do it anymore. But even if they do 99 gates, this perk doesn't even regress it fully. It regresses it to the 80% mark and then stops, which is just so bad. That means it takes like, what, like 2 to 4 seconds to fully open the rest of it? Like, how is that useful? It's so bad. I genuinely don't understand why this perk exists. I think in the PTB, it was like really, really strong, so they just kind of gutted it. But I don't think I ever actually played this PTB, so I'm not sure. His next perk is Help Wanted, which is fine. This is another one of those compromised generator perks that compromises the most recent generator that you worked on. And then if that gen gets completed, you gain 25% faster recovery speed of successful basic attacks for an entire minute. And that's not that bad of an effect. You could certainly get some very quick injures with this perk, but at the same time, you're gonna get like no consistent value out of this perk, because first of all, it's already difficult to get a compromised generator to proc exactly when you want it. And second of all, you only have a minute of this effect. And this effect isn't really that strong for only being a minute, you know? Like, you might be able to get 1 hit with it and maybe 2, but if survivors know that you have this perk, they're just not going to group up with each other. So it's not going to give you that much value throughout the course of the game. If it was after every single generator pop and then you got this effect for a minute, then I could see it being actually consistently useful. But the fact that it has to be on a compromised generator on top of not being that strong of an effect to begin with just isn't that great. And then his last perk is definitely his best perk, and this is called Phantom Fear. If a survivor's in your terror radius and they look at you, they scream, which reveals their auras for 2 seconds, and then the perk goes on a cooldown for a minute. This is a great information perk. It doesn't sound that strong, but it's actually very useful in game. You can use this at the start of the match, kind of similar to Lethal Pursuer, where it's really easy to find the first person, but it just also gives you consistent value throughout the entire game, because a lot of times there'll be like an instance where you go to a generator that's being worked on, but nobody's there, and you don't want to spend, you know, like 20-30 seconds looking around for somebody that you knew was there. This perk basically tells you exactly where they are, assuming they look at you. So it's just an overall good perk to counter stealthing, and a lot of especially newer survivors won't really understand how this perk works, and they won't really realize why they're screaming. So you'll get a ton of consistent value out of this. For strength, I'm going to give Springtrap a 3. I think he's another one of those very middle of the ground, very well balanced killers that is really strong when used properly, but if you're, you know, missing missing your axes and you're not teleporting when you're supposed to, he can be quite bad. But the fact that he has this axe that can get him essentially insta-downs if used properly, and he can put survivors into like 70-30% situations where if they vault something, they're going to get hit. So they kind of have to fake it. But that also gives you, you know, closer distance to make it easier for you to hit your axe when they don't vault it. Like, he can be very, very strong. And his counterplay, so to speak, is survivors getting on cameras to give wall hacks for their teammates. Because if you didn't know, survivors can interact with these doors to basically look at the cameras. And if they see you in the cameras and hold the camera on you, your aura is permanently revealed to everybody until the battery on the camera dies. But nobody does this. Like, it's just very rare that people actually do this. So it's a fun gimmicky thing that you can do occasionally, which can be very strong on some loops or some like indoor maps to help a survivor out. But that means 2 survivors not doing gens. So majority of the time it's not worth it. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 3. He's another one of those killers that's very simple, but also complex at the same time. Like, he's simple in the sense that you can just back rev survivors and then throw your axe at them to get an easy damage state. And then you can just use your doors to get around the map. But there's so many little things that you also need to learn about this killer. Like, for example, that survivors can see which doors you're teleporting to before you even come out of the door, and understanding the benefits of actually having your axe out on the environment rather than on hand. Because if you have the axe on you, you're actually slower than a normal killer. Whereas if you throw the axe on the environment, you become a normal speed killer, and any survivors that run through the axe give you killer instinct, so it can be decent for information. And there's a bunch of other little niche things, like if you're in your doors and somebody starts to teleport with their doors, it makes a little sound cue and shows you which door they're using in yellow, so you can immediately interrupt them to grab them. So while yes, he's a simple killer, there is a big knowledge gap with this character for first-time players versus people who play him frequently. For difficulty, I'm going to give him a 3. I don't think he's that difficult to play at all. The hardest part is probably just understanding the weight of the axe and how heavy the projectile is. That takes a lot of getting used to, especially if you play Huntress a lot, because it's completely different. So if you're trying to go for like long shots and stuff, that'll require a lot of practice for you to get that down. And knowing when to use your doors to gain undetectable and stuff requires a lot of good macro knowledge. But overall, like, you don't really have to do any of these things. You don't have to go for long shots. You don't have to use your doors for the undetectable. You could just play him in such a simple way where you just back rev survivors and teleport after you get a hook, and he's perfectly decent. I think I'm going to put him in the bottom of B tier. I think he's a good killer to get for beginners in terms of gameplay, because he is pretty fun. And, you know, a lot of people enjoy playing Springtrap because this is the first real game where you can play Springtrap in. And he's relatively straightforward to use, but I just don't think his perks are really worth getting early on. The only one I would even care to get on this character is Phantom Fear. But even then, there are so many other information perks that are just better than this that it's not really necessary for you to have in your arsenal. Moving on to Krasue. For perks, I'm going to give her a 2 as well. Unfortunately, her perks are just way too niche for you to find consistent value out of them, or their effects are just not strong enough to warrant a perk slot. Hex Overture of Doom is a decent undetectable perk where it curses the furthest generator from the Hex Totem, and the curse generator is highlighted to you in yellow. And then if a survivor works on that generator for at least 5 seconds, the terror radius gets transferred to that gen and you become undetectable for 30 seconds. So this is an interesting perk that can give you undetectable randomly throughout the match. And since it transfers your terror radius to that gen, if you're using perks like Coulrophobia or Unnerving Presence that affect survivors within your terror radius, or even things like Infectious Fright, you can do some really goofy and gimmicky builds. But the undetectable status effect really doesn't mean much, because you could just use like Unforeseen or even Trail of Torment, and you'll get very similar value out of those perks, just a lot more frequently and a lot more consistently. So although this perk is fun, and if the survivors complete that generator, it transfers to a new gen, so you can get a lot of value out of it throughout the course of the match, I just don't really see a reason to use this when you could just use Unforeseen. Her next perk is Ravenous. Ravenous requires you to hook every single survivor at least once, and as soon as you hook every survivor at least once, everybody on the map screams and becomes exposed for 60 seconds. I really want to like this perk, but I just don't think 60 seconds is long enough for it to get you good value. It's basically just a worse version of Haunted Ground, and Haunted Ground is already pretty mediocre. The problem with this perk is it's kind of counterintuitive for the killers that you'd actually want to run this on, because Exposed only works for killers that use an M1 attack, so a basic attack. But if you're using a character to get to the survivors quickly, you'll be running somebody like Hillbilly or like Blight or like Nurse, which all use their powers rather than their M1 attacks. So by the time you get to somebody and you're able to down them, you're not going to have enough time to down somebody else. So a majority of the time, this will either get you 0 downs or 1 down with the Exposed. It's just not long enough. I feel feel like they could rework this perk to where if you hook somebody while this perk is active, it like maybe increases the expose timer by another 30 seconds. So you can kind of keep some momentum going, because 60 seconds is just not enough time to get more than one use out of this perk. So it's just overall not worth a perk slot. And then her last perk is Wandering Eye. It's such a weird gimmick. Basically, when you start chasing a survivor, if there's any other survivors within 20 meters of the survivor you're chasing and they're injured, it reveals their aura for 5 seconds. I really don't see the point in this perk. If you're starting to chase a survivor and there's another survivor within 20 meters of them, you probably can see them with your eyes to begin with. So the aura reading isn't necessarily helping you find people. It can be kind of good on those killers that can get hits through walls, because maybe rather than chasing somebody that's healthy, you can chase somebody that's injured to get a down a lot quicker than you may have otherwise. But there's just so many other good aura reading perks that are just way more valuable than this, like I'm All Ears or even Predator, that it's just too gimmicky for me to enjoy. For strength, I'm going to give Krasue a 3. I can see an argument for her being a 4, because in a majority of your matches, survivors aren't going to understand the counterplay to this character, so you're just going to absolutely obliterate most teams. But I wouldn't say that's necessarily a strength of the killer, it's more just a lack of knowledge on the survivor's end, because as soon as you go against a team that knows how to counter this killer, it is really, really awful. Basically, the counterplay to this killer is grouping up in pairs and taking hits for each other, because how this killer works is she spits on survivors to make them infected, and then if survivors are infected, she can go into her head form, which gives you really, really easy hits on survivors. But if there's another survivor nearby that's not infected, they can come body block to take a hit in your head form, which only increases their infection by like 33%, I believe. I think it's just a third. So they can body block 3 times before they become infected, which is insane. Like, that's absolutely insane. So it basically forces you out of your head form, which not only slows you down to give people a ton of distance, it also means that the first time you went into your head form originally, it just created an extra mushroom for the survivors to, you know, disinfect themselves. So it was just kind of a waste for you to go into your head form. However, in a majority of your matches, survivors aren't really going to be coordinated enough to body block for each other. And when they're not doing that, she's actually a very strong killer, especially because she pairs well with very good perks like Dissolution and Blood Favor, which can make counterplay on her extremely hard. For complexity, I am going to give her a 4. She is probably the only killer that I've ever played during the PTB where I don't read what their power does and I try to figure it out myself, and I just couldn't. Like, I did not understand how to use her power until actually reading the power description and watching people play her. So like, for newer killers, she is very complex to understand because she's just kind of different than a lot of killers. Like her spit, for example, the visuals are kind of weird and it kind of looks like a sonic blast rather than a projectile itself, if you didn't know that it was a projectile to begin with. So it looks like you just kind of, you know, spit directly towards survivors and it'll do something, but it usually doesn't, because you have to know that you essentially have to bounce it off of a wall, and then the little projectiles that it spreads into have a bit of auto aim. So that's already a little bit confusing, on top of knowing which hitboxes you can bounce it off of to aim it in the right direction, because there will be a lot of things like rocks or like different objects in the environment that'll just make your spit go in a completely different direction than what you intended, just because the hitboxes are so janky. But you know, on flat surfaces, it's obviously really easy to use. But then you have to also understand the whole thing with like her infection and when to go into head form versus when not to. And you have to spend some time learning how to curve with her, because the curve is a little bit weird. And you also have to understand the fact that every time you go into your head form, you create a new mushroom for survivors to use. So if you're just constantly going in and out, it's giving survivors so many opportunities to cleanse their infection. So you need to figure out a nice balance there. And understanding when to use her mobility and how to use it in chase is a major skill that separates a good Krasue from a bad one, because it is a very strong and powerful effect in chase, because she gets so low to the ground that it makes it hard for survivors to see where she is. Plus, she's so fast that it makes it very difficult for them to react to her. For difficulty, I am going to give her a 3. There's a lot of people that think she's an extremely brainless killer, and I've never really understood that. Like, yes, if you have multiple thousands of hours on this game and you have decent experience with her, yes, it's very easy to play her. But for a new killer that doesn't really understand how the game fully functions and doesn't really understand when to go into head form versus when not to, this killer is pretty difficult to use. So while yes, once you get past the skill floor, her difficulty becomes a 2 and maybe even a 1, if you're relatively inexperienced in DBD, or if you even are experienced in DBD, but then you go against survivors that know how to counter her, she becomes way more difficult. So overall, I'm also going to put her in D tier with Pyramid Head. Her perks are way too weak and way too gimmicky that I wouldn't recommend getting her for her perks. And also, I just think she's too difficult and too complex for a beginner killer, that I just think there's so many other better options out there that I really don't think she's a necessary necessary purchase until you have a majority of the other killers. Moving on to Vecna 2. This is Stranger Things Vecna, and for his perks, I am absolutely giving him a 5. It has been a long time since a killer came out that had all 3 perks be very good. This is another one of those killers that has probably one of the best sets of perks in the entire game. His first perk is Hex Hive Mind, which activates the first time you hook any survivor, and this perk shows you the intensity of generator auras based on their progression. So it turns every generator white, and then the further progressed a generator is, the more red it becomes. And this is absolutely incredible information. You get to see which generators are being worked on the entire time this hex is still up, which not only gives you information on where to go if you have like gen regression perks, but it also shows you where survivors are on the map, which gives you an insane macro level fundamental understanding of what's going on in the match. So the information you get from this is just, it's so good. Plus there's a little side effect that it has where as soon as 4 generators are completed, if this hex perk is still up, it instantly explodes the rest of the generators for 10%, and then they start regressing, and then it disables this perk. So this isn't a great side effect. Like generally, you're not actually going to get this to work. And even if you do get this to proc because Hive Mind is still up, 10% progress on generators that most likely don't even have progression to begin with doesn't really matter. And it automatically deactivates your perk. So it's basically preventing you from keeping a really strong 3-gen if survivors aren't able to find this totem. But still, this perk is phenomenal on pretty much every single character in the game, especially characters that can teleport to gens or have high mobility. His next perk is called Secret Project, which is an extremely good stealth perk. Basically how this perk works is every time a generator gets blocked by any means, you become undetectable for 30 seconds. So if you pair this with stuff like Corrupt Intervention or Grim Embrace or Thrilling Tremors, you're just undetectable so consistently throughout the match, which is obviously a very strong effect, especially on killers that are really fast or killers that can insta-down. So for example, if you use this with Corrupt, you're undetectable for the first 30 seconds of the match, which is basically a free hit unless you're on a really open map. And then if you use things like Grim Embrace, you'll get 30 seconds of undetectable exactly when you need it after hooking a survivor. So if you pair it with like Barbecue, for example, and then you pop Grim Embrace, you not only know where to go, the survivors won't know that you're coming. It's so good. And then there's also the extra effect, which doesn't really come into play in a majority of your matches, but it's still nice to have. If a totem ever gets blessed or cleansed, it'll randomly block a generator for 30 seconds, which also procs your undetectable. So if there's survivors that are running boon perks, or if you're running hex perks and survivors cleanse the hex perks, or even if survivors are running something like Inner Strength or Overzealous that requires them to actually cleanse a totem, you'll get even more value out of this perk. So overall, a fantastic perk, one of the best undetectable perks in the game. And then his last perk is absolutely phenomenal. One of the best gen regression perks in the game right now. This is called Turn Back the Clock, and after you hook a survivor, it's active for an entire minute. And during this minute, if you're within 20 meters of any generator, you can essentially remotely break the generator, making it instantly explode for 10% progress and have it start regressing. 10% progress isn't that much. That's like one missed skill check, right? But the fact that you can do this on a specific generator of your choice without having to stop to kick the generator, and since you can do it from a distance, so you can do it for generators that might be on a different floor than you, like the top story of Dead Dog or Gallows for Dead Dog, the fact that you can do it while you're in certain forms, such as Bat form with Dracula, it's so good because usually the downside of kicking generators is that it gives survivors that were working on it a ton of distance, which is bad, obviously. But this combines the ability to damage generators while also not losing any distance of the survivors that were working on it. So there's just very little downside of running this perk. Plus you're going to get way more than 10% regression, because if it was just one survivor working on a gen and you start chasing them while you pop this perk, that generator is going to regress by a ton. So it is a phenomenal perk. I'd highly recommend this one. For strength, I'm going to give him a 4. He is absurdly strong if you know what you're doing, because he just has no downside for missing his attacks. Like he can just send another attack within like a couple seconds of missing his first one. It is kind of insane the amount of damage that you can output with this character. Like, yes, there will be games where you're just missing all of your shots and you're not reading the survivors properly and you just feel like you're gambling, especially if you get indoor maps like Hawkins where you just don't have line of sight of the survivors a majority of the time. But even then, he can still be absolutely insane in chase. It's so easy to get hits. It's so easy to down survivors. And if you're running a full aura build, which counters the whole downside of not having line of sight on the survivor. It's just insane. Like, it's absolutely insane. And on top of that, he has really good mobility too. He can get around the map super quickly, so he has decent map pressure as well. Like, he is so strong. The only thing that prevents him from being extremely overpowered is the fact that he can't use his abilities near a hooked survivor. Well, he can. They're just extremely slow. Like, I literally had a Vecna that was camping a hooked survivor once while he was in the upside down, and he started using his undergate attack before I even got to the hook to unhook them. I was able to unhook them and run out of the radius before it even triggered. So the anti-camp mechanic on him is very slow, which is a good thing. Like, I think they should do this on pretty much every killer in the game. But yeah, he's a very strong killer. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 3. I don't think he's absurdly complex, but he still is relatively complex. Like, I think the hardest part is understanding how I don't even know what it's called, like the infection meter on your HUD. I don't know the exact naming convention they have for it, but basically, you know, the tokens on your HUD. You have to understand how that works and how you basically have to get a survivor into 2 tokens to start actually damaging them. You need to know that hitting them with your regular power only does 1 token, whereas hitting them with your undergate attack does 2. You have to understand when to pop your undergate attack to be able to even hit a survivor with it. And nowadays, now that survivors know how to counter it a bit more, it's a lot harder to. And knowing that if a survivor's dead on hook and they have 4 tokens, you should pretty much always go for an M2 attack rather than a basic attack because it allows you to instantly and quickly more them. So there are a few complex aspects about his kit, but he's not like super complex. For his difficulty, I am going to actually give him a 4. And this is mostly because he requires a ton of map knowledge and tile knowledge to use at his maximum potential. And you have to kind of know how survivors tend to counter him. So if survivors are able to block line of sight of you, it now becomes a test of map knowledge as well as kind of reading the survivor's skill level to understand what they might do. Because really good survivors will just W key as far as possible. So they're not going to like stick in a loop and be in the predictable area where you'd think they'd be. So while yes, if you don't have line of sight of the survivor, a lot of it turns into kind of a 50-50 on where they are. If you understand how survivors like to path depending on their skill level, you can surprisingly read survivors very well. Like, I've played against extremely good Vecnas that understand that I'm a good survivor, and while they don't see me in a loop, they place their attack just a little bit too far away from the loop because they know that I'm not going to play it like as tight as possible because that's the obvious thing to do. So not only is he a relatively mechanically intense killer, the difficulty really does come in the map knowledge and tile knowledge. Overall though, I genuinely think that this is the best killer in the game to unlock. First, not only does he have some of the best perks in the game that are really easy to use and pair really well with a bunch of other very strong perks, he's also just a very strong killer that, well, yes, he's difficult against good survivors. Against not so great survivors, he's not that difficult, and he's not very complex to learn either. He's definitely going to take a few matches to get used to, but he is a super fun killer and is a very popular killer for that reason. So I think he's just overall one of the most well-rounded characters, and I would highly recommend getting him as one of your first options. And last but not least, we have Jason. I have recorded for about 8 to 9 hours now over the course of a few days. Obviously, the video is not going to be that long because I cut out all of my mistakes in Dead Space, so it's probably only going to be like 3 or 4 hours in total. But this took an extremely long time to make, so if it's been helpful and you've been enjoying it, please drop a like and subscribe if you're new. I would really appreciate it. So I'm actually recording this before Jason has come out, and I was unfortunately on vacation during the PTB, so please take what I say with a grain of salt because all of my opinions are just purely based off of gameplay I've seen with him and just reading and trying to understand the power as well as the perks. I have no personal experience using him or his perks, so these are just my rough guesses on how he will play overall. This video is most likely going to release after he's come out, so if you want to know more about him, feel free to comment your questions down below because I'll definitely have some more experience with him when he's out, so I'll be able to help out a little bit better. But for perks, I'm going to give him a 3. His first perk is Hex Scared to Death, which activates after you hook 3 unique survivors. And this perk makes it so that if you ever break a pallet without the use of an ability, so not a Demogorgon shred, not a chainsaw, etc., like you basic break a pallet, any survivor within 13 meters of your location scream and become 13% slower for 3 seconds. 13% slower for 3 seconds is a really hefty slowdown. So this can actually be quite a strong effect, especially if you pair it with things like Brutal Strength or Fire Up to break the pallets even faster. So if you're able to kind of zone a survivor and then break a pallet pallet quickly, they're probably not going to make it to another loop before you can get a hit. So this is quite a strong effect, and it's basically just a better version of knockout. So if you're annoyed with people W keying the entire game, this will be a great perk for you. His next perk is Rampage. This perk gives you a token every time you basic break a pallet or breakable wall, and each token gives you an extra 1% haste every time you're blinded or stunned by a pallet for 13 seconds. And then the perk goes on cooldown for 20 seconds. This is fine. I think the issue with this perk is that they've locked the balance of this perk to the number 13 just because it's Jason. And I just don't think 13 seconds is long enough for it to really be that worth it. Like, they could keep the 13 max token count to still keep the spirit of Jason, but maybe make it a little bit more than 13 seconds of haste. Because in general, if you get pallet stunned, that's already practically wasting half of this perk, because not only do you have to suffer through the stun, you also need to break the pallet in many situations, which will take up like 5 or 6 seconds, on top of the fact that you need to catch up to the survivor. So it's not like you're really ever going to be able to use this in chase. Like, it'll be kind of nice to catch back up to the survivor, although it takes so long to build this perk up. So I don't know. I just feel like it's kind of too weak with its current numbers right now. I'd have to get some actual playtime with this perk to see if it's a bit stronger than I'm giving it credit for. But a lot of maps don't even have breakable walls, so it's just going to require you to break pallets. So without breakable walls, you're basically not really going to start seeing decent effects of this perk until endgame, after you've broken a ton of pallets. But you know, it can be good on maps like Greenville or Mother's Dwelling, where they have the double pallets, so you can get the effects of this perk really quickly. And obviously this pairs well with his first perk that we talked about, because the survivors will be slow and you'll be fast. So it's a great way to catch up to people very, very quickly. But I don't know. I think the numbers need to be buffed just a little bit to make it valuable. And then his last perk is Silent Shadow. This perk makes it so that every time you hook a survivor, you become undetectable for 13 seconds. And then as soon as the last gen is completed, you become undetectable for the rest of the trial. This is pretty strong, I would say. I think the first part, where every time you hook a survivor, you become undetectable for 13 seconds, it's not bad. I think Secret Project and Furtive Chase are a little bit better in terms of this first effect, but being undetectable permanently for the rest of the match as soon as all gens are completed, that is actually quite strong. If you pair that with an endgame build like Noed or Terminus, or you know, none are free, etc., being undetectable can be kind of insane, especially on indoor maps. If you're on a map like Shattered Square, this perk practically does nothing though, unfortunately. So it is a little bit map dependent, and it is a little bit killer dependent, because some killers, even while they're undetectable, it's very easy to, you know, figure out where they are because they're loud. But assuming you get a good map for this, and assuming you're using it on a good killer that synergizes well with this power, it could actually be quite strong. So overall, I think all of his perks have their niches and have their uses and can work well on more than just like a couple killers. So that's why I'm giving him a 3 in terms of perks. For strength, based on what I can tell and based on kind of what other people have said, I'm giving him a 3. He kind of has a similar philosophy to killers like Springtrap or Vecna, where they have a fairly strong anti-loop ability while also having a mobility option. His spikes are a pretty good anti-loop ability, very similar to things like Huntress or Springtrap. And the fact that when you hit a survivor, you can see the aura of the spike in them through walls until they take it out is great information, similar to when you hit a survivor with birds when you're playing Artist. So he has pretty good anti-loop. The unfortunate thing is you have to reload it, so you're not always going to have a spike in chase. You either need to spend some extra time going out of your way to pick up a spike and give survivors extra distance, or you have to make the trade-off of not having a spike on hand when you're chasing a survivor. But in general, I feel like there's enough spawns for your spikes that you're able to have one on hand a majority of the time. And then his mobility is quite good as well, but it's not as good as other mobility options, because coming out of your mobility requires you to be at a specific prop, whether that be a breakable door or a pallet or a window. So it's not like you could just use your mobility to get to a generator or something. There are some fun things that you can do with it to get some decent mobility out of it. And it does make your killer speed normal for 25 seconds. So if you're using it frequently, it kind of mitigates the downside of you being a 4.4 meters per second killer. So overall, I think his anti-loop and mobility are fairly strong. They're just not as good as other killers that have similar effects. But who knows, maybe they'll buff him a little bit or nerf him a little bit. So we'll just have to see when he comes out. For complexity, I'm going to give him a 3. I think he's a very middle road character in terms of complexity. Like, he's not that difficult to understand. I'd say the most confusing part is actually which spikes do what. Like, different spikes do different things. Like, hook spikes are different from scrap spikes, and you can only pin survivors against a wall if you use a hook spike, I believe. So it's not like that really matters in the long run. Like, it's not making you stronger or weaker or anything, but it is something you need to learn. And understanding how to utilize his mobility properly and kind of the effects that it has, like how it blocks windows or pallets for 4 seconds after coming out of it, which is nothing. I don't really understand why that's even there. But also the fact that you can break pallets and breakable doors in it, and that you can press your power button again to change the direction in which you'd be appearing. All of that requires a little bit of learning experience. But overall, like he's really not that complex. He doesn't have that high of a skill floor. And lastly, for difficulty, I am going to give him a 4. Because the spikes are so precise, it can be very difficult to hit them, especially if he's going for long shots. And missing your spike is quite punishing because you have to go reload it. So you really need to have the skill to guarantee hits with it, or else you're going to get severely punished in terms of how long it takes for you to down a survivor. And it seems kind of difficult to use his mobility properly, because if you use it incorrectly, survivors are going to make so much distance from your jump scare location that once survivors learn how to properly counter him, I feel like his mobility is going to be similar to Dredge, where it's going to be really easy to predict where he's coming from and make a ton of distance out of that accordingly. So overall, I think I'm going to put him at the bottom of B tier right now. I could see him going at the top of A tier, but I think that his perks are decent enough to get when you have a good number of killers. And I think he's a very solid killer in terms of strength and complexity and difficulty. Like, he's a great middle killer to unlock. Again, this video took a really long time, so dropping a like and subscribing if you're new would be greatly appreciated. We're almost to 500k, which is absolutely insane. And if you want 3 tips that you need to know for every single killer, feel free to check out the video on the left, or the video on the right is talking about 5 incredible perks that I love to run on every single DBD killer. So watching either of these will make you so much better at the game.